everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Welcome to Novel Wonderland, the Boundless Journey, starting from Bofuri, Chapter 1-126 Synopsis. Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to truly live? Transported into a world blending various daily life anime series, Takeo spent 16 years without any sign of a cheat, only to be eventually summoned by the reincarnation space. Upon accepting the summons, he discovered he was among the very first group of reincarnators. And besides himself, many characters Takeo was familiar with had also become reincarnators. Relying on his knowledge of the plots, Takeo embarked directly on the path to invincibility, Chapter 1 Takeo and Mayu. Books 91 chapters memo 82,745 words stopwatch tilde 331 minute read. Chapter 1 Takeo and Mayu. 894 words. In a bustling city, inside a modest apartment unit, Noro Takeo was busy preparing dinner. After placing the final dish of carefully prepared tempura on the table, Takeo called out loudly toward the bathroom, "Dinner's ready, come out quickly, Mayu." "I know, Oni-chan, I'm still getting dressed." At Takeo's urging, a clear, pleasant voice quickly replied from inside. Seeing this, Takeo shook his head with an amused smile, then sat down on a chair at the dining table to wait for Mayu. Truth be told, Takeo had already been in this unique world for 16 years. 5 years ago, Takeo's parents in this world passed away in an accident, leaving him only this apartment unit and a sum of inheritance, along with his younger sister currently in the bathroom. When he learned of this, Takeo felt incredibly sad. No one is made of wood or stone, and who can truly remain untouched by emotion. But looking at his 5-year-old adopted sister, Takeo could only pull himself together quickly, using the inheritance left by his parents to raise Mayu. And in the blink of an eye, time had passed until now. Of course, while the inheritance was substantial, their ages at the time were ultimately too young to work and earn money. Moreover, Takeo had to take care of young Mayu, so over the past 5 years, the inheritance had nearly run out. Therefore, to earn the living expenses needed for the future, Takeo had recently submitted a light novel he had written for publication. Not long ago, he even signed a contract with Shueisha, securing a new source of income for his future needs. As a transmigrator, over the past 16 years, Takeo had repeatedly tried to summon a cheat, but to no avail. He could only reluctantly accept that he had no such luck. However, perhaps due to the transmigration, Takeo possessed an extraordinary memory, especially when it came to the anime, films, and novels he had seen in his previous life. He could recall them with remarkable clarity, essentially restoring about 90% of their content. For this reason, when considering how to earn a living, Takeo's first thought was to become a manga artist, bringing the popular manga from his previous life to this parallel world. But the ideal was beautiful, while reality was harsh. Although Takeo could draw simply and remembered most of the plots, manga was not something one could create just by knowing how to draw. After failing to make it as a manga artist, Takeo turned his attention directly to light novels. Relying on his powerful memory and writing skills, he managed to recreate a light novel from his previous life titled Sakurasu no Pet ne Kanojo. And this novel, as it turned out, was also popular in this world. Although it was still uncertain how it would be received, Takeo felt quite confident about it. "Oni-chan, I'm ready." Just as Takeo was deep in thought, Mayu walked out of the bathroom in her pajamas, smiling brightly at him. Mayu had long golden hair, usually tied into 2 pigtails. She loved fashion and had a great understanding of clothing coordination. Her personality was cheerful and lively. "All right, come over and eat quickly then, or the food will get cold." Seeing Mayu smile, Takeo couldn't help but smile back. Mayu's smile was cute, and it had a wonderful healing effect on Takeo. "Hee, I know." Hearing Takeo's words, Mayu stuck out her little tongue playfully, then went over to sit next to him. Once Mayu was seated, Takeo picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of tempura in her bowl. "Here, try this." Seeing the tempura Takeo had given her, Mayu didn't hesitate at all. She immediately brought it to her mouth and took a small bite. As the rich flavor of the tempura spread, Mayu's eyes narrowed with delight. "Delicious." "Really? Then have some more." Watching Mayu's expression, Takeo's smile widened. "Oni-chan should eat too." Hearing Takeo's words, Mayu quickly picked up a piece of braised pork rib and placed it in Takeo's bowl. "By the way, Oni-chan, tomorrow is the first day of school at Sobu High School, right?" Mayu suddenly brought up while they were eating. "That's right, why do you ask?" Hearing Mayu's words, Takeo replied curiously. Of course, it's because you mustn't let those vixens steal your heart. After all, Oni-chan is so handsome. Who knows how many little vixens might try to get close to you? At Takeru's response, Mayu immediately puffed out her cheeks and said, "So, being handsome is my fault." Hearing Mayu's words, Takeru shook his head helplessly. When it came to looks, Takeru had always been confident, handsome, striking features, a perfect face shape, a tall and well-built figure, with bright and deep eyes. "I don't care, Oni-chan is mine." Seeing Takeru's nonchalant attitude, Mayu immediately clung to Takeru's arm to assert her claim. "All right, focus on eating now. Studying hard is your main task for the time being." Seeing Mayu like this, Takeru smiled helplessly and gently flicked her forehead. After dinner, once everything was tidied up, Takeru told Mayu to go rest, while he headed to the bathroom to take a bath. Do you want to truly live? Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Below this, the options yes and no appeared. Chapter 2, The Reincarnation Space and Status Panel. 782 words. Terror Infinity. Looking at the fantastical scene before him, these 4 words instantly flashed through Takeru's mind. He was completely dumbfounded. Why hadn't a cheat appeared, but rather this kind of life-threatening thing? For 16 years, Takeru had tried to see if any special events existed, but aside from certain Chunibyo forums, it was clear this world held no supernatural powers or phenomena. Meanwhile, in another apartment unit less than 200 meters from Takeru's building, a boy with Chunibyo, who like Takeru had just entered high school, was thinking to himself, "I was isolated in middle school because of this. It's time to be normal in high school." He was preparing to formally bid farewell to his Chunibyo and return to a normal high school life. However, just as he was saying goodbye to his past, a virtual text appeared before his eyes. Seeing this bizarre sight, the boy trembled uncontrollably. This can't be real. And besides the boy, in the apartment above him, a girl also deep in her Chunibyo phase received the same prompt. It's real. It's finally happening to me. Excited by this, the girl directly shouted, yes. The moment she made her choice, a dark spatial vortex appeared, instantly sucking the girl in. She vanished into thin air, yet her surroundings remained completely unaffected. Elsewhere, in another house, a girl was leisurely eating potato chips and looking at her phone in her room when the same virtual text appeared before her. What's going on? What is this? Am I hallucinating? The girl stared blankly at the text in front of her, unable to figure out what was happening. Wani-chan! Wani-chan! Suddenly, a girl who looked very similar to her rushed in, a hint of panic in her expression. Yui, what's wrong? Seeing a frightened look on her younger sister's face, Yui asked with concern. Words suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. It asked if I want to understand the meaning of life and truly live. The girl quickly explained the situation to her sister. Yui, you saw it too. Hearing her sister's words, Yui finally realized something was very wrong. You have it as well. Wani-chan, you. Noticing her sister's use of the word too, the younger sister stared blankly at Yui. Besides these two, this same scene was occurring in various places all over the city. Returning to Takeru, after staring at the text before him and thinking for a moment, he made a decision. Since transmigration was already a thing, continuing to live a plain and ordinary life feels a bit like a waste. And if reincarnators already exist, someone dangerous could be out there. I need to be able to protect myself and Mayu. Having made up his mind, Takeru decisively pressed a yes. Instantly, a black vortex appeared, and Takeru's figure was swallowed by it, disappearing from the bathroom. When Takeru opened his eyes again, he found himself in a pure white space. Besides himself, he saw 8 other people around him. However, it seemed he was the first one to wake up. Quickly scanning the group, Takeru didn't make any rash moves. Better not draw attention. There might be veterans here. After observing for a bit, Takeru noticed most of the people here were girls. What surprised him even more was that most of the people around seemed to be students, except for one man in a suit who looked like a salaryman. Looking at everyone, Takeru felt their faces were somewhat familiar. Do I know them from somewhere? No, focus. I should check myself first. Thinking this, Takeru cautiously began to examine his own body. Soon, he found something resembling a watch on his arm. On it, Takeru saw a large numerals 3. Number 3? What does that mean? After a brief inspection of the watch, Takeru found it couldn't be removed, it seemed fused with his right arm. Seeing this, Takeo stopped worrying about it. Looking at the buttons on it, he began pressing them at random. As Takeo pressed a blue button, a special virtual panel soon appeared before his eyes. Ding! Reincarnator No. 3, Noro Takeo. Race, human. Talent ability, super memory. Strength, 19, average human is 20. Defense, 18, average human is 20. Constitution, 18, average human is 20. Agility, 19, average human is 20. Spirit, 38, affects thinking, mental state, intuition. Average human is 20. Mana, 0, general term and total for all extraordinary energies. Average human is 0. Training method, none. Skills, none. Evaluation points, none. Seeing this, Takeo was momentarily stunned. 38 Spirit. Is this the advantage of a transmigrator? Is this also the reason for my good memory since childhood? Chapter 3 Familiar Faces. 852 words. Where is this place? Who are you people? Is this some kind of prank? If it is, I suggest you end it immediately. Otherwise, you won't like the consequences of angering the Yukino Shita family. A somewhat cold voice rang out. Yukino wasn't addressing the people around her but rather the void itself. Clearly, she believed someone had imprisoned them in this peculiar space for some purpose. Takeo merely shook his head but didn't say anything, continuing to search for information. Besides Takeo, a boy with deadfish eyes who saw the speaking girl also froze for a moment. He clearly recognized the girl, though she didn't seem to know him. Out of caution, however, he remained silent for now, observing the surroundings. Wani-chan, have we gotten involved in some kind of supernatural incident? Yui quickly processed her memory and couldn't help but hug her sister. Yui, what do we do? The girl being hugged by Yui even began to cry, looking pitifully at her younger sister. It was clear she was even more frightened by this than Yui. Noticing the commotion over there, Takeo felt a bit speechless, but seeing the two girls' faces, they felt strangely familiar. Besides these two, the other 7 people also gradually overlapped with certain familiar figures in his mind. I don't think this is a prank game. I believe everyone received that prompt before arriving here, right? At this moment, a girl not far from Takeo stepped forward and addressed the group. Hearing her words, everyone involuntarily turned their attention to her. The girl had long, flaxen hair and appeared elegant and beautiful. Despite being in an unfamiliar place, she managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Behind her stood the only salaryman Takeo had noticed. Facing everyone's gaze, Doma Yumaru did not flinch but took a deep breath. Although I don't know why I was brought here without making a choice, it seems likely there was a time limit. Once a certain amount of time passed, those who didn't choose no were defaulted to yes. Since we are here, I propose we stick together. No matter what situation we encounter, we can face it together. Yumaru spoke earnestly, her demeanor lending a sense of credibility to her words. I agree. Hearing the girl's suggestion, Hirasawa Yui quickly spoke up. She had no choice, as her older sister didn't seem very reliable at the moment. HMPH, has my era finally arrived? From today onwards, the name of the Eye of the Wicked Lord will surely resound throughout the world. At this moment, a petite, fair-skinned, beautiful girl wearing turbo shoes and a black eye patch over her right eye declared. Hearing her words, everyone stared at her blankly. Combined with the peculiar space they were in, they were momentarily at a loss, and the atmosphere grew cold. Upon hearing the girl's words, Takeo instantly understood her identity. This girl was Takanashi Rika, a severe Chunibyo case who, unable to accept her father's sudden death, was influenced by Togashi Yuta and plunged into a world of delusion. That meant the boy next to her was most likely Yuta. Takeo also noticed the large numeral 1 on the watch Rika wore. They didn't have to wait long before a voice came from above. Welcome to the reincarnation space. All of you are the first batch of reincarnators selected for this space. Being chosen here signifies a drastic change in your future lives. Here, you will witness a broader world, obtain extraordinary abilities, eternal life, and may also die during missions. If you die in a reincarnation world, you will also perish in the real world. Reincarnators must participate in a mandatory reincarnation mission every 10 days. Survive by completing tasks during this period. You each have a reincarnation watch bound to you. Through it, you can check your personal status panel, view reincarnation missions, and instructions. The watch cannot be removed, detached, and is permanently bound to you. Finally, as first-timers entering the reincarnation world, you are fortunate. You can spend 3 days playing within 3 selected special games. All attributes, abilities, and equipment gained during this time will be added to your real selves. As for the selection method, simply use your watch to view and choose. Lastly, good luck to you all. Strive to survive and grow stronger, to endure in the soon-to-be transformed world. Wait! How can I permanently leave this reincarnation space? Yukino immediately shouted her question. 1 A rank evaluation and 100,000 points, and you can leave. However, everything gained in the reincarnation space will not be retained, and memories will be erased. 1 S rank evaluation and 5 million points will allow you to leave the reincarnation space. Everything gained during that time can be manifested in the real world, and memories can be retained. Facing Yukino's question, the reincarnation space chose to answer. What do you mean by transformed world? Why were we chosen? Yukino shouted again. But this time, the reincarnation space fell silent, as if it had completely vanished. No matter how much Yukino questioned, there was no response. Chapter 4, choose one of 3. 891 words. Hearing this, Takeo immediately checked the other functions of his watch. Originally, the green button had no response, but now when he pressed it, he could see that there were 3 games to choose from, with a 10-minute countdown displayed above. Everyone, I sincerely hope we can unite and overcome this challenge together. After briefly exploring the various functions of the watch, Yumaru stepped forward once again. That's right, this place is too bizarre. We'd better stick together. The man behind Yumaru, Doma Taihei, quickly moved to her side and looked at the group. We agree. Hirasawa Ui and Hirasawa Yui promptly stepped forward in response. I agree as well. At that moment, the boy with dead fish eyes also stepped forward. Soon, Yuta joined them. After all, he wasn't familiar with Rika, and seeing so many people gathering here, he approached as well. In that case, let's introduce ourselves first. My name is Doma Yumaru. Starting tomorrow, I'll be a high school student. Seeing most people respond to her call, Yumaru let out a slight sigh of relief. The courage to step forward mainly came from wanting to gather some companions here, and most importantly, because her older brother was by her side. As for me, my name is Doma Taihei. I'm a salaryman and Yumaru's older brother. Taihei, seeing Yumaru's introduction, quickly followed suit. My name is Hirasawa Ui. This is my older sister, Hirasawa Yui. I'm currently a middle school student, and my sister will be starting high school tomorrow. Ui was the second to introduce herself. I'm Hikigaya Hashiman, a second-year student at Sobu High School, Hashiman said. Hello, I'm Togashi Yuta. I'll also be starting at Sobu High School tomorrow. Yuta introduced himself to the group somewhat awkwardly. I am Yukino Shita Yukino, also a second-year student at Sobu High School. Yukino was the last to introduce herself. Following this, after some discussion, they realized that everyone seemed to have some connection to Sobu High School, which surprised them. Was it a coincidence, or something else? Alright, I don't think now is the time to discuss these issues. We should consider which world to enter. Since we're in this space now. Yukino spoke up, though she was also shocked to learn that everyone was either about to enter Sobu High or had graduated from it not long ago. However, the priority was to quickly decide on a world. And the earlier reminder mentioned the possibility of death. So, we should make good use of this first-time benefit, she added. Then should we all choose the same game world? Hirasawa Ui asked hesitantly. For safety's sake, I suggest we stick together. We can solve problems collectively and tackle the game as a team. Yukino said seriously. But will we all appear in the same place? Ui expressed her concern. That, we can only take a chance. If we appear in different locations, then everyone should use their own methods to improve quickly. Because this relates to whether we can survive later on. Also, the final hint from this place leaves me somewhat puzzled. Yukino said earnestly. The kind-hearted Yumaru wanted to call Takeo and Rika to join them, but when she turned around, she saw that Takeo was already enveloped in white light and had disappeared from the spot. Rewinding a few minutes, while the group was gathered and discussing, Takeo had been checking the online game worlds. Looking at the 3 game worlds to choose from, they were Miracle, Sword Art Online, and A New World Online. The first one, Takeo wasn't too sure about, it might be a traditional type of online game. As for the second and third, Takeo was very familiar with them. The second one, some might be unfamiliar with the game name, but it was the online world created by Keiaba Akihiko from the Sword Art Online anime. As for the third one, it was from an anime Takeru had once really liked. The protagonist was a girl, a complete newbie player who, because she was afraid of pain, accidentally stumbled her way into becoming a bug-level character in the game. Seeing this, Takeru suspected that the reincarnation space was planning to directly place them into that world, allowing them to obtain something and then manifest it in reality. Thinking of this, Takeru's eyes lit up. If the game system was exactly the same, then this was his opportunity. Although there were only 3 days, Takeru was filled with confidence because he only needed to replicate Maple's actions to gain a significant boost early on. Although he wasn't sure if it was already a modified version of the world, Takeru didn't mind taking the gamble. Moreover, even in a modified New World online world, Takeru, having some familiarity with the game, would have an advantage over being in other unfamiliar games. As for the Sword Art Online world, it was purely a bit of a trap. After all, that world only had sword skills, and skill usage was very restrictive. Plus, with only 3 days, they might not even level up twice. However, even without leveling up, combining the initial attributes gained with their current stats would still provide a huge boost for everyone. Having thought it through, Takeru didn't waste any more time. Glancing at the still discussing group, he directly selected his world. Chapter 5, Everyone's Choices. 935 words. Apart from Takeru, the only other person who remained alone was Rika, who had been isolated due to her Chunibyo behavior earlier. Seeing that everyone was ignoring her, Rika saw the 3 unfamiliar online game worlds and directly chose the first one, Miracle. Meanwhile, after discussing among themselves, Yukino and the others also chose the Miracle world. They felt that being able to come here itself was a miracle, and since they were unclear about all 3 worlds, they might as well try Miracle. In other words, aside from Takeru, who chose the third world, New World Online, the other 8 all chose the unknown Miracle world. Takeru was unaware of the others' choices. After making his selection, a white light enveloped him, and he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Everything around him seemed to be composed of data, and before him was a character class selection screen. Facing choices like Dual Blades, Great Shield, Mage, and others, Takeru did not hesitate and chose the Great Shield class. After all, forging a completely new path for himself would undoubtedly be difficult, whereas replicating an existing one would be much simpler. Having made his choice, Takeru would not regret it, even if this opportunity turned out to be wasted. After selecting the Shield class, Takeru unhesitatingly allocated all his attribute points to defense. Looking at the 100 points now in defense, he nodded with satisfaction. Then, a game notification reminded him that he was about to be teleported to the starting point. Upon entering the game world, what caught Takeru's attention the most was the massive tree beside him. Additionally, he noticed many other players around, clearly native players of this world. Furthermore, Takeru felt his watch vibrate. Opening it, he found a notice from the reincarnation space. It warned him not to disclose anything about the reincarnation space to anyone in this world. Violators would face severe punishment. Seeing this, Takeru was somewhat surprised, but it also confirmed his suspicion. They had been directly dropped into this world's online game by the reincarnation space, not placed into a brand new world created specifically for them. Takeru checked his starting equipment, shabby clothing, a novice wooden shield, and a novice dagger. After a glance, he paid it no more mind. Recalling slightly, he remembered that the protagonists started their first monster hunting in the Western Forest, where they also acquired several important skills. Thinking of this, Takeru pulled up the simple map provided by the game, found the direction, and started heading toward the forest. As for the people around him, Takeru had no intention of interacting with them for now. The main reason was that his time here was extremely limited, only 3 days. Therefore, Takeru needed to improve himself as much as possible to lay a foundation for his future reincarnation journeys. Although his speed was slow, since the beginner village wasn't large, Takeru soon saw the forest. At the entrance, many players were forming parties. Takeru glanced at them calmly and then ignored them, heading straight inside. Because he was carrying the novice shield, Takeru's defense increased by an additional 28 points. This meant his current defense was 128, while his attack was only 9 points from the novice short sword. As soon as Takeru entered the forest, he encountered a small sparrow. Seeing Takeru, the sparrow monster immediately attacked him. In response, Takeru raised his hand to block, not using the shield. Then, Takeru realized the little sparrow couldn't harm him, which relieved him. He stopped paying attention to the sparrow, standing still and passively waiting for it to hit him, aiming to acquire a hidden skill. Meanwhile, as Takeo was being pecked in another online game world, Yukino and the others had also arrived. Upon arrival, they were scattered. Yukino, Yuta, Rika, and Hashiman ended up in Beginner Village 188, while Yui, Yumaru, and Taihei landed in Beginner Village 189. After confirming that Yumaru and the others were separated, Yukino let out a slight sigh. She then looked at the people around her and noticed that several of them seemed to have chosen the same class, Mage. Seeing the four of them make the same choice, Yukino smiled wryly, but she could understand. Compared to classes like Swordsman, Knight, Great Shield, or Assassin, something like Magic, which didn't exist in reality, was more appealing to everyone. Most importantly, according to the reincarnation space's hint, they could bring abilities back to their original world. The thought of this possibility excited them all. The situation was slightly better for Yumaru's group. Yui chose Assassin, Taihei chose Knight, while Yumaru and Yui both chose Mage. The Mage class received an initial skill, Fireball. Summon a fireball to attack an enemy, dealing 30 fixed damage plus Spirit * 0.5 damage. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Mana cost, 10. The Assassin class received the skill Stealth, briefly enter an invisible state. Attacking an enemy from behind while invisible deals 1.5x damage. Mana cost, 10. Cooldown, 90 seconds. The Knight's initial skill was Charge. It was everyone's first time encountering such things, and they curiously tried out their skills. Even Yukino couldn't resist casting a fireball. Seeing a fireball materialize and float above her hand according to her will, she felt a great sense of curiosity. The fireball she summoned wouldn't harm herself, so Yukino cautiously reached out and touched the sparks, feeling no pain at all, which further piqued her interest. After playing around a bit, they all remembered they only had 3 days. Following the guidance, they headed to the village chief to accept quests. Chapter 6 Absolute Defense. Giant Killing. 791 words. Returning to Takeru's side, compared to the more traditional Miracle World, the New World Online world offered much higher freedom and had no inherent skills. They could only be discovered independently or purchased. As the little sparrow continued its attack, many people along the way looked curiously at Takeru, but seeing that he had no intention of acknowledging them, they left him alone. Finally, when an hour had passed, Takeru, leaning against the tree, suddenly received a system notification. Absolute Defense acquired. Opening the skill description and taking a look, Takeru instantly broke into a happy smile. Absolute Defense, with this skill, defense is doubled. Acquisition condition, continuously receive enemy attacks for 1 hour without taking damage, and without dealing magic or weapon damage. With this skill, Takeru's defense instantly became 256, which was truly terrifying. After acquiring this skill, Takeru did not kill the little sparrow. Instead, he remained seated in place, allowing the sparrow to continue attacking him. And so, another 2 hours passed, and at this moment, the system notification came again. Meditation acquired. Meditation, when used, restores 1% of max HP per 10 seconds. Effect duration, 10 minutes. No mana cost. Cannot perform any attacking actions while meditating. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Acquisition condition, continuously receive attacks for 3 hours without counter-attacking. Thank you for your persistence. But now, your task is complete. Looking at the little sparrow still attacking him, Takeru showed a faint smile. Then, seizing the opportunity, as it charged at him, he slammed his shield into it fiercely. Struck by Takeru's shield, the little sparrow was sent flying. This time, the little sparrow was hit so hard by the shield that it turned into data and disappeared on the spot. The experience provided by the little sparrow even leveled Takeru up to LV.2, seeing that he could allocate points again, Takeru unhesitatingly added all 5 points to his defense. Besides experience, it also gave Takeru 50G, which was 50 units of this world's currency. And most importantly, it granted Takeru a god-tier skill. Giant Killing, when 4 or more attributes, besides HP MP, are lower than the opponent's, all attributes besides HP MP are doubled. Acquisition condition, a player with all attributes, besides HP MP, at least half the opponent's solo defeats a monster. Looking at this skill, Takeru smiled. Although the meditation skill seemed average early on, percentage-based recovery abilities were godly in the later stages. After killing the little sparrow, Takeru headed deeper into the forest. Soon, he encountered many more monsters. Facing these monsters, Takeru did not use his short sword, he killed them all with his shield. As a result, he gained another skill. Shield Bash. Shield Bash, power scales with defense value. Knockback effect, minor, dot. Additionally, Takeru's level rose to LV6. He also now had 1500 G. During this time, all attribute points gained from leveling up were directly added to defense. Since attribute points were given every 2 levels, 5 points each, Takeru had gained a total of 15 points from leveling so far. Combined with the shield's 28 points, Takeru's base defense attribute was now 143 points. With absolute defense and giant killing active, his defense could effectively reach 572 points when facing certain monsters normally. Soon, Takeru encountered a large centipede larva that spewed poison attacks. Looking at the large centipede larva, Takeru did not attack this time but waited for its assault. After a series of attacks that caused Takeru no harm, the large centipede larva spat a glob of poison at him. Quickly, Takeru was poisoned, and his HP dropped by a sliver. Watching his HP slowly decrease, Takeru remained calm. He simply sat down on the spot and activated his meditation skill. He didn't have to wait long before acquiring Poison Resistance, Minor. Seeing this skill, Takeru smiled again. In this game, Takeru felt the most broken aspect was that continuously receiving attacks could grant resistances, almost like having a hyper-adaptive ability. After acquiring Poison Resistance, Minor, Takeru's HP loss slowed even further, though it was still gradually decreasing. As time slowly passed, Takeru was delighted to find his Poison Resistance had evolved into Intermediate Poison Resistance. At this level, the large centipede larva's poison could no longer harm Takeru at all. Having lost its utility, it was promptly harvested by Takeru for experience. With its sacrifice, Takeru leveled up another 2 times, gaining 5 more attribute points. Adding these to defense as well, his defense reached 148 points. After doing all this, Takeru did not rest. He chose to continue deeper into the forest. As time passed, Takeru had now been in this world for 7 hours. Excluding the first 3 hours spent acquiring special skills, that meant he had been battling monsters for 4 hours. Chapter 7, Chapter 7A Night's Harvest. 807 words. Perhaps due to the uniqueness of this online game world or modifications made by the reincarnation space, Takeru did not feel the issue of hunger. Relying on his overwhelming defense, Takeru aggressively attracted and killed large numbers of monsters. By now, his level had reached 15. Admittedly, the early levels in this world were relatively easy to raise. As for equipment, Takeru had only obtained a large centipede larva bracelet from a drop. Equipping it added 4 points to his defense and 4 points to his agility, a decent piece of gear. His gold had accumulated to 36,000 G. By now, Takeru realized that the gains from this forest were diminishing, so he began preparing for the next phase. Namely, Takeru planned to solo the Poison Dragon Labyrinth. But before that, he needed to stock up on recovery potions. Considering he wasn't sure about potion prices yet, Takeru decided to farm the monsters here thoroughly. Despite his low attack power, with the Shield Bash skill, Takeru's farming speed was remarkably fast. Unconsciously, the sky grew dark, and Takeru noticed that the monsters seemed to have increased in number. Seeing this, Takeru was not alarmed but pleased. Relying on his invincible defense, he fearlessly stood his ground and fought the monsters head-on. Meanwhile, in the Miracle World, although the group's leveling speed wasn't as fast, they gained 3 attribute points per level. This meant they earned slightly more attribute points every 2 levels than Takeru did. However, aside from attribute points, there weren't many other advantages here. They diligently completed quests and farmed monsters. Currently, the highest level among them was Umaru. Umaru, in the lead, had only just reached level 4 with a little over half the experience bar filled. At this rate, they might only reach around level 10 in 3 days. In terms of equipment, aside from Yui, who luckily got a rabbit bracelet from killing a rabbit, the others had no significant drops. Money in the Miracle World wasn't as easy to obtain as in Takeru's world. The richest, Umaru, had only acquired 2 silver coins and 50 copper coins. The others had between 1 and 2 silver coins. Coupled with the fact that the mage class was expensive in the early stages, their money was mostly spent on mana recovery potions. Umaru, you should rest for a bit, Taihei said with concern, watching his sister diligently farming monsters. It's okay, Oni-chan. I know my limits. And since we've entered this reincarnation space, improving ourselves as much as possible is necessary for our survival later, isn't it? Umaru replied calmly. Aside from Takeru and the Chunibyo cases, Yuta and Rika, Umaru was among the quickest to accept the reincarnation space. She treated it as a hyper-realistic fantasy game that transcended reality. And when it came to games, she was an expert. What Umaru says is right. For the future, we all should strive to improve, Ui, standing nearby, said earnestly after hearing Umaru's words. Though she appeared gentle on the outside, Ui was internally strong, kind, gentle, and resilient, embodying these praiseworthy traits. In the blink of an eye, dawn arrived. Takeru mechanically dispatched the continuously spawning monsters. With the notification of reaching level 20, he promptly added the attribute points to defense. Then, gazing at the beautiful game world, Takeru left the area and headed back toward the beginner village. As he exited the forest, Takeru took stock of his night's harvest. For instance, he had triggered another special skill. Perseverance, possessing this skill doubles the spirit attribute. Acquisition condition, endure monster siege for 10 hours in one location. The skill was simple yet incredibly powerful, and its conditions were stringent. However, Takeru had stumbled into acquiring it. Though it had little effect on Takeru's current state, once he left this world and grew stronger, the potency of this passive skill would gradually manifest. It might conflict later with the giant killing skill, but once Takeru left this world and continued to improve, the conditions for activating giant killing would become increasingly difficult to meet anyway. Besides this special hidden skill, Takeru had also upgraded various resistances like paralysis resistance, explosion resistance, and fire resistance to the intermediate level. Furthermore, Takeru obtained a rare Queen Bee ring. Queen Bee ring, defense plus 6. Additional skill, restores 10% of max HP over 10 minutes. Leaving the forest, Takeru felt somewhat dazed. Although his body didn't feel fatigue or negative effects like hunger, mental exhaustion was unavoidable. Realizing that facing the poison dragon in his current state could easily lead to mistakes, Takeru decided to rent a room at an inn to rest. He chose an inn known for its superior restorative sleep effect, which would save him time. As for money, Takeru still had 120,000 G. Even after spending 20,000 G, he would have 100,000 G left. Chapter 8, The Poison Dragon Labyrinth. 768 words. 3 hours later, Takeru awoke once more. Checking the time, he smiled with satisfaction. Clearly, he had made the right choice. Although he had only rested for 3 hours, Takeru felt as if he had experienced 10 hours of deep sleep. His mind was now incredibly sharp and refreshed. Leaving the inn, Takeru headed straight for a potion shop. Inquiring about the price of health recovery potions, he found they cost 500 G per bottle. Without hesitation, Takeru used all his remaining gold to purchase potions. Carrying a full 200 health recovery potions, and after asking for directions to the Poison Dragon Labyrinth, Takeru set off once again. The Poison Dragon Labyrinth was located to the east, directly opposite the forest he had been in before. Along the way, Takeru traversed a vast plain until he reached the entrance of the labyrinth, a peculiar cave. Upon entering, Takeru immediately noticed the entire maze was filled with a green mist, akin to poisonous gas. Unsure if this mist had negative debuffs, but thanks to his intermediate poison resistance, Takeru found himself completely unaffected. Moving forward, he soon encountered a group of slimes. Seeing the not-so-cute slimes, Takeru raised his novice shield and slammed it down, quickly eliminating them all. Since his level was already 20, Takeru didn't gain any experience from them, but he didn't mind and continued onward. As he pressed deeper, Takeru encountered many unique monsters. However, under his ultra-high defense and shield bash attacks, they all turned into experience and provided a fair amount of gold. Pushing forward steadily, Takeru soon came upon a massive wooden door. Without hesitation, he pushed it open and entered. As he stepped inside, the door closed automatically behind him. Before Takeru stood the final boss of the Poison Dragon Labyrinth, a three-headed purple poison dragon. Its colossal size made Takeru's figure seem insignificant in comparison. Seeing Takeru, the poison dragon showed no intention of friendly interaction. All three heads immediately unleashed terrifying streams of venom towards him. Witnessing this, Takeru quickly moved his shield to the side, knowing full well his novice shield couldn't withstand the corrosive poison. The novice shield, after all, still provided him with 28 points of defense, which was crucial. Soon, Takeru was completely drenched in the venom. Watching his HP continuously drop, he swiftly retrieved a health recovery potion. When his health dropped to a critical point, he quickly used the potion, and the red health bar filled up again. Seeing that Takeru survived its venom baptism, the poison dragon gathered its strength and unleashed another torrent of deadly poison. Takeru produced another recovery potion, pulling his health back from the brink once more. This cycle repeated for several rounds until Takeru's poison resistance evolved into advanced. With advanced poison resistance, his HP loss slowed even further. After enduring the poison dragon's relentless efforts and consuming another 10 recovery potions, Takeru's resistance finally evolved into poison immunity. Seeing that the poison dragon's venom now caused him no harm, Takeru allowed himself a smile. Next, it was time to emulate a certain lucky protagonist. Takeru bared his clean, neat teeth, charged directly under the poison dragon, and began biting down hard. With each bite, chunks of flesh were torn from the dragon, inflicting significant damage. The bitten areas glowed with a purple light. This was just the beginning. Relieved to see it was effective, Takeru took a breath and continued his relentless biting attacks. Time seemed to stretch. Takeru's jaw began to ache from the effort, but finally, the enormous poison dragon breathed its last. With its death, a super high-level treasure chest materialized before Takeru. Most importantly, his poison immunity passive evolved once more. It transformed directly into Poison Dragon Devourer. Poison Dragon Devourer, freely control the power of the poison dragon. Consume MP to use poison magic. Immunity to poison and paralysis. Acquisition condition, acquire poison immunity and defeat the poison dragon by absorbing its HP. The terrifying effects of Poison Dragon Devourer kept a smile on Takeru's face. The poison dragon skills consisted of 4 abilities. Paralyzing Roar, Poison Dragon Breath, Venom Capsule, Acid Rain. 1 crowd control skill and 3 area of effect attacks. Besides granting Takeru the Poison Dragon Devourer skill, the dragon also provided a massive amount of experience. Takeru's experience, which was barely into level 21, surged all the way to level 24. Looking at the newly gained attribute points, Takeru thought for a moment and once again allocated them all to defense. Thus, his pure defense value reached 160. Adding the 10 points from equipment, it totaled 170 points. Chapter 9 Twilight Night Set, Honju Keyed. 762 words. Next came the much-anticipated loot opening. Upon opening the chest, it emitted a dazzling golden light. Soon, system notifications arrived. Obtained, Twilight Knight's Shadow. Obtained, Twilight Knight's Armor. Obtained, Twilight Moon. Acquisition condition, unique equipment obtainable only by the person who solos the boss and clears the labyrinth on their first attempt. Twilight Knight's Shadow, empty skill slot defense plus 20. Additional skill, destruction growth, the more this equipment is destroyed, the stronger it becomes upon repair. Instant repair. Stats unaffected when broken. Twilight Knight's Armor, empty skill slot defense plus 25. Additional skill, destruction growth. Twilight Moon, empty skill slot defense plus 15, strength plus 30. Additional skill, destruction growth. Looking at the items in hand, aside from the slightly different names and appearance compared to Maple's equipment, likely because Takeru was male and Maple female, everything else was the same. Regardless, gazing at the imposing armor and sleek shield, Takeru immediately equipped them. This set could practically be considered god-tier equipment. Most importantly, the terrifying effect of destruction growth transformed ordinary gear into divine artifacts. If nothing else, destruction growth alone felt like a skill Takeru could use for a lifetime. Without further thought, Takeru removed his novice gear and donned the powerful, stylish unique divine set. With the new equipment, Takeru's already handsome appearance was elevated further. After obtaining the new gear, Takeru couldn't wait to test it out. However, the labyrinth was cleared, and Takeru was teleported out. He then began seeking out minor monsters in the vicinity to try his new equipment. During this time, Takeru also acquired the skills, Provoke, and Great Shield Mastery LV.1. Provoke, draws monster attention. Can be used again after 3 minutes. Great Shield Mastery LV.1 reduces damage taken by N% when equipped with a Great Shield, where N is the skill level. As time passed, another 2 days flew by. Takeru's level had now reached 36, and he had equipped various skills and gear. Calculating the time, Takeru realized he would soon have to leave this world. Sitting at the initial spawn point, he calmly observed the surroundings. Although he wanted to explore the second floor, it seemed the first in-game event hadn't even occurred yet, and the second floor wasn't open. The first adventurous world of the reincarnation space was about to come to an end for him. At that moment, Takeru opened his status panel again, quickly viewing his game-specific profile for this world. Noro Takeru. HP, 50. MP, 15. Strength, 0, 35. Defense, 180, 70. Agility, 0, 4. Spirit, 0, 5. Equipment, Twilight Knight's Shadow, Twilight Knight's Armor, Twilight Moon, Centipede Lava Bracelet, Queen Bee Ring, Dire Wolf Necklace. Skills, Absolute Defense, Giant Killing, Perseverance, Meditation, Shield Bash, Poison Dragon Devourer, Great Shield Mastery LV.5, Covering Charge, Attack Evasion, Extreme Malice, Gluttony, Bomb Devourer, Provoke. Covering Charge can move instantly to a party member within a 5-meter radius, ignoring agility. Damage taken becomes 2x for 30 seconds after use. Usable 10 times. Restores 1 use per hour. Attack Evasion increases agility when attacking. Extreme Malice, VIT +1 when intentionally receiving attacks. Effect lasts for 1 day from skill activation. Upper limit is VIT +25. Gluttony, the ability to devour various things as sustenance. Can convert magic, attacks, and items into own MP. Excess MP beyond capacity is stored as mana crystals within the body. Bomb Devourer reduces explosive type damage by 50%. Dire Wolf Necklace, Strength +5, Spirit +5. Additionally, over the 3 days, Takeru had spent all his remaining gold on health recovery potions and mana recovery potions. He now carried 200 bottles of each. It wasn't that he didn't want more, but the carrying limit was 200. Health Recovery Potion restores 50 HP over 3 seconds. Mana Recovery Potion restores 30 MP over 3 seconds. After reviewing his in-game status, Takeru sat waiting for the end. Wow, so this is what modern VR MMOs are like. Just as Takeru was waiting, a voice reached his ears. Looking over, he immediately saw a cute girl holding a beginner's shield. Perhaps having never played a VR game before, the girl was full of curiosity about everything. Then, she noticed the handsome Takeru staring at her, causing her body to stiffen slightly. For a moment, she could only stand there dumbfounded. Honju keyed. Approaching her, Takeru tentatively called her name. Yes? What is it? Hearing her name called, Keed responded instinctively. You know me. However, upon seeing the unfamiliar Takeru, she reacted, looking at him in shock. You could say I do, Takeru replied with a hint of nostalgia to her question. Chapter 10 Instant Clear, Ability Manifestation. 847 words. Who are you? Hearing Takeru's reply, Keed searched her memories but found she had no recollection of him at all. I am Noro Takeru, just a passerby. Work hard, follow your heart's choices, and I hope to meet you for real one day. After a moment of silence, Takeru spoke softly to Keed. Hey. Hearing Takeru's words, Keed was even more stunned. Before she could react, Takeru's body began to dissipate, as if logging out of the game. Noro Takeru, what a strange person. But he knows me. Who could he be? After Takeru left, Keed stood there dumbfounded, staring at the spot where he vanished, deep in thought. Aside from Takeru, in the miracle world, Yumaru, the others who had been either running quests or farming monsters, also suddenly stopped moving. Then, their bodies began to fade away as well. When Takeru left, he reappeared in the pure white space once more, but this time, no one else was around. Congratulations on completing the initial world. Beginning settlement. Boss Poison Dragon slain. Regular monsters slain, 2230. No deaths achievement attained. Initial world is a reward world. Rating significantly lowered. Settlement complete. Congratulations on obtaining a B rank evaluation, 10,000 points, and a B rank rating treasure chest. Looking at the various pieces of information transmitted by the reincarnation space, Takeru was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the reincarnation space to be so generous, offering not only a bonus game world but also settlement rewards. Seeing only a B rank evaluation didn't bother him too much. After all, over these 3 days, Takeru had done everything he could. He wasn't overly concerned about these ratings, especially since the final reminder had already indicated ratings were lowered for reward worlds. Moreover, being able to achieve this was largely thanks to his familiarity with the game. The most important thing now was whether the attributes, skills, and equipment obtained in the game could be manifested. If that worked, everything else was manageable. Open B rank rating treasure chest. While Takeru was lost in thought, the reincarnation space prompted him again. Open. Hearing this, Takeru didn't overthink it and directly chose to open the chest. Open successful. Congratulations on obtaining B-rank talent, telekinesis. Seeing the ability obtained from the rating chest, Takeru was stunned again. He hadn't expected to get such a useful ability. Regardless of its power for now, its practicality was definitely top tier. Ding. Proceed with character ability inheritance and equipment manifestation now. Soon, the system prompted again. Inherit. Without a second thought, Takeru chose to inherit. Immediately, Takeru saw a beam of light envelop him. Then, it felt as if an energy was acting upon his body, and he experienced a tearing pain throughout his entire being. As the energy entered, it was continuously absorbed by his skin, muscles, bones, and internal organs, eventually disappearing. Takeru wasn't sure how much time passed, but when he regained consciousness, he felt as if his entire body had undergone a metamorphosis. He felt he could now kill an ox with a single punch. After the fusion was complete, Takeru immediately looked at the reincarnation spaces system. Attributes manifestation successful. Skills manifestation successful. Equipment manifestation successful. Detected that you possess game consumables. Spend points to manifest them. Seeing the 3 consecutive manifestation successful messages filled Takeru with joy. However, upon seeing the final prompt, he was taken aback. Recalling, it seemed the earlier system prompts hadn't mentioned consumable manifestation. How many points are required for manifestation? Hearing this, Takeru directly asked the reincarnation space. Health potion, 50 points per bottle required for manifestation. Mana potion, 50 points per bottle required for manifestation. Seeing the prices prompted by the system space, Takeru fell silent. After a moment's thought, he said directly, manifest 30 health potions and 20 mana potions. Compared to mana potions, Takeru valued health recovery potions more, especially since he possessed the gluttony skill, which allowed him to quickly recover MP by consuming things. Ding. Health potions and mana potions have been manifested. 2,500 points deducted. As soon as Takeru finished speaking, the reincarnation space quickly provided the reminder. Seeing the reincarnation space's reminder, Takeru finally relaxed. He then looked directly at his own status panel. Reincarnator No. 3, Noro Takeru. Race, human. Talent abilities, super memory, telekinesis, absolute defense, perseverance, gluttony, the underdog. Strength, 19, 35, average human is 20. Constitution, 18, 5. Defense, 198, 70. Speed, 19, 4. Spirit, 38, 5. Mana, 14, 76, average human is 0. Training method, none. Skills, meditation, provoke, shield bash, poison dragon devourer, great shield mastery LV.5, covering charge, attack evasion, extreme malice, bomb devourer. Evaluation and points, 1 B-rank evaluation. Points, 7,500. After checking his own attributes, Takeru was very satisfied. It's worth noting that the data before the parentheses represents his base attributes, while the numbers in parentheses represent equipment bonuses. For example, with the strength attribute, Takeru currently has a total of 54 points. As for mana, now that he possesses it, his spirit attribute also provides a bonus effect to mana, calculated as his own spirit attribute multiplied by 2. Chapter 11, The Enthusiastic Yumaru. 677 words. Noting that the passive skills had directly become talent abilities, Takeru didn't have much to say about it. Next, Takeru began to investigate other changes, starting with the skill descriptions. He was mainly concerned that some skills might have been altered during the conversion process. After carefully reviewing them, however, he frowned. The main issue was that he discovered the gluttony skill had changed, or rather, gained an additional condition. The other effects remained the same, but if an opponent's attack exceeded Takeru's defense, the gluttony skill could not devour that attack. However, besides using his mouth, Takeru could now directly use his hands to activate the gluttony skill. After considering it, Takeru accepted this adjustment. While it seemed like a limitation, it also made activating the skill much more convenient. Using the gluttony skill through his shield was straightforward, but Takeru couldn't always carry a shield in the real world or in some instance worlds. Next, Takeru examined his equipment. The equipment effects were unchanged, especially the destruction growth effect on the Twilight Knight 3-piece set, which delighted him. Besides these, the reincarnation space had also manifested the special equipment slots from the game world for Takeru. This meant Takeru's equipment could provide bonuses simply by being placed in the equipment slots. Weapons and shields still needed to be held to grant their attribute bonuses. Armor, rings, bracelets, and necklaces could be hidden or made visible at will. With a thought, the armor, rings, and bracelets on Takeru's body instantly vanished. With another thought, they reappeared, looking extremely stylish. Back in the real world, this ability alone could be used for magic tricks, though Takeru had no intention of using it for something so trivial. Next, Takeru stored his shield and short sword. As the shield and short sword were put away, Takeru felt a significant portion of his strength vanish. He accepted this, as the short sword had provided an additional 30 points to his strength attribute. With the shield and short sword stored, Takeru's strength attribute dropped to 24, and his defense became 233. The newly exchanged health potions and mana potions appeared in his item slots. Besides equipment slots, he had 10 item slots for storing objects. Identical items could stack. Looking at the item slots, Takeru had an idea. He could create a large chest, place various items inside it, and store the chest in one slot. This was a workaround, but it meant he would have to retrieve the chest and search through it whenever he needed something, which was cumbersome. Meanwhile, Yumaru and the others were also receiving their settlements. However, compared to Takeru, even Yumaru, who had the highest rating, only obtained a D rank evaluation. Others like Rika received only E rank evaluations. D rank and below evaluations did not come with a rating treasure chest. This meant Yumaru only received a D rank evaluation, 1,000 points, and her in-game gains. The Hirasawa sisters also obtained D rank evaluations through sheer luck. Yukino received a D rank evaluation. The remaining 4 obtained E rank evaluations and 300 points each. When Takeo returned to the communal area, he saw the group again. He noticed Rika seemed much more subdued, especially around Yukino. Clearly, events had occurred over the past 3 days. "Hello, I'm Doma Yumaru. Nice to meet you." Yumaru came forward as soon as Takeo arrived. Her enthusiasm came from them all being chosen by the reincarnation space. Moreover, everyone except Takeo already knew each other. "I am Noro Takeo. Nice to meet you." Takeo saw no reason to be aloof. "We didn't see you in the miracle world. You chose a different game world, right?" Yumaru asked curiously. The group had exchanged information, but Takeo was missing. "Yes, I chose the New World online world," Takeo replied. "I see," Yumaru nodded. "By the way, you haven't met the others. Let me introduce you. Since we're all here, we might cooperate in the future," Yumaru continued. "Sure," Takeo replied calmly. As long as the reincarnation space didn't force them to fight, cooperation was possible. Chapter 12 Initial Acquaintances and Trade. 852 words. Takeo had also noticed that this reincarnation space seemed somewhat different from what he knew from his previous life. Compared to other versions, this space wasn't just good, it could be called downright generous. After all, it started them off with a game world for adaptation. Regarding the death penalty, upon closer inspection, Takeo found that one would only truly die after failing a reincarnation mission 5 times. Of course, each death still carried a penalty. The first death permanently reduced all attributes by 10 points, the second by 20, the third by 40. So, if someone thought they could act recklessly because they had second chances, true death wouldn't be far off. Permanent attribute reduction, especially in certain stats, could easily render someone useless in daily life, creating a vicious cycle. Takeru-kun, this is my older brother, Doma Taihei. He chose the Knight class in Miracle and received an E rank evaluation. These are Hirasawa Yui and Hirasawa Ui. Their chosen classes there were Mage and Assassin, with a D rank evaluation. This is Yukino Shita Yukino, who also chose Mage. And this is Takanashi Rika, Mage. As Yumaru continued the introductions, Takeo gained a preliminary understanding of everyone and became more aware of their situations. This world was a fused anime multiverse, something Takeo had already deduced. However, the identities or personalities of many familiar characters had changed slightly. For instance, when Takeo was selecting a light novel to borrow, he had specifically researched to ensure certain elements didn't exist. After confirming there was no prodigy like Shirina Mashiro or a Swaimai University of the Arts-affiliated high school, he felt safe publishing that light novel. He had even changed character names for good measure. "It's nice to meet you all. I am Noro Takeo, also about to be a student at Sobu High. You can call me Takeo. I chose the New World Online world, and my class is Great Shield. My evaluation this time was C rank. Shaking his head to dismiss further thoughts, Takeo briefly introduced himself, though he downgraded his B rank evaluation to C rank when mentioning it. So impressive! Upon hearing Takeo's words, Yui immediately looked at him with admiration. They had only gotten their D rank through luck, and they had witnessed how outstanding Yumaru's performance in the game was, yet she also only received a D rank evaluation. Yumaru herself looked at Takeo with surprise upon hearing he got a C rank. Facing everyone's gaze, Takeo remained calm and composed. By the way, I wonder if any of you obtained consumable items or equipment in that world. Perhaps we could engage in some trade, Takeo suddenly suggested. Hearing this, the group fell silent. Their harvests had been modest, and what little they had was barely enough for themselves, let alone having surplus for trade. May I ask what Takeru-kun has available for trade? Yukino inquired directly. For my part, Takeo said, producing 10 mana recovery potions and 10 health recovery potions. And also this, he added, taking out the dire wolf necklace. Since the beginner's great shield and short sword were system starting gifts, the reincarnation space had not manifested them for the group. So many potions. Everyone was stunned upon seeing the potions, and they looked at the dire wolf necklace with envy. After all, each person here only had 1 or 2 very ordinary pieces of equipment, let alone accessory-type gear. While we are very interested in trading with you, Takeru-kun, I doubt many here have items of equivalent value, Yukino said with a sigh. Everyone wanted the dire wolf necklace for its +5 spirit and +5 strength, but it likely wouldn't be cheap. Equipment was especially crucial at the beginning, as it could very well impact their performance in the next reincarnation mission. No one had forgotten that the next mission wouldn't be as simple as this initial one, or even if it was easy, subsequent ones would grow increasingly difficult. Seizing every opportunity to grow stronger was their current priority. Is that so? Then, are health potions and mana potions needed? I just checked, and although the reincarnation space offers them, they cost 150 points each. I'm offering them for 100 points here. Moreover, these items can be manifested into the real world. They might even rapidly heal serious injuries, Takeo continued, putting the necklace away. Hearing this, the group was tempted. The miracle world also had various potions, like recovery potions that restored 5 HP per second for 10 seconds or mana potions that restored 3 MP per second for 3 seconds. However, they had largely exhausted their supplies during the game, as earning gold in miracle was quite difficult. I'll buy 2 bottles, 1 of each, Yukino stated seriously. She had received a D rank evaluation worth 1,000 points. Buying 2 potions for 200 points left her with 800. She mainly wanted to test the item's effects in the real world. We'll also buy 2 bottles, Yui suddenly spoke up. Compared to Yukino, she and her sister had a combined 2,000 points, so 2 bottles weren't a problem. With these offers, Takeo promptly completed the transactions with them. Chapter 13 Trading for Armament Haki. 757 words. Taihei felt tempted by the health and mana potions in Takeru's hand. However, with only 300 points, he decided to be cautious and hold onto them for emergencies. I'll buy 2 health potions, Yumaru suddenly said. Compared to mana, she felt health potions would be more useful in the real world. She bought them mainly as a precaution, thinking products from the reincarnation space shouldn't be ordinary. I'll buy 1 health potion too, Hashiman quickly decided, purchasing 1 from Takeo. He had a beloved younger sister. Now that he was in this strange space, accidents could happen anytime. At the very least, he wanted to leave something special for his sister. I'd like to buy 1 too, Yuta said earnestly to Takeo. Compared to Hashiman, he had more family members, and having such an item as a safeguard seemed like a good idea. In the end, Takeo sold 6 potions, for health potions and 2 mana potions, earning 600 points. After deducting the manifestation cost, his net gain was only 300 points. Seeing no one else wanted to buy, Takeo didn't insist and stored the remaining potions back in his item slots. Checking his points, he now had 8,100. He then began browsing the reincarnation space's exchange list. The items were still limited, with most special ones originating from 2 worlds, One Piece and Naruto. For example, devil fruits, rokushiki, haki, chakra, various ninjutsu, and Kekkei Genkai. It's worth noting that these anime or manga did not exist in this world. Takeo had considered drawing these comics before, but after entering here, he completely abandoned that idea. Besides these special items, there were ordinary goods like daily necessities, food, etc., which were quite cheap in points. However, considering the importance of points, they weren't really worth it. Aside from daily items, the most direct way to enhance strength was to exchange for attribute points. The exchange was categorized. From 100, each attribute point cost 300 points, and from 100 to 300, each point cost 600 points. Above 300, each point required 1000 points. As for beyond that, Takeo couldn't view them yet. Clearly, this system was designed to prevent reincarnators from becoming overly reliant on directly increasing attributes. Skipping the attribute points, Takeo looked at items like devil fruits. The cheapest devil fruit required 10,000 points and a B rank evaluation. Chakra extraction techniques were cheaper. Although categorized as training methods, they only required a C rank evaluation and 3,000 points. Other techniques, like the 3 basic techniques, cost 1,000 points but required knowledge of chakra extraction. Many ninjutsu required the chakra extraction technique. There were also system-optimized versions that used mana, but they were much more expensive. For example, the 3 basic techniques using mana cost 3,000 points and a C rank evaluation. The ninjutsu system, while flashy, didn't have a very high upper limit. So, Takeo decided not to develop in that direction for now, waiting to see the specifics of the next mission. However, some system-optimized techniques could serve as transitional skills for him in the future. For now, Takeo focused on armament haki. Compared to others, the basic armament haki required 5,000 points and a C rank evaluation. After some thought, Takeo decided to exchange for it. A B rank evaluation could be split into 3 C rank evaluations or 9 D rank evaluations. To synthesize upwards, for C rank evaluations were needed for 1 B rank, which seemed like a loss. But for armament haki, Takeo gritted his teeth and made the exchange. He valued this skill for its practicality. When using armament haki coating, both attack and defense would increase. A defense boost aligned perfectly with Takeo's high defense and his gluttony talent skill. After the exchange, Takeo felt a stream of memories appear in his mind, and a faint energy modified his body. In his skill list, a new entry appeared, Armament Haki LV.1. Upon checking, Takeo found that after the modification by that faint energy, his strength, constitution, and defense attributes had each increased by 1 point. Clearly, this was due to exchanging for armament haki. Though not a huge increase, every bit helped. While Takeo was checking the reincarnation space store, the others were saying goodbye and exchanging contact information. Having been missing for 3 days, those with family were worried about how frantic their loved ones must be, so everyone felt anxious and hurried. I wonder how Mom and Dad are doing. I hope they haven't called the police, Yui said worriedly. Yui's words, Yui also felt troubled, knowing they couldn't tell their parents about the reincarnation space. Chapter 14 Warnings and Return. 697 words. Right, Yui, and everyone, let me offer a simple warning. Although we've all gained some abilities now, unless absolutely necessary, try not to reveal anything too unusual in front of others. Otherwise, we might be captured and studied. I don't think any of us are strong enough to oppose a national force yet. Even basic firearms would be difficult for our current strength to handle. After all, if we die in reality, there's no second chance, right? Takeo calmly reminded everyone. I understand, Takeo-kun, Yui quickly nodded. Rika and Yuta, who had been smiling earlier, froze. They had been thinking about showing off when they got back, but if they carelessly displayed special abilities, they could end up on the run. They both agreed glumly. Yumaru and Taihei naturally understood these matters and nodded calmly. They wouldn't use their abilities recklessly unless necessary. Of course, attributes like strength can be practiced more in the real world, then disguised as training results, Takeo suggested with a smile. That's true. Hearing this, Rika and Yuta's eyes lit up. The thought of impressing others later made them smile again. Another thing. I'm not entirely sure, but the flow of time here is probably different from the real world. We spent 3 days here, but real-world time might be different. So, don't worry too much. Still, when you get back, try not to give anything away. As for the earlier warning about world changes, there's no direct evidence, but it probably won't happen immediately or become extremely severe right away. So, we shouldn't be overly anxious for now. If a real emergency arises, we can call on each other for help, Takeo said seriously. I agree, Yukino said without hesitation. Their individual powers weren't strong yet. Facing problems together might lead to solutions. I understand, Yui nodded quickly. All right, let's stay in touch if needed. I should head back now. After his final reminder, Takeru also opened his watch and pressed the button to return to reality. Then, I'll see you all at Sobu High later, Yukino said to the group before quickly logging off. See you next time, everyone. Seeing Yukino leave first, Hashiman also vanished. Goodbye, Takeru-kun. Hearing Takeru's words, Yui and Ui waved. Well then, everyone, see you next time. Umaru Doma gave a warm smile and bid farewell. Goodbye, Umaru-chan. Yui and Ui quickly said their goodbyes to her. Then, the remaining 6 operated their watches and disappeared from the spot. It really feels like a dream, Takeru murmured, back in the spot where he had vanished. He still found it hard to process, but clenching his fist, he felt his strength was vastly greater than before. The most obvious change was his physique. Before, his build was average, only his looks were outstanding. Now it was different. Lifting his shirt slightly, he saw an 8-pack. His muscles weren't exaggerated but looked powerful and explosive. Wait, I should check the time first. Takeru suddenly remembered over 3 days had passed there. He pulled out his phone and found only 30 minutes had elapsed here. Clearly, the time ratio was roughly 1 day in the reincarnation space to 10 minutes here, though this was just his current guess. Knowing the time flow was different meant he wouldn't cause problems in reality by disappearing for too long during future missions. Next, Takeru checked his surroundings. Mayu, who had been resting, hadn't noticed his disappearance. He then looked at his reincarnation watch and found it could be hidden. Without much thought, he chose to hide it. This hiding only made it invisible to others, and Takeru could still see it. Then, Takeru checked his equipment and item slots. The equipment he obtained from the New World online world was neatly stored there, along with 26 health potions and 18 mana potions. Without hesitation, Takeru summoned the short sword Twilight Moon and 1 health potion. Holding Twilight Moon, he felt a surge of power, an illusion that he could punch through a wall. After a moment's thought, Takeru used Twilight Moon to make a light cut on his arm, but the sharp blade left no mark on his skin. Chapter 15 Suspicious Mayu. 701 words. Seeing this, Takeru increased the force of his attack. Finally, even using his full strength, he couldn't leave a single mark on his skin. Scratching his head, Takeru simply smiled. With his current strength, jumping from a 10-story building might not even hurt him. After all, Takeru's defense, with all bonuses, had a base of 244. With the double effect of absolute defense, it reached for 88, more than 24 times that of an average person. After testing his defense, Takeru began testing his other abilities to see how they worked in the real world. First was telekinesis. This invisible, colorless force could be incredibly useful in daily life, especially when feeling lazy. He tried controlling droplets of water in the bathroom, finding he could shape them with his mind. However, due to his inexperience, the shapes were imprecise. Thinking of the reincarnation space, he wondered if he could bring back valuable items to improve his life, making writing light novels unnecessary. But that seemed difficult. Items recognized by the reincarnation space were mostly supernatural. Ordinary items placed in the item slots might simply be cleared. Sighing lightly, Takeru stopped overthinking. He had been in the bathroom for 30 minutes, any longer and Mayu would worry. Checking the water temperature, it was somewhat cold, but Takeru didn't mind. He quickly grabbed a towel and cleaned up. While bathing, he practiced using his telekinesis to control the water flow, making it swirl around his body. As a beginner, precise control was challenging, but simply making water rinse him was easy. More delicate manipulations would require long-term practice. Besides telekinesis, Takeru also wanted to test his newly acquired armament haki. Following the memories, he practiced and soon succeeded, though the thin layer of haki only covered one fist, which amused him. The good thing was this ability could grow stronger with continuous training and increases in attributes like strength and constitution. Thinking this, Takeru regained motivation, planning to train diligently for future survival. After a quick test, Takeru used the towel to dry off, dressed, and left the bathroom. Oni-chan, why were you in the bathroom for so long? Back in the room, Takeru saw Mayu waiting for him. I was just soaking in the bath a bit longer, Takeru replied directly. Oh, really? You weren't doing anything strange, were you? Mayu gave him a suspicious look. Little one, go to sleep, Takeru said, feigning annoyance at her expression. I want to hug Oni-chan while sleeping. Mayu laughed and declared. You're hopeless, Takeru said with a fond expression, turning off the light and lying down on the bed. Mayu's soft figure quickly snuggled up to him. Meanwhile, back in his own world, Yuta stared blankly at the familiar balcony. If not for the incredible realism of his recent experience, the reincarnation watch on his wrist, and the newfound strength in his body, he might have doubted it was all an illusion. After a dazed minute, Yuta seemed to remember something. He quickly pulled out his phone. Seeing the date and time, he realized only about 30 minutes had passed in the real world and sighed in relief. Be consumed by flames, fireball. Suddenly, Yuta extended his right hand forward, shouting. A fireball appeared above his palm. Mom! Oni-chan's hand is on fire. Just as Yuta struck his pose and cast fireball, his 5-year-old sister, Togashi Yumeha, who had come to the balcony, saw it. Without hesitation, she yelled for their mother. Wait, Yumeha, no, that's not. Hearing Yumeha's voice, Yuta snapped back to reality, quickly dispersing the fireball and trying to explain. Yumeha, did you find your brother? At that moment, Yuta's mother, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Seeing Yuta, her worries eased. Earlier, she knew her son was organizing his things, but he suddenly seemed to vanish. She had searched the entire house without finding him. She had even gone downstairs to search several times, fearing he might have fallen from the balcony. Seeing Yuta reappear here now, she finally relaxed. Yuta, thank goodness you're all right. Yuta's mother walked over and hugged him tightly before he could explain. Mom. Feeling his mother's concern, Yuta was stunned and couldn't find words. Chapter 16, Everyone's Actions. 817 words. As for Rika upstairs, her situation was different. After her father's sudden passing, she now lived with her older sister, Toka. However, Toka was the head chef at a restaurant and often worked late, so Rika was home alone at this hour. Earlier, she had considered sneaking out from the balcony to wander around, but the sudden invitation from the reincarnation space made her abandon that idea. Now back, feeling the power and renewed energy in her body, she eagerly began testing the benefits gained from the reincarnation space. First was the mage's initial skill, Fireball. She quickly conjured it but, worried about damaging the house, dissipated it immediately after forming it. Next was her second offensive magic skill, Ice Arrow. A frosty arrow slowly materialized above her. Under her control, it shot outward, disappearing from sight. Compared to Fireball, Ice Arrow cost only 8 MP, had a 5-second cooldown in the game, dealt 25 fixed damage plus Spirit * 0.5 damage, and added 10 penetration effect. In the real world, however, there was no cooldown, damage wasn't fixed, and conjuring it wasn't as instantaneous as in the game. Besides Fireball and Ice Arrow, she had no other skills. Her only piece of equipment was a plain robe, adding 5 points to Spirit and 5 to Defense. Her biggest gain was the attribute bonuses. With the initial 100 points and the 21 points from leveling up, her current strength was decent. At the very least, if she wasn't afraid, she could handle several grown men using just physical combat. In a small detached house, 2 figures suddenly materialized. Yui and Ui. Ui, we're back. Seeing the familiar room, Yui happily hugged Ui. Yes, Wani-chan, we're home. Seeing her sister's excited expression, Ui showed a fond smile. When they were younger, Yui had been very reliable. But as they grew older, Ui became more mature and diligent, deeply loving her older sister. Under such circumstances, with Ui constantly doting on Yui, Ui seemed more like the older sister, and Yui more like the younger one. Oh, the time. Did Mom and Dad call the police? And did I miss the first day of school? Yui suddenly panicked. It's still the first. Tomorrow is the first day of school. Only 33 minutes have passed. Takeru-kun was right, Yui quickly checked her phone and said happily. Really? That's great. Hearing Yui's words, Yui finally sighed in relief. But the next activity is in 10 days, right? That's during school. Yui suddenly thought of something else and worried. There's no choice. If necessary, we'll have to ask for leave then, Yui said helplessly at Yui's words. Whatever. You know, I'm a mage now. Watch this, Fireball. Yui quickly shook off her worries and said excitedly. Seeing her sister's rapid mood change, Yui could only shake her head. But seeing Yui no longer worried, she smiled. And this, Fire Blast. Soon, the fireball in Yui's hand vanished, replaced by a larger, hotter fire blast skill. Wani-chan, stop! You'll start a fire. Seeing her sister daring to test fire blast indoors, Yui hurriedly warned. Ah, I forgot. Hearing Yui's reminder, Yui belatedly realized and cancelled the skill. Honestly. And Takeru-kun also said we must never use these abilities casually in front of others, Yui reminded Yui again, seeing her carefree attitude. Don't worry, I'll be careful, Yui waved her hand dismissively at Yui's warning. Seeing Yui like this, Yui felt even more concerned. But since the future was uncertain, they could only take things one step at a time. As for Yukino, after returning home, she quietly contemplated her new strength. While the future might hold endless danger, at least she was no longer ordinary. Living alone, her 30-minute disappearance went unnoticed. This transformation presented an opportunity to surpass her older sister. But now, it seemed the main world was also changing. She hoped it wouldn't become too severe. If the reincarnation space summoned them every 10 days, Yukino planned to work hard in reality as well. Since things learned in the reincarnation space could be brought back, the more she knew in reality, the better she could fare in future missions. Moreover, she had a feeling that the reincarnation space wasn't a charitable organization. If she became too complacent and her strength fell behind, it could cost her life. Therefore, whether to surpass her sister or ensure her future safety, Yukino decided to train diligently. The most important task now was to master the use of her power, to fully utilize 100% of her strength. While using magic had no cooldown now, using it carelessly would deplete her mana. Close combat might be unavoidable later. Since the reincarnation space gave them this chance to improve, future worlds would likely require force, perhaps even killing. The thought made Yukino's heart race. Though she prayed she was overthinking, this feeling lingered. Chapter 17 Morning Training, Yuta's Embarrassing Past Exposed. 831 words. Time quickly moved to the next day. Early in the morning, Takeru woke up, looking at the familiar ceiling. If not for the newfound strength in his body and the reincarnation watch on his wrist reminding him, he might have thought it all a strange dream. Checking the time, he saw it was 6:30 a.m. He felt incredibly refreshed. Clearly, the additional 5 points in spirit had further reduced his need for sleep. Seeing Mayu sprawled on top of him, Takeru gently moved her aside, sat up, and quietly got out of bed. Leaving the room, he went straight to the wash basin and quickly freshened up. Only 15 minutes had passed. Mayu usually woke up after 7 a.m., and getting ready took her until around 7:30. Takeru decided not to make breakfast yet, as it would get cold by the time she woke up. Instead, he used this time to test his current physical capabilities, mainly his strength and endurance. As for defense, he had tested it yesterday, even the extremely sharp twilight moon couldn't pierce his skin. Takeru went to another room and started doing push-ups. Perhaps due to his increased constitution, strength, and defense, his endurance felt remarkable. He completed 200 push-ups in one go and still had energy to spare. Next, he did squats and sit-ups, followed by training his telekinesis and armament haki. As he trained, time flew by. Soon, the alarm he had set earlier rang, and Takeru quickly stopped his exercises. He returned to the wash basin to wash up and wipe off the sweat. Then, he skillfully went to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and looked at the remaining ingredients. He decided to make a simple breakfast. Placing toast in the toaster, Takeru quickly turned on the gas stove to fry eggs and sausages. To practice his telekinesis, he used it to arrange the plates neatly. After arranging the plates, however, he didn't dare use his telekinesis further, as he could hear movement from the room. Clearly, Mayu was awake. Oni-chan. Rubbing her eyes, Mayu looked at Takeru with a hint of sleepiness. Go brush your teeth and wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon. Seeing Mayu's state, Takeru spoke softly to her. Perhaps due to her somewhat weak constitution, Mayu often seemed like she hadn't slept enough in the mornings. Seeing this, Takeru considered finding enhancement potions for Mayu in the future. While he couldn't tell anyone about the reincarnation space, items from it could be used by anyone. Okay. Hearing Takeru's words, Mayu didn't think much and responded softly before heading to the bathroom. Watching Mayu leave, Takeru said nothing more. He calmly shook his head and quickly plated the fried eggs. Finally, he added the sausages and poured the warmed milk. After placing the milk and sausages, he cleaned the frying pan and cooking pot. Once everything was done, Takeru went to the dining table to wait for Mayu. Sorry to keep you waiting, Oni-chan. It wasn't long before Mayu finished washing up and came out. Come and eat. Starting today, you'll be a 5th grader. Looking at Mayu, Takeo showed a fond smile. I'll be fine. It's Oni-chan I'm worried about, Mayu said nonchalantly. After all, she was just moving from 4th to 5th grade in the same school with the same classmates. Everything was familiar. Chatting, they soon finished breakfast. Checking the time, it was exactly 8 a.m. Takeo wasn't in a hurry. He collected the dishes and washed them. Meanwhile, not far away, in Yuta's home, he was also washing up while examining his hairstyle in the mirror. Hey, Yumeha! Looking at his reflection, Yuta suddenly called to his sister behind him. What is it, Oni-chan? Hearing Yuta's call, Yumeha turned her head in confusion. How is it? Yuta pointed at his hair. Normal, Yumeha said after a moment's hesitation. Totally normal? Perfect. Hearing Yumeha's words, Yuta became excited. After yesterday's experience in the reincarnation space, meeting so many people, and the unknown changes in the world, Yuta decided to stick to his earlier resolution to abandon his Chunibyo past. Being Chunibyo was too conspicuous and might earn disdain from people like Takeo. Oni-chan is strange, Yumeha commented, looking at her brother. Who? What's all this junk? Opening the balcony door, Yumeha found a pile of items stacked there. Those are my things. I'll throw them away myself later, don't worry about it, Yuta quickly interjected upon hearing Yumeha. There's so much. Isn't this the sword you specifically saved your New Year's money to buy? Yumeha picked up the most eye-catching sword. Stop playing with it. Hearing his sister digging up his embarrassing past, Yuta hurriedly spoke up. You said something like now the world is mine when you bought it, right? Yumeha continued. I never said that. You did. You used to wear that weird coat all the time. You're so annoying. There's no need to remember unnecessary things. Hearing Yumeha's words, Yuta quickly cut her off. Chapter 18 Heading to School. 726 words. Meanwhile, in a detached house not far away, in Yui's room, her alarm rang. A hand emerged from under the blankets, fumbled around, and finally turned off the alarm. Wani-chan, it's time to get up. Yui, who had been ready for a while, opened Yui's door and called out to her. Wani-chan. Hey. Hearing Yui's voice, Yui jolted awake and sat up. A glance at her alarm clock made her gasp in shock. She grabbed her phone from the bedside table, but in her panic, she fumbled with it like a juggler before finally clapping her hands together to catch it securely. 8 o'clock. I'm late. After confirming the time on her phone, Yui rushed out of her room in a frenzy. Why are you in such a hurry? Yui asked, puzzled, but Yui was already beyond listening. Yui quickly washed up, changed her clothes, saw the breakfast on the table, grabbed a slice of toast, slathered some ketchup on it, stuck it in her mouth, and dashed out the door. Morning, Yui-chan. A neighbor sweeping the street smiled and greeted her. Jawning. Yui mumbled through a mouthful of bread as she ran past. She continued running, but compared to before, she realized her speed seemed a bit faster. Then it hit her, she wasn't the same as yesterday. Noticing the shocked looks from people around her, Yui quickly caught herself and slowed down. All right, let's go. Don't forget anything. After reminding Mayu, Takeo set off with her towards their schools. Though they attended different schools, part of their route overlapped before they had to go their separate ways. So Buhai wasn't particularly close, but it wasn't terribly far either. One could take the train or walk. The train was quicker and less tiring. However, walking allowed Takeo to accompany Mayu a bit longer, so he chose not to take the train. He wasn't in a hurry, and with his improved attributes, the extra walking wasn't tiring. Okay, Mayu, this is where we part ways. Come straight home after school, understand? At an intersection, Takeo gently patted Mayu's head. I know, I'm not a little kid anymore. Mayu puffed out her cheeks at his words. Ha ha, sorry, Takeo chuckled. Watching Mayu leave, Takeo continued towards Sobuhai. Along the way, he practiced using his telekinesis to lift himself slightly, reducing the burden of gravity. It wasn't about laziness, but training his telekinesis. If there weren't other pedestrians, he might have even tried using it to fly. Takeo's spirit was now 43. With the double effect from his talent, his effective spirit reached 86. Lifting his own weight of around 55 kilograms was trivial. By his estimate, his current telekinetic lifting capacity was roughly 400 kilograms. Of course, manipulating living beings differed from inanimate objects, but lifting a 200-kilogram person wouldn't be a problem. With his weight reduced, Takeo could easily leap 5 meters in a single bound, and his stamina consumption decreased significantly. While testing and training, he drew closer to the school. Soon, Takeo arrived at the school gates. The time was exactly 8:30 a.m. The entrance ceremony started at 9 o'clock, so he just needed to find which class he was assigned to and locate the corresponding classroom. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure. Hirasawa-san. Takeo walked up behind Yui and called out to her. "Hey!" Startled by the voice behind her, Yui let out a small shriek. Instantly, the eyes of everyone nearby turned towards Takeo and Yui. Noticing Takeo's striking looks, many girls began whispering among themselves. Sorry, Nora-kun." Flustered by the attention and realizing it was Takeo behind her, Yui immediately bowed in apology. "There's no need for that, Hirasawa-san," Takeo said helplessly. "Why yes, Nora-kun." Yui responded, still tense. "If you don't mind, you can just call me Takeo." "May I call you Yui?" Sensing her nervousness, Takeo spoke gently, trying to put her at ease. "Why yes, Takeo-kun." Yui replied, her head bowed and face flushed. "All right, shall we go check the class assignments together?" Seeing Yui was still uneasy, Takeo suggested. "Okay." Yui agreed instinctively. The two then headed towards the school building. The class assignment lists were posted on a bulletin board. However, along the way, Yui felt increasingly uncomfortable due to the many stares directed their way, making her terribly nervous. Chapter 19, The Gathering. 776 words. "By the way, Yui, did your parents notice anything unusual last night?" Takeo asked calmly as they walked. "Oh, Mom and Dad didn't come home, so they didn't notice anything," Yui quickly replied. "Is that so? That's good. Okay, we are here. Let's check which classes we're in." The walk wasn't long, and they soon reached the bulletin board. After searching for a moment, Takeo found his name listed for Class 1C. Scanning the class roster, he spotted several familiar names. Hirasawa Yui, Okiyama Mayo, Tainaka Ritsu, Doma Yumaru, Abina Nana, Tochibana Silfinford. Rika was placed in Class 1A, along with Nibitani Shinka and Kotobuki Tsumuji. Yuta was in Class 1D. Seeing the class assignments, Yui felt relieved to see Takeo and Yumaru in the same class as her. It was just a shame her close friend, Manabe, was in Class 1B. Yui, we're both in Class C. Let's go take a look. After checking the lists, Takeo spoke to Yui. Yes. Hearing Takeo's voice, the spaced-out Yui exclaimed loudly again. Her shout once more drew the attention of everyone nearby. Sorry. Flustered by all the stares, Yui apologized profusely. Seeing this, Takeo could only shake his head helplessly. Meanwhile, at the school entrance, Yumaru made a dazzling entrance. From the moment she stepped onto campus, her appearance and unique aura attracted as much attention as Takeo had. "Good morning, Takeo-kun and Yui-chan." Yumaru soon arrived at the bulletin board, noticed Takeo and Yui, and greeted them warmly and confidently. "Morning, Yumaru-kun." Seeing it was Yumaru, Takeo nodded calmly. "Yumaru-kun." Yui beside him, feeling the weight of many gazes, was extremely uncomfortable. "Yumaru-kun, you're in Class C, same as us. Want to head over together?" Takeo then asked her. "Sure." Hearing Takeo, Yumaru nodded in understanding and followed Takeo and Yui as they left. Upon arriving at Class 1C, about half the class was already present. The entrance of Takeo, Yumaru, and Yui caused a noticeable stir. "Wow, that girl is so beautiful. The one next to her is really cute too." Several boys, noticing Yumaru and Yui, whispered amongst themselves. "So handsome. He's totally my type. Really? But who are those with him? Is he already taken?" Aside from comments about Yumaru and Yui, there were plenty about Takeo. Unfazed, Takeo simply glanced around, chose a seat by the window, and sat down. Seeing Takeo pick his seat, Yumaru and Yui were a bit surprised, but after a moment's thought, they also chose seats near him. Soon, time passed. After attending the entrance ceremony, they returned to the classroom. Their new homeroom teacher was a beautiful woman. The first day of school wasn't about lessons. The main event was self-introductions, allowing classmates to get a basic understanding of each other and potentially make friends. Alright, now that introductions are over, we'll dismiss for today. Please make sure to carefully review the class schedule and other important notices at home. The teacher announced with a smile. Hey, Takeo, want to go grab lunch together? I was thinking of getting everyone to meet up. After the teacher dismissed them, Yumaru turned to Takeo. That's fine with me, Takeo agreed, understanding she meant the others from the first reincarnation space group. Yumaru wasn't the only one with this idea. Soon, Rika, Yukino, and Hashiman appeared at the classroom door. Who? Isn't that Yukino-senpai, the second year? Why is she here? Some freshmen exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Yukino. Yukino was quite well known at Sobu High. Even new students had heard of her. Looks like we don't need to contact them. Let's go. Seeing Yukino and the others, Takeo said with an amused smile to Yumaru and Yui nearby. Even after Takeo's group left, the students around continued whispering. Soon, they arrived at Yuta's classroom. His class had run a bit late. When Takeo arrived, he could hear Yuta chatting with a boy behind him. Togashi-kun. Seeing this, and under the gaze of Yukino and the others, Takeo had no choice but to call out loudly. Eh? Nora-kun? Turning around, Yuta saw Takeo and the group of beautiful girls with him. Whoa, Togashi, you know them. The boy behind Yuta, named Ishiki Makoto, looked at the otherwise unremarkable Yuta in surprise. Ah, yeah. Hold on a sec, let me see what's up, Yuta said, scratching his head sheepishly, before quickly heading to the door. Nora-kun, everyone, is something wrong? Yuta asked, confused. We're going to have lunch together and discuss some things, Yukino stated seriously, looking at Yuta. Ah, right. Got it. Let me just tell the others I won't be joining them, Yuta quickly replied. Chapter 20 Speculations on the Reincarnation Space. 898 words. So, does anyone have anything they'd like to say? Soon, the group arrived at a restaurant off campus. After ordering, Yukino looked at everyone and initiated the conversation. Yukino-senpai, I think you already have something in mind. Why don't you share it first? Seeing her expression, Takeo spoke up. All right. Actually, I want to invite everyone to join the service club, a club I established, Yukino said seriously, looking at everyone. Eh? The service club. Hearing this, Yui and Yumaru seemed to think of something and were visibly surprised. Hashiman and Yuta weren't faring much better. Those with excess, in a spirit of benevolence, give their excess to those in need. Extending a helping hand to those in trouble. That is the purpose of this club, Yukino quickly explained, seeing their obvious misunderstanding. I see. I don't really get it, but it sounds impressive. Yui said, looking somewhat dazed. The current situation is somewhat similar. After all, we were told the world is undergoing a great change. So, I hope we can unite as much as possible. Whether we encounter problems or others do, we should try to lend a hand, Yukino stated earnestly. Takeo looked at Yukino with surprise. He hadn't expected her to be concerned about others beyond her own family now. If that's the case, shouldn't it be called the Far East Magic Society instead? Rika raised her hand and declared. Hearing her words, everyone fell into silence. While we can investigate such matters, we don't need such a conspicuous club name, Takeo said with a light sigh after hearing Rika. I think the service club is quite good too, Yumaru chimed in with an awkward smile. So, what does everyone think? The service club is already established, and currently, I'm the only member. You all just need to join, Yukino said, ignoring Rika's suggestion and looking at the group. I don't have any objections to that, Takeo said after a moment's thought. Since they were in high school, club activities were inevitable. Joining a club with these people was better than joining a completely unfamiliar one with strangers. That's amazing. One person can start a club. Yui exclaimed, looking at Yukino in awe. Yumaru and Yuta were also somewhat surprised. I assume no one has any objections. Yukino felt a bit tired seeing Yui fixating on the odd detail again. I agree, Yumaru nodded with a smile. She had initially planned to join the Go Home Club, but given the circumstances, she naturally wouldn't refuse. Her brother and Yui's sister weren't at this school, but since everyone else was here, she wouldn't separate from the group. Good. Then everyone, please fill out these membership application forms. I'll submit them to the responsible teacher tomorrow, Yukino said, producing papers and handing them to everyone, clearly prepared in advance. Seeing this, Takeo had nothing more to say. He took a form and filled it out. Joining didn't necessarily mean he had to attend every activity if something came up. One more thing. Does anyone have thoughts about the next session in 9 days? Yukino continued after seeing everyone start filling out the forms. While I'm not certain if we are forcibly taken away right at 9 p.m., then perhaps we should all find a hidden location beforehand, Takeo suggested after some thought. I was thinking the same. Since we don't know how long we'll be gone, it would be better to inform our families and leave home ahead of time, Yukino agreed, nodding. Then, should we try to choose the same world next time? Yui asked hopefully. We can try, but it might not go as we wish, Takeo said after considering her words. How so? Yukino asked, looking at Takeo curiously. Not just Yukino, the others also turned their attention to Takeo. How so? Because it's highly likely the world choices offered next time will be completely different. Even if they're the same, we might not be assigned together, Takeo explained calmly. It was even possible they'd be forcibly sent to a specific world with no preparation time, or even placed in opposing factions. Of course, these were just possibilities. Takeo wasn't sure, and to avoid unnecessary worry, he didn't elaborate further. I see. That's true. Like this time, even though we chose the same instance, we were split into 2 groups, Yukino fell silent upon hearing this. So, I hope everyone understands that in that place, you can't always rely on others. Your own strength is most important. Of course, if we are assigned together, cooperation is certainly possible, Takeo said earnestly. Indeed, Yumaru nodded seriously. One last point. It seems items not verified by the reincarnation space can't be taken into the instance worlds. It's best to be mentally prepared for the worst in that regard, Takeo added after another moment of thought. Eh? Is that so? Yui looked at Takeo in shock. That's my speculation. Since things from that world can't be brought back, it stands to reason things from this world might not be taken over. However, since the last world was a game, I'm not entirely sure. But when you have the chance, you could try storing some supplies. We might end up in a world severely lacking resources next time, Takeo could only offer his advice to the group. I understand, everyone said after a moment's pause, nodding quickly. Chapter 21, The Shopping Spree. 829 words. Yumaru looked at Takeo with surprise. She couldn't shake the feeling that Takeo's understanding of the reincarnation space far exceeded everyone else's, even though they had all experienced it for the first time. Knock, knock. Your food is ready. At that moment, there was a knock on the door before it opened. A server entered and quickly served the dishes. About 5 minutes later, the server politely informed them that all dishes had been served, wished them a good meal, and left. All right, let's eat first, Yukino said after the server departed. Hearing her, everyone nodded slightly and began to eat. When the bill came, Yukino paid it directly. As she put it, since she was the one who suggested eating out, and while her money wasn't limitless, she had a few 100,000 yen in allowance, so this 5,000-something yen bill wasn't a big deal. All right, we can continue discussing matters about that place tomorrow. As for the things Takeru-kun mentioned, Yui-chan and Yumaru-kun, please relay them to Yui-chan and Taihei-san, Yukino said as they were about to part ways. Yes, I understand, Yumaru nodded seriously. Even if Yukino hadn't mentioned it, she would have explained everything to Taihei. Yes. Hearing Yukino address her, Yui replied nervously. There's no need to be so tense, Yui-chan, Yukino said, shaking her head helplessly at Yui's demeanor. At Yukino's words, Yui just lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well then, I'll be going now, Takeo said, glancing at the group. See you, Takeo-kun. Yuta and Hashiman said. The others waved goodbye. After parting ways with the group, Takeo didn't head straight home. Instead, he went to a nearby large supermarket. His current total assets were around 360,000 yen, so he planned to buy some food and daily necessities. Although he had told the others that some items might not be allowed into mission worlds, that was just his speculation. To be safe, he decided to prepare some dry rations, water, and clothes, pack them in a large box, and store them in his item slots. After all, Takeru doubted every world would negate the need for food, water, and other necessities. Many worlds might be in a post-apocalyptic state. In such situations, while Takeru was confident in surviving with his high defense, dying from a lack of food or water would be utterly humiliating. Of course, if the reincarnation space truly wouldn't allow such items, it was fine. He'd just use what he bought himself. As for money, in about 10 days, he would receive his first payment for the light novels, advances for volumes 1 and 2. Since his contract with the publisher included a fixed advance plus royalties, the royalty portion would take longer. But the first fixed advance of 500,000 yen would arrive on the 15th. On the 10th, the first volume of his light novel would officially go on sale. The second volume would be published the following month. He didn't need to worry much about publishing and operations. For now, he just waited for the royalties. Of course, if the series became a hit, he might need to attend a book signing event, but that certainly wouldn't be necessary within 2 months. Soon, Takeru arrived at the large supermarket. He grabbed a shopping cart and began a frenzied shopping spree. "Hey, Takeru-kun!" Just as Takeru was stuffing his cart with various dry foods and water, a surprised voice called out. Yumaru? What a coincidence. Takeru saw Yumaru also pushing a cart. Compared to Takeru's cart full of food, hers contained only some snacks and a large bottle of soda. "My brother asked me to buy some snacks, so I came to get these," Yumaru quickly explained, noticing Takeru's gaze on her cart. Hearing her explanation, Takeru just smiled without calling her out. It seemed this world's Yumaru was quite similar to the one I knew from my previous life. "But Takeru-kun, do you have that much money on you? Or are you, like Yukino-senpai, from a wealthy family?" Yumaru asked curiously, looking at the food in Takeru's cart. A rough estimate put the total over 50,000 yen. "I'm not from a wealthy family. It's just that I manage the household finances," Takeru replied, shaking his head gently. "You manage the household finances?" Yumaru was taken aback. After a moment, she seemed to understand something and didn't press further. Running into Yumaru was just a coincidence. After buying a few more things together, Takeru said goodbye to her. Then, he continued pushing his cart toward the fresh produce and meat sections. Soon, after gathering about 3 days' worth of ingredients, Takeru headed to the checkout counter. Seeing Takeru buying so much food, the staff was surprised but not overly concerned. For various reasons, people in this world had a habit of stockpiling food for emergencies. So, although Takeru spent over 120,000 yen on food, people were only slightly surprised and not overly shocked. Chapter 22, Chapter 22A touched Mayu. 768 words. Carrying 3 large, heavily laden bags, Takeru walked home. Thanks to his increased strength, the weight wasn't too burdensome, but to prevent the bags from tearing, he used his psychokinesis to lighten their load and his own. "Oh my, Takeru-kun, you bought so much!" A resident of the same apartment building remarked with surprise as he entered. "Ah, Mrs. EMI. With high school starting, I might not have as much free time later, so I stocked up on some dry goods," Takeru replied with a light smile. "Is that so? You really do work hard," Mrs. EMI said with a sympathetic tone, knowing a bit about Takeru's family situation. "Not at all. Well, I'll head up now," Takeru said, waving goodbye. "See you later." Unlocking his apartment door, Takeru quickly set the bags down. He retrieved a large cardboard box he had saved and began loading it with supplies. After packing the contents of 2 full bags into the box, he sealed it. Touching the box, he focused, and it instantly vanished from the room. Checking his item slots, he saw the box resting there safely. With another thought, he summoned the box back, confirmed nothing was missing, and sighed in relief. He stored the box away again in the item slot. Then, he took the remaining bag to the refrigerator and began organizing its contents. This bag contained fresh ingredients that needed to be consumed over the next few days. Checking the time, it was only 2 p.m. Even though it was the first day of school, Mayu wouldn't be home until around 3 p.m. So, Takeru decided to go back to the supermarket to buy some clothes. Since the supermarket wasn't far from the apartment, Takeru's trip out and back only took until about 3 p.m. I'm home. Opening the door and seeing shoes in the entryway, Takeru knew Mayu was already back. "Oni-chan, you're back. What did you buy? Let me see." Hearing Takeru's voice, Mayu quickly ran out and saw the 3 bags in his hands. "Ooh? What's this?" The first 2 bags seemed normal, but when she reached for the last one, it felt unusually heavy. Sandbags. Opening it, Mayu saw special sandbags, clearly designed for training by strapping to arms or legs. Oni-chan, why did you buy these? Mayu asked, confused. To train, of course. Takeo replied with an amused smile. Eh? But why start training all of a sudden? Mayu was even more puzzled. Why? To be better able to protect you in the future, of course. Takeo answered without hesitation. Hearing his words, Mayu froze for a moment. Looking at Takeo's expression, she bit her lip and suddenly hugged him tightly. I just said it casually. But there are reasons I need to get stronger now, Takeo said softly, gently patting her head. He couldn't hide his training from Mayu, living together, so he never intended to keep it a secret. He just hadn't expected his offhand remark to move her so deeply. Of course, he wasn't lying. Soon, after calming Mayu down, Takeo began training in the living room while Mayu watched TV from the couch, cheering him on. Meanwhile, in an apartment not far from Takeo's, Yumaru, the moment she returned home, instantly transformed into her hamster mode alter ego and embraced a life of leisure. Munching on snacks, playing video games in front of the TV, and guzzling from a large bottle of cola. I'm home, Taihei said upon returning, sighing lightly at the sight of Yumaru's state before starting to clean up her mess. Ah, Oni-chan, you're back. Yumaru greeted him casually. Yumaru, now that you're a reincarnator, shouldn't you have at least a little sense of urgency? Taihei said helplessly. How rude. I am taking it very seriously. Yumaru declared. Really? I don't see it at all, Taihei thought, looking at her current condition. Oh, right, Oni-chan. About that place, Takeo-kun shared some of his thoughts, Yumaru suddenly remembered, speaking to Taihei. What did he say? Taihei's expression turned serious. After all, matters related to that place could very well concern their lives. About items likely not being transferable between worlds, and that the worlds we enter might be different, or we might not be assigned together. Yumaru quickly summarized Takeru's points. I see. It seems your classmate is quite remarkable. No wonder he got a C-rank evaluation right from the start, Taihei nodded thoughtfully. Also, Oni-chan, let's go on a big shopping trip too. I saw Takeru-kun buying a lot today, Yumaru suggested excitedly. Okay, we can go tonight, Taihei agreed, nodding. Chapter 23, Earth's Mutation, 9 days pass in a blink. 835 words. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day at noon. Takeo and the others gathered in the service club room, curiously observing the classroom. Since there were many desks in the back, they combined several to form one large table, then brought chairs around it. They also made sure to lock the door from the inside. All right, let's continue yesterday's discussion. Regarding the points Takeru-kun mentioned, does anyone have anything to add? Yukino initiated the conversation again. However, upon hearing her, everyone exchanged glances, clearly having nothing substantial to add. It was understandable, they were all encountering the reincarnation space for the first time. Even Takeo, despite the vast information from his past life, couldn't fully comprehend this reincarnation space on the first try. In that case, let's discuss this world mutation mentioned by that place. First, has anyone noticed anything unusual happening around them? Yukino looked at the group and spoke again. Nothing here, Hashiman shook his head first. I haven't noticed anything abnormal either, Yumaru quickly raised her hand. Then, everyone else shook their heads one by one, indicating they hadn't observed anything unusual. That could be considered good news. It suggests that even if a mutation is happening, it won't suddenly erupt into some major catastrophe, giving us enough time to prepare and grow stronger, Yukino stated seriously. Even if something major did happen suddenly, with our current abilities, we probably couldn't handle it anyway, Yumaru said hesitantly. True. Compared to what we are now, even a single handgun would be difficult to deal with. If something supernatural truly appears, we'd have to rely on national forces for now, Takeo added. What you say is correct. However, the nation is completely unaware that the world is about to change. So, I hope we can all try to help mitigate disasters. And by detecting any unusual changes early, we can respond faster when disasters reach us, right? Yukino sighed lightly at Takeo and Yumaru's words. Since they couldn't tell anyone in this world about the special space, or even if they could, explaining it to the military would be difficult, the more likely outcome would be their imprisonment for study. That's true. But with too little information, we can't inform the nation. We can only rely on everyone being more observant in their daily lives. Of course, I believe the most important thing for everyone is to improve themselves. Material items might not be taken in, but our own memories and strength likely won't be restricted by that place, Takeru supplemented. Hearing Takeru's words, everyone nodded seriously. After a brief discussion, the group disbanded, free to stay or leave as they wished. Takeru didn't go elsewhere. He started training his strength right there in the clubroom. Seeing Takeru's diligence, Yuta and Hashiman felt too awkward to slack off and also began training in a corner. Since Takeru's strength and constitution hadn't increased much, and defense offered limited bonuses to stamina and physique, Takeru, wearing weights, couldn't match Yuta and Hashiman in exercises like push-ups. Their strength and constitution were around 35 points each now. Takeru didn't mind, focusing on self-improvement. Yukino, meanwhile, read books and researched, constantly enriching her knowledge. In places unknown to Takeru and the others, at a zoo, a tiger seemed affected by something special. It became violent, its strength increasing as it relentlessly slammed against its enclosure, nearly breaking it before staff arrived in time to sedate and examine it. Besides the tiger, a monkey was also affected. Watching the passing humans, it showed a fierce expression, but with increased intelligence, it didn't act recklessly, instead quietly save power. Beyond the zoo, in some pet shops, cats and dogs underwent temperament changes, injuring staff. However, their strength hadn't increased enough to cause severe injury or death. People were puzzled by these events but didn't pay them much mind. In unseen places, such occurrences multiplied. In forests and oceans, some animals and plants slowly underwent changes. It was as if a second growth spurt had begun, breaking previous size limits and evolving toward larger forms, with significant increases in strength, speed, and other attributes. Besides animals, special places like cemeteries or haunted houses began spawning unique monsters that could fuse and consume resentment, forming spectral shadows. Initially subtle, they grew at an alarming rate. Even Earth itself was undergoing peculiar changes. A great calamity was poised to envelop the planet, yet people continued their ordinary lives. For Takeru, daily life remained highly regular, training, school, club discussions, returning home after class, cooking, and enjoying ordinary time with Mayu. In the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed since the last reincarnation mission. During this time, Takeru and the others saw news reports about animals suddenly attacking people, suspecting it was related to the mutation. But they couldn't be sure and couldn't easily intervene. Additionally, the first volume of Takeru's book had been released. In just 3 more days, the first royalty payment would hit his account. Chapter 24, Chapter 24-24. 717 words. That evening at 9 o'clock, Takeru received a prompt from his reincarnation watch. It notified him that he must enter the reincarnation space for a mission within 24 hours, after which he would be forcibly summoned. Seeing this, Takeru was momentarily taken aback, then fell into thought. It seemed the reincarnation space was quite considerate in this regard. While Takeru was thinking, his phone rang. Mayu, sitting beside him, curiously glanced at it. "I'll take this call," Takeru said softly to Mayu after seeing the caller's name, then went to a guest room. "Hello, this is Nora Takeru," he answered. "Takeru, you received the prompt, right?" Yukino's voice came through the phone. "Yes, I did," Takeru replied calmly. "Tomorrow is the weekend. I was thinking we could all gather at my apartment to enter together. Would that be convenient for you?" Yukino asked hesitantly. "That's not a problem. What time?" Takeru considered for a moment before responding. "How about 3 p.m.? Yukino suggested. "All right. I'll be there on time," Takeru agreed calmly. "Good. After I confirm with the others, I'll post the details in the group chat," Yukino said, sounding relieved that Takeru agreed. Though Takeru hadn't displayed overwhelming strength in their daily lives, Yukino understood he was likely the most formidable among them. Combined with his frequent and valuable insights, Yukino had unwittingly developed a slight reliance on him, though she hadn't realized it yet. In fact, not just Yukino, but others like Yumaru also held Takeru in high regard. If a leader were chosen among them, it wouldn't be Yukino, who often organized things, but the reliable and handsome Takeru. Of course, Takeru himself didn't think much about such things. He simply didn't want to stand out too much. Offering some advice without exposing himself was something he didn't mind doing. "All right, let's leave it at that for now," Takeru said softly. Okay, see you later, Yukino said before quickly hanging up. Hearing the dial tone, Takeru calmly put away his phone. Then, the phone rang again. This time it was Yui. Takeru answered once more. This is Takeru, he said after picking up. Ah, Takeru-kun, what about that? Yui's ditzy voice came through the line as soon as the call connected. Wani-chan. Just asked Takeru-senpai if he got the prompt. Listening to the flustered Yui and the exasperated voice of Ui on the other end, Takeru shook his head with an amused smile. Yui, I received the prompt. Yukino just called me. We're gathering at her place tomorrow. Wait a moment, she'll probably call you too, Takeru quickly explained Yukino's plan. Ah, yes. I understand. Yui finally sounded relieved. Is there anything else? If not, you should hang up, or Yukino might not be able to reach you, Takeru added. No, nothing else. Alright, see you later then. Takeru smiled and hung up. Bye-bye. After the call, Takeru returned to the living room and sat back on the couch with Mayu to continue watching the movie. Oni-chan, who was that? Mayu asked, naturally wrapping her arms around him once he sat down. A classmate, Takeru replied casually. A female classmate, right? Mayu looked at him intently. From the club. We have a club activity tomorrow, so be good and stay home alone, okay? Takeru answered directly. Really? You're not going on a date, are you? Mayu eyed him suspiciously. I told you, I'm not. Takeru ruffled her hair. Seeing his reaction, Mayu let it go for the moment, but her eye sparkled with a mischievous gleam. In that case, I want compensation from Oni-chan, Mayu said, staring straight at him. All right, what do you want? Takeru asked, looking at her. Next weekend, I want you to take me to the zoo. Mayu thought for a moment and said seriously. The zoo? Okay, I understand. Takeru hesitated briefly but then nodded at her expectant look. Thank you, Oni-chan. Hearing his agreement, Mayu excitedly kissed his cheek, then rested her head on his shoulder as they continued watching the movie. Takeru was slightly stunned by her action but then shook his head with a wry smile. Not long after, Takeru received a message in the group chat from Yukino. Clearly, everyone had agreed to her proposal. They would gather at her apartment tomorrow. Chapter 25, A World of Zombies. 727 words. As time passed, the next day arrived. In the afternoon, Takeru left some money for Mayu, said goodbye, and headed towards Yukino's apartment. Their residences weren't far apart, so they could all walk there. At 2:40 p.m., Takeru knocked on Yukino's apartment door. Takeru, you're here, Yukino said, stepping aside to let him in. Sorry for intruding. Although they agreed to meet at 3 p.m., everyone had apparently chosen to arrive early. Except for Yui and Ui, who lived a bit farther away, Taihei, Rika, and the others were already waiting with Yukino. Hey, Takeru! The others waved at him. Takeru quickly returned their greetings. About 5 minutes later, Yui and Ui arrived. After brief greetings, precisely at 3 p.m., everyone vanished from the spot. This time, when Takeru regained consciousness, he was once again in a pure white space. But unlike last time, Yukino and the others weren't there, only himself. Separated. Takeru frowned, scanning the surroundings, confirming no one else was present. Sighing lightly, he checked his reincarnation watch. This time, there was only one world to choose from. Gakugarashi, School Live. Takeru was somewhat familiar with this anime. The theme was clearly a zombie apocalypse world. Since there were no other options, Takeru checked the exchange list, finding no new items available. He then inspected the items he had purchased in the main world, confirmed they were still there, and without further hesitation, selected to enter. A white light enveloped Takeru, and he disappeared from the spot. Elsewhere, Yukino and the others, also seeing only one world available, checked their items. Seeing no one else around, they directly chose to enter, thinking the probability of being together was likely high since there was only one mission world. As for Takeru, when his vision cleared, he found himself in a plainly decorated room with a simple double bed, a TV, some supplies, and a bathroom not far away. A faint, special glow seemed to surround them. His sharp hearing picked up faint footsteps outside. Besides himself, a familiar figure lay before him. Rika. Unlike Takeru, she was still unconscious. Most notably, both their clothes had changed, and they now wore simple tracksuits. Ignoring Rika for now, Takeru first checked his reincarnation watch. World introduction: this is a world where an apocalypse has erupted. A large number of humans have been infected by an unknown virus, turning into mindless zombies. Zombies carry a special virus. Being bitten leads to infection. Survive with all your might. Main Mission 1, survive for 7 days. Main Mission 2, eliminate 30 zombies. Side Mission, hidden. Reading the mission details, Takeru fell into thought. A virus could be considered a type of poison, right? Could his Poison Dragon Devourer skill provide immunity? Shaking his head, he stopped overthinking. He wasn't overly concerned about the zombies. If they were like those in the manga, they probably couldn't even breach his defense. Next, Takeru looked at his item slots. The slot containing the box of supplies he bought from the real world was grayed out. He tried to retrieve it with a thought. Manifest the box? Detected items within the box. Manifestation cost, 896 points. Cancel. Without hesitation, Takeru refused, though it got him thinking. While manifestation required points, it could be a crucial life-saving option in many situations. However, the health recovery potions and mana recovery potions he had stored earlier could be freely retrieved without any point cost. Where? Takeru-kun? While Takeru was deep in thought, Rika woke up. At first dazed, she quickly regained full awareness. Seeing Takeru, she hurried over to him. Check your mission first. Mine is to survive and hunt. What's yours? Takeru said directly upon seeing her awake. Eh? Right. Reminded by Takeru, Rika quickly looked at her reincarnation watch. My mission is to survive for 7 days and eliminate 30 zombies. The side mission is unknown, Rika promptly reported. After speaking, she froze. Reading the world introduction and the elimination mission, she began to tremble involuntarily. Hearing her report, Takeru nodded. Their missions were clearly identical. Takeru-kun, what are zombies? After a long silence, Rika finally asked, her voice laced with fear. I think we'll see them soon enough, Takeru replied calmly. He had mentally prepared himself for elimination missions. However, now faced with it directly, he felt his heartbeat quicken slightly. Chapter 26, First Kill. 742 words. As Takeru and Rika remained silent, the light surrounding them faded. The sounds from outside became even clearer to Takeru's ears. He casually summoned Twilight Moon. With the additional 30 points to strength, he felt a tremendous surge of power. It was worth noting that Twilight Knight's shadow, Twilight Knight's armor, and Twilight Moon were soulbound to him. Even if others took them, they could use them but wouldn't receive the attribute bonuses. Because they were soulbound, Takeru's own attacks couldn't damage these 3 pieces of equipment. This delighted him but also brought a worry. He relied on others' attacks to break and grow these items through their destruction growth effect. Currently, however, Takeru couldn't find anyone who could damage them. Even in their initial state, Yukino and the others likely couldn't break them. Are you ready, Takanasha-san? Let's search for usable items and then leave this place, Takeru said, looking at the dazed Rika. Ah, yes. Hearing Takeru, Rika snapped back to attention. Soon, Takeru searched around. The only potentially useful item seemed to be a kitchen knife, but it was useless to him. Besides that, there were some men's clothes in the wardrobe. Without much thought, Takeru selected a few, wrapped them in a blanket, and stored them in an item slot. As for food, his search yielded nothing. There wasn't even running water. When Takeru opened the apartment door, it was midday. He and Rika were on the 3rd floor of an unknown apartment building. What mattered more was what Takeru saw: people in tattered clothes wandering aimlessly. Their bodies were stained with large amounts of long-dried blood, now blackened. Their faces were utterly terrifying. Takeru-kun. Rika, stepping out, also saw the horrifying zombies. Her pupils dilated, and she trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed with fear. A nearby zombie heard the door opening and slowly shuffled towards them, as if sensing they were edible. Though Takeru also felt deeply unsettled, his years of life and prior mental preparation helped. Watching the zombie approach, he swung Twilight Moon, ending it in one strike. The sharp blade, combined with Takeru's immense strength, met slight resistance from hard bone but still severed the head. With its head detached, the zombie lost all life and collapsed, dark red blood slowly seeping out. Looking at the blood on Twilight Moon, Takeru felt a wave of intense nausea. However, he quickly forced himself to adapt to the scene. During the attack, he had used his psychokinesis to form a barrier-like shield, preventing any blood from splattering on him or his hands. Goo! Seeing the zombie's detached head, Rika leaned against the doorway, dry heaving. Takeru said nothing. He simply eliminated the next 3 zombies shuffling closer to them. After dispatching them, the immediate area fell quiet. Takeru noticed many more zombies wandering aimlessly downstairs. However, those zombies couldn't see what happened here and couldn't easily come up. Takeru let out a soft sigh of relief. He looked at the extremely bloody scene, forcing himself to adapt quickly. In truth, Takeru could have killed the zombie much more easily. But to train himself, he chose to attack personally. The feeling of the short sword cutting through the zombie. Takeru wasn't sure how it differed from cutting a living human, but he suspected it wasn't too different. That sensation made him shudder slightly. We should go. After giving Rika a moment to adapt, Takeru felt it was time and spoke softly again. I understand. Rika looked at her own vomit, feeling embarrassed before Takeru. You need to adapt to this as soon as possible. These zombies aren't strong. Once you adapt, completing the mission will be straightforward, Takeru said seriously, looking calmly at Rika. Yes. Rika fell silent for a moment, then nodded. For now, let's check if there are any usable items in this apartment building, Takeru said, glancing around. Is anyone there? After deciding on the plan, Takeru called out loudly to the neighboring apartment. No human response came. Instead, there was a very faint sound that quickly turned into a thumping noise against the door. Clearly, a zombie was inside. Thinking this, Takeru didn't hesitate. He kicked the door with immense force, sending it flying inward along with the corpse behind it, which was pinned and immobilized. Takeru's loud commotion caused the zombies upstairs and downstairs to move faster, but unable to locate the precise source of the sound, they continued their aimless wandering. Chapter 27, Searching for Supplies and Clearing. 801 words. Takeru ignored the distant zombies. He first ensured the pinned zombie was finished, then searched the apartment for anything useful. Luck was somewhat on his side. He found some bottled water, dried food, and rice. The apartment also held a large collection of figurines, game cartridges, and videotapes. Additionally, Takeru found several adult magazines. Shaking his head, he gathered the usable supplies and moved on to investigate the next apartment. Soon, with Takeru's forceful approach, only the last of the 5 apartments on the 3rd floor remained unchecked. Rika, this one is yours, Takeru said calmly, looking at the girl who had been mostly following along. I'll do my best. Seeing Takeru's serious expression, Rika took a deep breath. Despite immense psychological pressure, she knew she had to cross this hurdle. After another deep breath, she forcefully kicked the apartment door open, revealing the scene inside. First, a zombie stood behind the door, already injured. Another slow-moving zombie shuffled from the direction of the bathroom towards her. Fireball. With a slight tremble, Rika quickly conjured a fireball and hurled it at the approaching zombie. A boom echoed. The fireball's impact knocked the zombie back, and flames rapidly engulfed it as if it were highly flammable. Seeing the zombie engulfed in flames, Rika stood frozen. Takeru, however, sensed danger and used his psychokinesis to isolate the fire. About 10 minutes later, the fire finally died out, leaving behind only a charred and broken skeleton. There's still the other one. But don't use fire again, Takeru said calmly. Okay. Hearing Takeru, Rika snapped out of her daze. She then slowly conjured an ice arrow in her hand and shot it at the injured zombie. The arrow pierced the zombie, which emitted a mournful sound but didn't die. You need to hit the head, Takeru reminded her again, watching the struggling zombie. I see. Realizing her mistake, Rika quickly conjured another ice arrow and aimed it squarely at the zombie's head, finally killing it. Seeing the gruesome result of her actions, she dry-heaved again. Takeru could only pat her back gently, saying nothing. A quick search of the apartment yielded few useful items, but there were some. Takeru bundled them up and stored them in an item slot. His item slots were now 3/4 full. Besides the one locked slot and the ones with health and mana potions, 4 slots remained usable. Let's go, Takeru said, seeing Rika had mostly recovered. Okay. Next, Takeru and Rika proceeded to clear the floors above. As time passed, Takeda didn't even need to use his psychokinesis or shield bash skills, as the zombies were far too weak for him. Takeda understood that this mission was simply for adaptation. With a bit of courage, anyone could complete it easily. Meanwhile, Yumaru, along with the Hirasawa sisters, found themselves in another parallel version of the Gakugurashi world. Clearly, the reincarnation space didn't intend to place everyone together, even if they chose the same world. Yukino and Taihei were in the same world. After reading their mission, they fell into a brief silence. However, both were rational. After a short discussion and some mental preparation, they ventured outside. Seeing the terrifying zombies, they suppressed their nausea and killed them. After the kill, the horrifying sensation and extremely bloody scene made both of them dry heave. The final pair was Hashiman and Yuta. Compared to Hashiman, Yuta was more timid. Seeing such terrifying monsters, his legs went weak. However, in a moment of near death when a zombie almost bit him, Yuta snapped. He narrowly avoided death and unleashed a fireball, setting the zombie ablaze. Though in different parallel worlds, everyone's starting point was the same, a relatively safe apartment in a building. The slowest progress was made by Yumaru, Yui, and Ui. Being girls, they had a natural fear of such things. It took them a long time to mentally prepare before they could start hunting zombies. Takeru didn't know about the others' progress. After clearing the 6th floor, he and Rika had gathered a fair amount of supplies. With careful rationing, it might even last them 7 days. Of course, while that was possible, Takeru didn't plan to just scrape by. Beyond the basic mission, he wanted to aim for higher mission rewards. Rika, let's split up to search for resources now. You take the 2nd floor, I'll take the 1st, Takeru said after clearing the last room on the 6th floor. Hearing this, Rika was taken aback, feeling afraid. Through their brief time together, she had developed a slight dependence on Takeru. Takeru had noticed this, which was precisely why he suggested splitting up. In the reincarnation space, if one couldn't grow independent quickly, they wouldn't survive when left to complete a mission alone. Chapter 28, Chapter 28 Poison Dragon Cleanup, heading to the shopping center. 696 words. Of course, while his intent was for Rika's good, Takeru didn't dictate her actions. He let her make the choice herself. I understand, Rika said after a moment's hesitation, nodding in agreement with Takeru's suggestion. Good. Be careful. If anything happens, just call out loudly. We'll meet back at the stairwell, Takeru said, giving her a deep look before speaking. Compared to the upper floors, the 1st floor undoubtedly had several times more monsters. Most zombies didn't deliberately climb stairs, and those wandering upstairs were likely there when the virus broke out or had stumbled up by chance. However, confident in his own strength, Takeru felt no fear. Aside from the initial discomfort, these zombies were now merely potential items for improving his mission evaluation. He and Rika quickly reached the 2nd floor. After bidding her goodbye, Takeru headed down to the 1st floor. Unlike Rika's cautiousness, Takeru moved openly, walking directly towards the zombies. Hearing the commotion and seeing Takeru, the zombies slowly shuffled towards him. Facing dozens of zombies, Takeru's expression remained unchanged. Poison dragon, he murmured softly. Instantly, 3 terrifying purple poison dragons materialized above him. They surged forward, crashing into the horde. Zombies touched by the dragons were violently thrown back, and those splashed with the venom began to rapidly dissolve. Clearly, besides immense toxicity, the poison dragons possessed extremely corrosive properties. Takeru's eyes narrowed slightly. This power seemed a bit too overwhelming, he'd have to remember not to use it during any friendly sparring later. After clearing the area with one move, Takeru didn't dwell on it. He began searching the 1st floor. About 10 minutes later, he had roughly checked everywhere, storing all usable supplies in his item slots. He also found 2 cars using keys discovered upstairs, planning to drive them later. As for location, a map confirmed they were in the city of Meguragaoka. Takeru's next planned destination was the city's large shopping center, followed by Meguragaoka High School, where the main characters survived. After reviewing his plans, Takeru headed to the 2nd floor. He saw several zombies that had died in gruesome ways but remained expressionless, walking past them until he saw Rika emerging from the 4th apartment. Takeru, just a moment, please. There are 2 rooms left, Rika said, looking somewhat apologetic. Never mind. Let's go. We're heading to the shopping center next. We have enough supplies for now, Takeru said, gently shaking his head. Okay. Naturally, Rika didn't argue. Downstairs, Rika stared at the heavily corroded surroundings, shocked, wondering what terrifying technique Takeru had used. Takeru offered no explanation. Soon, Takeru led Rika to a car, tossed some supplies that weren't in his item slots into the back seat, and started the engine. "Hey, Takeru-kun, you can drive?" Rika asked in surprise. "Yes, a little," Takeru nodded lightly. Driving was a skill from his previous life and posed no problem. He started the engine. Though the car had been idle for a while, it still started. Checking the fuel gauge, he saw it was half full, which is enough. After letting the engine run for a bit, Takeru drove off. Exiting the building, the most striking sights were the dilapidated structures and roads littered with debris and wreckage, along with the aimlessly wandering zombies. Though there was much debris, the car could still drive normally. Following the map, Takeru headed toward the shopping center, running over several zombies attracted by the sound along the way. He paid them no mind as long as they didn't impede his progress. As time passed, around 3 p.m., Takeru finally saw a massive shopping center, somewhat familiar to him. Without much thought, he parked the car. "Takeru, are we stopping here?" Rika asked as he stopped the car. "Yes, we've arrived." "Let's get out," Takeru nodded. Exiting the car, Takeru casually dispatched a few enthusiastic zombies. Looking at the desolate shopping center, he waved for Rika to follow and strode boldly inside. "Hello. Is anyone there?" Takeru called out loudly upon entering. "Takeru!" Rika broke out in a cold sweat at his shouting, but Takeru ignored her. Looking around, his shouting had drawn many zombies, now converging on their position. Chapter 29, Survivor, Naoki Miki. 715 words. Ice arrow. Seeing this scene, Rika quickly used her magic, conjuring an ice arrow that pierced the heads of 2 zombies in succession. "Rest in peace, the departed," Takeru said aloud. Using his telekinesis, he controlled several kitchen knives he had collected earlier, directing them to slash at the necks of the approaching zombies. Under the powerful telekinetic force, the knives soon decapitated the nearby zombies. In less than 5 minutes, all the zombies that had closed in were lying on the ground, motionless. "Takeru, what is that?" Rika stared blankly at the floating, now blunted kitchen knives. "My special ability," Takeru replied calmly. He didn't plan to hide his telekinesis. It was a practical skill he would use frequently. Besides, his true trump cards weren't telekinesis, but his formidable defense attributes and various special talents and skills. Hearing Takeru's words, Rika just stared at him, surprised he possessed such a powerful ability. It seemed fitting for the only one who had received a C-rank evaluation. Ignoring Rika's astonishment, Takeru headed towards the shops on the first floor. Many shop doors were closed. Unconcerned, he called out loudly, attracting any stragglers, dispatched them instantly, and simultaneously searched for survivors. Seeing this, Rika imitated Takeru's actions, shouting loudly to attract zombies before killing them. Soon, they completely cleared the first floor shops. Then, Takeru led Rika up to the second floor. "Is anyone there?" Takeru called out loudly again while clearing zombies on the second floor. Meanwhile, in an employee break room within the shopping center, a girl's heart leaped upon hearing Takeru's call. Looking at the door, she felt momentarily uncertain. Is it rescuers? With hope and trepidation, she wasn't sure if the voice was real or an auditory hallucination. She cautiously pressed her ear against the door. "Is anyone there?" Just as she was hesitating, the voice became clearer. "There's someone here. Please help me." Unable to hold back upon hearing the voice again, she responded loudly. "Takeru, I think I heard someone." Rika also heard the faint cry for help and spoke to Takeru. "I heard it too. It seems to be coming from inside." "Rika, stand guard here. I'll go check," Takeru said, following the sound source. "Where are you?" He called out loudly, carefully listening for the direction. "I'm in the employee break room. Please help me." The girl's voice sounded urgent. Takeru also heard the sound of zombies pounding on something. "Hold on. I'm coming." Locating the source, Takeru rushed towards it. He soon saw 3 zombies banging on a door. Nearby, 2 other zombies, hearing the commotion, started moving towards the door but spotted Takeru and changed direction towards him. Takeru paid no attention to the 2 zombies. Drawing Twilight Moon, a silver flash severed their heads, and they collapsed. Taking a few strides, Takeru dispatched the door-banging zombies with swift strikes. Inside, the girl, who had been bracing the door, froze when the pounding stopped. She stared at the door, uncertain. "You're safe now. You can come out," a voice called out. The girl was stunned, then quickly moved the clutter blocking the door and opened it. What met her eyes was Takeru's handsome face and the slightly blood-stained short sword, Twilight Moon. "Thank you." In an instant, the girl rushed forward and hugged Takeru tightly, tears streaming down her face. Feeling her actions, Takeru was momentarily taken aback, then sighed softly and gently patted her back. "It's all right now." "Everything's fine," Takeru said, sensing the girl's fear. Even while hugging him, her body trembled. "Takeru, did you find?" Rika, following Takeru's path, arrived and saw the girl crying in Takeru's arms. She felt relieved but also, for some reason, a twinge of envy towards the girl. Realizing she felt this strange emotion, Rika shook her head, trying to dispel it. Meanwhile, the girl continued crying for a while before finally calming down. She stepped back from Takeru's embrace, her face showing embarrassment. Thank you. I'm Naoki Miki," she said, bowing her head slightly. "I'm Noro Takeru." "That's Takanashi Rika," Takeru introduced them, observing Miki. He remembered her now. She was a member of the main cast, though she hadn't yet joined the school living club. This indicated that the group from Megurigaoka High School hadn't arrived here yet. Chapter 30 Superpowers? Miki's concern. 689 words. "Are you the only one here?" "Yes." "Oh. When you came, did you see another girl?" "A girl about my height." Upon hearing Takeru's question, Miki remembered her friend and asked excitedly. "I'm afraid we didn't see anyone else. We came from an apartment building in the distance and just drove here," Takeru replied gently. "I see. There was another girl hiding here with me. She left this morning," Miki said, biting her lip sadly. Seeing this, Takeru just shook his head and patted her shoulder lightly. Leaving in the morning with so many zombies around, the chances of survival were slim. "We're going to clear the zombies in this shopping center. Would you like to wait here for us?" Takeru asked Miki calmly. I can fight zombies too." Miki took a deep breath and declared. "I understand. Let's find you a weapon first," Takeru said. Miki said this to show her value. Though still a high school student, her experiences had matured her. Takeru and Rika had fought their way here alone, clearly indicating their strength. She didn't want to be left behind. "Hello. Is anyone there?" As they walked, Takeru continued calling out loudly, checking for other survivors. He also opened shop doors, turned on the lights, and without hesitation killed any zombies that approached. Seeing Takeru's swift and decisive actions, Miki stared in shock, not expecting him to be so strong. Though she didn't fully understand the technique, witnessing Takeru sever zombie heads before they could react was deeply impressive. "How about this?" While Miki was stunned, Takeru walked over with a brand new baseball bat. "Ah, yes." Hearing him, Miki quickly nodded and took the bat. Just as she did, a zombie lunged from a corner, charging straight at her. Ice arrow. At the crucial moment, Rika fired an ice arrow, piercing the zombie's head. Watching the zombie die right before her eyes, Miki froze. What shocked her even more was the ice arrow Rika had just conjured. "Rika, you should use this too. Your mana must be low," Takeru said calmly, handing her another bat. "I understand," Rika nodded, feeling her mana pool of about 20 points, and accepted the bat. What was that?" Seeing Takeru act as if Rika's power was normal, Miki asked blankly. "Superpowers. When the virus broke out, while some people turned into zombies, she and I unexpectedly gained special abilities. We call them superpowers," Takeru explained without blinking. "Superpowers?" Hearing this, Miki was astounded. Rika was also surprised Takeru lied so smoothly, but she wasn't foolish enough to expose him. "All right, the zombies here are mostly cleared. Let's gather all usable supplies," Takeru said, turning to both girls. "Okay." Naturally, they didn't argue and began their own shopping spree. As time passed, the entire massive shopping center was thoroughly cleared by Takeru. He killed every zombie in sight. Since the reincarnation space didn't display his kill count, only confirming mission 2 was complete, Takeru didn't know the exact number. Due to the time, they decided not to leave after clearing the zombies. Takeru planned to stay with Miki and Rika for the night. He also wanted to see if the main characters would arrive. If his memory served, they would come here tomorrow or the day after. Shaking his head, Takeru decided not to wait passively. He planned to actively search for them, potentially triggering or completing a mission. At night, Miki gazed outside, feeling the day's events were unbelievable. She never imagined being rescued, yet her friend was now missing. And the fact that superpowers now existed in the world. Speaking of which, she stared blankly at Takeru, who was diligently training while wearing weighted gear. 299, 300. With a tired exhale, Takeru finished 300 push-ups and stopped. What's wrong? Something on your mind? Noticing Miki's troubled look, Takeru asked. Takeru, will you leave? Seeing his concerned gaze, Miki asked softly. Why do you ask that? Takeru was surprised. I don't know why. I just have a feeling that soon you'll leave me behind, Miki voiced her worry, hearing his casual tone. Chapter 31, Meguragaoka High School. 706 words. Miki, some things are difficult to explain. But I can promise that until I find new companions for you, I will stay by your side. Seeing Miki's expression, Takeru sighed softly. Hearing his words, Miki trembled but couldn't speak. Though they had only spent a short afternoon together, the mature and reliable Takeru had entered her heart like a savior. Miki couldn't distinguish if it was gratitude or dependence, but Takeru had already left an indelible mark on her. All right, it's getting late. Tomorrow, we need to clear more zombies and search for survivors. Get some rest early. Takeru ruffled Miki's hair, feeling a touch of pity for this girl. Although this world seemed like a creation of the reincarnation space, after truly interacting with it, Takeru knew it was very real, including the people and things within it. After speaking, he removed his weighted gear, washed up in the bathroom, and lay down on a lower bed. Rika and Miki lay nearby. Even though the zombies were cleared, they seemed driven by a strange compulsion to wander specific areas, so new ones could appear at the shopping center anytime. Besides that, both girls felt immense unease in this world and had begged Takeru to stay with them. Since Takeru had nothing to lose, he naturally agreed. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window, Takeru awoke. Feeling weight on him, he looked down to find Rika and Miki leaning against him. Gently moving them aside, he stood up. He casually opened a door and looked downstairs. New zombies had already gathered, though far fewer than yesterday, and none seemed to be on the second floor or above. Watching the wandering zombies, Takeru focused. The fruit knives in the room flew telekinetically and swiftly decapitated the zombies below. After this, Takeru returned to the room without a second glance. He spent about 20 minutes freshening up in the bathroom. Upon returning, he saw the two girls still asleep. Sighing lightly, he went to the kitchen and began preparing breakfast. Since neither girl was skilled at cooking, Takeru had prepared the meals yesterday as well. They could only manage simple instant food. Once breakfast was ready, he placed it on the table. The sleeping girls twitched their noses at the smell and soon woke up. Good morning. Breakfast is ready. Wash up and come eat, Takeru said calmly. Sorry, Takeru. Seeing that Takeru had to protect them and also cook, Miki said apologetically. It's fine. Get up now. Today we need to continue searching for survivors and clearing zombies, Takeru shook his head gently. I understand. Hearing this, both girls quickly got up. Not wanting to keep Takeru waiting, they washed up quickly and came to enjoy the breakfast. With abundant supplies gathered, Takeru wasn't stingy. Even breakfast was plentiful. Miki, who had been eating dry rations, eagerly enjoyed the meal. After packing up, they headed outside. Leaving the shopping center, Miki looked back with mixed feelings. If not for meeting Takeru and being in the shopping center, she might have perished in this catastrophe long ago. Even if it's a bit late. I'm moving forward now, Kay. Silently bidding her final farewell to her friend, Miki followed the others. They first went outside the shopping center. Takeru looked at the blood-stained car, then motioned for everyone to get in. Following the map, he found a gas station, refueled, and drove towards Meguragaoka High School. Takeru, where are we going? Rika asked curiously, seeing him check the map constantly. To Meguragaoka High School, Takeru replied calmly. Why? Because schools have a high population density. If any students survived the initial outbreak, their chances of survival might be higher there, Takeru explained. I see, Rika said, no longer questioning. Meguragaoka High School wasn't too far, but it wasn't very close either. With zombies hindering their path, it was almost 9:30 a.m. when Takeo finally saw the school buildings. That's Meguragaoka High School over there. Miki soon pointed to a distant building. It looks pretty run down too, Rika remarked, frowning. Let's assess the situation first, Takeo said calmly. I hope someone there is okay, Miki said worriedly, looking towards the school. Chapter 32, Chapter 32 Survivors at Meguragaoka High School. 719 words. Meanwhile, at Meguragaoka High School, a girl looked down at the wandering zombies below, making final preparations by a second-floor window. She needed to reach the parking lot below and drive a car back to the school building. For a girl who was just an ordinary student not long ago, this was a tremendous challenge. But to obtain supplies, they had no choice. Agilely using a special ladder, she descended from the second floor to the first. The moment she landed, she was already in motion, using all her strength to sprint towards the parking lot. The process was far from smooth. While her explosive speed kept the zombies from catching up, the path was littered with them. They only needed to surround her to cause trouble. Seeing the zombies blocking her way, Ebisuzawa Kurumi didn't hesitate. She drew the shovel from her back and smashed it against the nearest zombie with immense force, knocking it to the ground. However, this brief delay allowed more zombies to begin encircling her. Without another thought, she quickly broke through the encirclement. Back in the school building, two other girls carefully navigated their own makeshift barricades, heading towards the first floor to meet Kurumi once she brought the car back. But things weren't going well for Kurumi. A zombie's obstruction cost her precious time, allowing more to gather. Even after instantly killing two, the horde kept growing. Surrounded, Kurumi panicked for a moment. Swinging her shovel at one zombie, the recoil sent the weapon flying onto the grass behind her. Kurumi herself was knocked to the ground by the recoil, grimacing in pain. Noticing a zombie less than a meter away, she quickly suppressed the pain, rolling aside to dodge a lunge. However, this left her cornered. Looking at her shovel, now a full 3 meters away, Kurumi felt a surge of despair. Takeo, over there! Rika spotted the surrounded Kurumi first and pointed excitedly. I see, Takeo said, quickly honking the horn to draw the zombie's attention. Then, he accelerated, crashing into the horde. After plowing through 5 or 6 zombies, he screeched to a halt. Let's go. Rika, Miki, you protect her, Takeo said calmly. Got it. Taking a deep breath, both girls responded loudly. They all got out of the car. Takeo, watching the zombies close in, swung his arm. In the sunlight, the others only saw a flash of light before a headless corpse collapsed. Without mercy, Takeo charged into the zombies, swiftly eliminating them. Meanwhile, Wakasa Yuri and Takeya Yuki, who had just cautiously emerged, noticed Takeo's group. They stared, stunned, as Takeo and Rika effortlessly dispatched zombies. Then they saw Kurumi, standing dazed by the wall. Kurumi, are you okay? Seeing the blood on Kurumi and noticing the surrounding zombies were being cleared, Yuri ran over, concerned. I'm fine, Kurumi shook her head upon hearing Yuri. Yuki, however, stood frozen, watching the scene of Takeo and Rika's slaughter. She seemed utterly dazed, as if long-ignored memories were flooding her mind. Yuki, are you all right? Yuri and Kurumi noticed Yuki's unusual state and quickly held her. Everyone. Yuki looked with empty eyes at the slaughter on the field, covering her mouth as tears fell. Yuki. Yuri realized this might be a sign of Yuki recovering. Previously, due to immense trauma, Yuki exhibited strong regression, protecting herself through a fantasy personality. Now, facing another massive shock, Yuki seemed to be emerging from it. Yuri and Kurumi didn't know if this was good or bad. Takeo was unaware of their situation. After continuous fighting, within 5 minutes, he and Rika had cleared all zombies on the field and in the corners. Once finished, Takeo flicked the blood off Twilight Moon, pulled a towel from his clothes, wiped the blade clean, and sheathed it. Looking at Rika, she had also killed many zombies, this time using not just magic but also her baseball bat. With a strength attribute over 30, her swings were powerful. After the fight, she looked somewhat tired, but seeing her results, she smiled. Compared to yesterday, Rika had undergone a huge transformation. Are you all okay? Takeo approached Kurumi's group and asked softly. We're fine. Thank you for saving us, Kurumi said, momentarily stunned by Takeo's savior-like appearance in the sunlight before replying with slight embarrassment. Chapter 33, Return Countdown. 814 words. That's good. Were you planning to go out? Although Takeo had a good idea of their intentions, he still asked. Yes. Our supplies are running low, so we were going to search for more, Yui quickly explained upon hearing Takeo's question. I see. Are there any other survivors inside? Takeo looked at the dilapidated school building. No, there aren't, Yui replied sadly. I see. I am Noro Takeo. That is Takanashi Rika, and this is Naoki Miki, Takeo said, nodding in understanding at Yui's sorrowful tone. My apologies. I am Wakosa Yuri. This is Takia Yuki, and she is Ebisuzawa Karumi, Yui promptly introduced her group. There are probably still zombies inside, right? Takeo looked towards the school building's interior. Yes, quite a few, Yui admitted after a moment's hesitation. Nodding, Takeo headed inside to conduct a final sweep. Thanks to Takeo and his group's sudden arrival, the trio's crisis was resolved, and their outing plan was temporarily put on hold. Takeo and Rika proceeded to clear all the zombies within the school, including the one in the basement storage room, their teacher, Sakura Megumi, who is usually called Megune. Finally, Takeo used his telekinesis to pile the bodies together, and Rika incinerated them all with a single fireball. Yuki seemed to be returning to normal, but the shock was too great. She was now resting in the school living club room, needing more time to fully recover. Takeo-san, are you part of a rescue team? In the classroom where the girls usually lived, Yui served tea and prepared a delicious lunch using the supplies Takeo's group had brought. You could say that, but it's more of a voluntary action on our part, Takeo replied calmly. That's amazing. Was what you used earlier superpowers? Yui then asked hesitantly. Yes, it was, Takeo admitted frankly. Since they had used their powers in front of the girls, he saw no point in hiding it. Can we join you? Our strength may be small, but we can help with other tasks, Karumi said seriously after a moment's thought. Yui also looked expectantly at Takeo and Rika. It was clear Takeo was the absolute leader among the three. That's not a problem, Takeo said without hesitation. These girls might be key to completing a hidden side mission. Thank you. Yui said gratefully upon hearing Takeo's agreement. Let's just say we'll be relying on each other from now on, Takeo said. He didn't expect them to be powerful fighters. If he got serious, even surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies, eliminating them wouldn't be too difficult. They just needed to protect themselves and provide supportive help. Where am I? While they were talking, Yuki, who had been lying in bed, suddenly sat up, holding her head. Yuki, are you okay? Seeing her awake, Yui and Karumi rushed to her side worriedly. Yuri-san, Karumi. Megune. Megune. Looking at her friends, memories from deep within her mind flooded back, and Yuki's tears began to flow uncontrollably. Yuki, it's all right. It's all over now, Yui said, feeling an indescribable pain as she held Yuki and comforted her through her own tears. I'm sorry, everyone. All this time, I've been avoiding these terrible things, leaving all the dangerous tasks to you all, Yuki said apologetically after crying for a while. It's okay, Yuki. If not for the smiles you brought us, Karumi and I wouldn't have been able to keep going. We should be thanking you, Yui quickly reassured her. Watching them, Takeo felt a wave of emotion. Rika and Miki were also moved to tears. It took over 10 minutes for their emotions to settle. Yui and Karumi then looked somewhat embarrassed at Takeo and the others. But Takeo's group just smiled understandingly, with no intention of mocking them. In this world, their mutual dependence and genuine feelings were nothing to laugh at. Due to Yuki's state, Takeo's group didn't continue exploring that day. They only scouted and eliminated zombies in the immediate surrounding area. As time passed, they formed a special team, patrolling various areas of Meguragaoka City, searching for survivors while eliminating large numbers of zombies. Over 5 days, they gathered over 100 survivors. Under Takeo's leadership, they established a special survivor base with Meguragaoka High School as its headquarters, gradually radiating out to the surrounding areas. They built simple walls, cultivated farmland, transplanted fruit trees, and raised poultry. They prepared for a self-sufficient life, knowing that without production, all resources would eventually run out. The only regret for Takeo was the special restriction in this world. Whenever he or Rika tried to leave Meguragaoka City's boundaries, a special light prevented them. Thus, they couldn't explore beyond the city, focusing only on internal development. This development wasn't smooth sailing, but after Takeo swiftly eliminated those with malicious intentions, no one else dared to vie for power. Chapter 34, Chapter 34S. 714 words. Today, to be precise, in about 3 hours, Takeo and Rika would leave this world. Therefore, Takeo gathered Yuri, Kurumi, Miki, and others. Takeo, is something important happening? Miki asked curiously as soon as she entered the office. Have a seat first. Let's wait for Yuri and Kurumi, Takeo said gently, looking at Miki. Seeing his expression and actions, Miki felt a sense of foreboding. They didn't have to wait long. Soon, Yuri, Yuki, Kurumi, and 2 burly men entered. Takeo, is something wrong? Yuri asked worriedly, seeing his serious expression. There's something I need to tell everyone. Rika and I will be leaving here soon. Afterward, I hope you can maintain the base's operations, Takeo said seriously, looking at the group. Who? Takeo Aniki, you're leaving? Then we'll go with you. One of the men exclaimed excitedly. Miyamaru, Seikai, Rika and I need to go to other cities to provide aid. But the Megurigaoka survivor base was built with our effort. I hope you'll assist Yuri and Kurumi properly here. At the very least, I don't want to return and find the base gone. Your families are here too. This is about protecting your children, Takeo said calmly to the men. Hearing this, the men fell silent. Yuri and the others also held back what they wanted to say. Though they had only spent a few days together, Takeo had given them real hope. If possible, they would follow him anywhere. As for the others, I'll speak to everyone later, Takeo added, glancing around. Then, when will you leave, Takeo? Yuri asked hesitantly. In about 2 hours, Takeo sighed softly, sensing the sadness in her voice. Hearing this, Miki bit her lip, looking extremely sad. Takeo noticed but said nothing more. He continued discussing important matters with the group before dismissing them. After most had left, Miki rushed over and hugged Takeo tightly. Take me with you, please, Miki pleaded through tears. Ever since Takeo saved her, he had left a mark on her heart. Their days together had only deepened her attraction to his charm. She knew he would leave eventually, but hearing it now was the hardest thing to accept. Miki, I'm sorry, Takeo said after a moment's silence. Will you come back? Miki looked straight at him. If there's a chance, I will. And if I can take you away then, and if you're willing. I'll come back for you, Takeo said softly. I'll wait for you. Always, Miki declared firmly, then kissed him on the lips. After a long moment, they separated. Miki stood up, looking seriously at Takeo. Takeo looked back with complex emotions. He never imagined gaining a young girl's devotion in just 7 days, he had never considered such a possibility. But things being as they were, he couldn't make her many promises. In the end, Takeo left 3 health recovery potions with Miki, announced his departure to everyone, and spent his remaining time with Rika away from the base, waiting for the reincarnation space's summons in a hidden apartment. Takeo, what did Miki say to you at the end? Rika asked curiously. After days together, Rika had grown very close to Takeo. She was curious about what Miki had said. She wasn't oblivious to Miki's feelings, though inexperienced in love, she sensed Miki's emotions for Takeo went beyond friendship or gratitude. Nothing much, Takeo said calmly, glancing at Rika. Seeing he wouldn't tell, Rika pouted. They didn't have to wait long. Soon, a white light enveloped them, and they vanished. Similarly, in other parallel worlds, the others were also enveloped by light and disappeared. Back in the familiar white void, Takeo heard the reincarnation space's prompts. Congratulations on clearing the Gakugurashi world. Beginning settlement. Main Mission 1, survive for 7 days. Completed. Main Mission 2, eliminate 30 zombies. Completed. Side Mission, clear all zombies in the shopping center. Completed. Side Mission, clear all zombies in Megurigaoka High School. Completed. Side Mission, rescue Naoki Miki. Completed. Altered the fate trajectory of some survivors in Megurigaoka City. Evaluation increased. Total zombies eliminated, 5,026. Evaluation increased. Caused a significant impact on the Gakugurashi world. Evaluation increased. Settlement complete. Congratulations on obtaining an S-rank evaluation. Rewards, 1 S-rank evaluation, 100,000 points, S-rank evaluation treasure chest. Chapter 35, Opening the S. 895 words. Seeing the reincarnation spaces prompt, a faint smile appeared on Takeru's face. It seemed all his efforts hadn't been in vain. However, time was ultimately too short. If he had a month, or even 2 weeks, he was confident he could have caused even more change in the Gakugarashi world. And he had wasted a bit too much time at the beginning. Although he obtained an S-rank evaluation, Takeru wasn't naive enough to think S-rank was the pinnacle of the reincarnation space. Open S-rank evaluation treasure chest. Open. There was no need to hesitate, and Takeru chose to open it immediately. Congratulations on obtaining 50,000 points. Congratulations on obtaining 100 attribute points. Congratulations on obtaining a primary character manifestation card. Congratulations on obtaining a genetic enhancement potion. The series of announcements surprised Takeru. He hadn't expected the S-rank chest to contain multiple items. But some of them seemed a bit underwhelming. Looking at the items, he recalled that even a B-rank chest had given him the very useful psychokinesis talent. Yet now, an S-rank only yielded these. Was it bad luck, or was it due to the world? Takeru had a feeling it was because the world's level was too low. After all, the greatest threat in the Gakugarashi world was just zombies. Zombies could be dealt with by ordinary people wielding weapons once they overcame their fear. As long as one wasn't surrounded, the threat wasn't very significant. Also, the valuable items he had stored beforehand were indeed cleared, not even given a chance for manifestation. Takeru sighed as the shortcut to quick wealth had vanished. Next, Takeru decided not to waste time and quickly inspected the items from the chest. Points and attribute points were self-explanatory, so he focused on the primary character manifestation card and the genetic enhancement potion. Primary character manifestation card can manifest a character from a completed instance world to the main world to serve as an ally. Can be summoned during reincarnation missions using points. Note, at the time of manifestation, the character's individual attributes must not exceed 100 points. User's favorability with the character must be 85 or higher. Genetic enhancement potion enhances one's abilities and potential. The process involves immense pain. Requires all base attributes to be 30 points or higher to use. Holding the card, Takeru received a prompt that currently, only one character could be manifested, Naoki Miki from the recently completed Gakugarashi world. According to the display, her attributes mostly ranged from 17 to 19, with only spirit reaching 22. Her favorability was 92, with a potential evaluation of medium-high. Although he could manifest her now, Takeru decided against it for the moment and instead asked the space a question. System, can I return to a world I've already experienced? Takeru inquired directly. Yes. The required points and evaluation rating vary depending on the world and the duration of stay. How many points and what evaluation would I need to stay in the Gakugarashi world for 3 days? 1 D-rank evaluation and 300 points. I have another question. After we leave, does the Gakugarashi world continue to exist? What is the time flow ratio between it and the main world? Takeru continued his questions. Instance worlds continue to exist. Time flow varies by world. The ratio for the Gakugarashi world to the main world is 1 to 3. 3 days in the main world equals 1 day in the instance world. Hearing the reincarnation space's answer, Takeru fell into thought. In that case, there was no need to rush Miki's manifestation. After all, it was still unknown what changes were coming to the main world. Moreover, Miki couldn't provide much help to Takeru at the moment. So, he decided to bring her to the main world at a later opportunity. Next, Takeru looked at the other item, the genetic enhancement potion. However, this potion required all base attributes to be at least 30 points. Takeru wasn't in a hurry to use it yet. He first checked his status panel. Strength, 22, 35. Constitution, 21, 0. Defense, 199, 45. Speed, 20, 4. Spirit, 38, 5. He currently had 1 S-rank evaluation, 2 C-rank evaluations, 153,100 points, and 100 attribute points. System, use points to raise my base strength, constitution, and speed to 30 points, Takeru commanded. Processing enhancement. 8,100 points deducted. Remaining points, 145,000. Following Takeru's command, the reincarnation space enveloped him in light. Within it, Takeru felt energy continuously strengthening his body, accompanied by slight pain, which was barely noticeable due to his high defense. Soon, the light faded, and Takeru felt another significant increase in his strength. Checking that all his attributes now met the minimum requirement for the potion, Takeru took out the genetic enhancement potion and drank it in one go. As the potion entered his mouth, Takeru noted it had a strawberry flavor. Then, his mind jolted, and he felt a moment of dizziness. An intense pain erupted from his abdomen, quickly spreading throughout his entire body, as if he were being burned alive. Furthermore, it felt as if his entire body was being torn apart and reassembled. Time became meaningless. Takeru broke out in a cold sweat, collapsing weakly to the ground, clutching his head. As time passed, the pain finally receded like a tide. Takeru could only lie on the ground, breathing weakly. Chapter 36 New Status Panel Attributes. 722 words. After resting for a bit, Takeru looked at his status panel again. This time, there were significant changes. Reincarnator No. 3. Noro Takeru. Race, human. Talent abilities, super memory, telekinesis, absolute defense, perseverance, gluttony, giant killing. Strength, 48, 35, average human is 20. Constitution, 50, 0. Defense, 208, 45. Speed, 46, 4. Spirit, 56, 5. Mana, 50, 112, average human is 0. Training method, none. Skills, meditation, provoke, shield bash, poison dragon devourer, great shield mastery LV.5, covering charge, attack evasion, extreme malice, bomb devourer, armament haki, beginner. Evaluation and points, 1 S rank evaluation, 2 C rank evaluations, points, 145,000. Though his skills hadn't changed much, his attributes were completely different. Most importantly, Takeru felt some special changes within himself, as if some hidden attributes had also been greatly enhanced. Feeling the power surging within him, Takeru realized his growth had truly surpassed the others by far. But this wasn't the end. Takeru wasn't done with his enhancements. He still had 145,000 points and 100 attribute points left to use. Since attribute enhancement was categorized, 100 cost 300 points per point, 100 to 300 cost 600 points per point, and above 300 cost 1000 points per point. Takeru planned to first use points to increase his defense to 300, then use his attribute points. System, use points to increase my defense attribute to 300, Takeru commanded again. Processing enhancement. 92 times 600 is equal to 55,200 points deducted. Remaining points, 89,800. Following the prompt, Takeru was once again enveloped in light. As the light was absorbed, he felt his attributes strengthen further, though the sensation wasn't very pronounced. The main reason was that defense wasn't like strength. A 10-point increase in strength was very noticeable, but nearly 100 points in defense didn't feel as dramatic. However, Takeru knew his defense had grown much stronger. When the light faded completely, Takeru's defense had reached exactly 300. The enhancement also slightly boosted his strength and constitution by 1 point each. System, add my remaining 100 attribute points to defense, Takeru said, seeing his defense was now 300. Once again, light enveloped him. Processing enhancement. Remaining attribute points, 0. While Takeru was enhancing himself, in other white spaces, Rika, Umaru, Yukino, and the others were examining their own ratings and rewards. The one who benefited the most was Rika, who had followed Takeru in the Gakugurashi world. Congratulations on clearing the Gakugurashi world. Beginning settlement. Main mission 1, survive for 7 days. Completed. Side mission, assist in clearing all zombies in the shopping center. Completed. Side mission, assist in clearing all zombies in Meguragaoka High School. Completed. Altered the fate trajectory of a small number of survivors in Meguragaoka City. Evaluation increased. Total zombies eliminated, 613. Evaluation increased. Caused an impact on the Gakugurashi world. Evaluation increased. Settlement complete. Congratulations on obtaining an A rank evaluation. Rewards, 3 B rank evaluations, 20,000 points, A rank evaluation treasure chest. An A rank, barely worthy of my Eye of the Wicked Lord status. Looking at the rating, Rika was internally ecstatic, though she tried to maintain her Junibyo composure. Open A rank evaluation treasure chest. Open. Without hesitation, Rika opened it and soon received the notifications. Besides 5,000 points and 20 attribute points, she obtained a primary enhancement potion that could strengthen her body. It had no usage requirements and wouldn't significantly increase potential or comprehension, but even ordinary people could use it. Rika used it immediately. The thought of saving it for her family crossed her mind but was quickly dismissed. It wasn't that she didn't love her family, and despite their conflicts, she didn't dislike them. Rika wasn't foolish. She knew the most important thing now was strengthening herself. Only by becoming stronger could she obtain more valuable items for her family later. She knew that without Takeo, she wouldn't have gotten an A rank, perhaps not even a B rank. After enhancing herself, she didn't spend her points recklessly. She decided to save them and asked Takeo for advice later on what to exchange for. After spending days with him, she understood that listening to Takeo's suggestions would likely yield better results than spending points randomly. Aside from Rika, the next best ratings went to Yukino and Yui, who both received B-rank evaluations. They had accidentally saved key characters, which significantly boosted their ratings. Chapter 37, Everyone's Shock and Envy. 769 words. Besides that, Hashimon, Taihei, Umaru, Ui, and others received B evaluations. The lowest was Yuta, who only got a C rank. Even a C rank evaluation came with a treasure chest, but because the world level was low, most people only received some points or a few attribute points. Only Yui was lucky enough to get a primary enhancement potion like Rika's, which boosted her strength considerably. Apart from these, perhaps the biggest gain for everyone was the change in mentality. From people who had never even killed a chicken, they could now dispatch zombies without batting an eye. Even Yuta, with the lowest kill count, had eliminated over 50 zombies. After everyone returned, they noticed Takeo hadn't appeared yet. They gathered to discuss their experiences and gains. What? Rika, you got an A rank evaluation? Hearing Rika's results, Umaru and the others stared at her in shock. HMPH, of course. Proud to have the highest rating, Rika lifted her chin haughtily. In contrast, Yuta looked extremely embarrassed. While everyone else got at least B or above, he was the only one with a C, not even a C+. Seeing the appearance of B and other plus-minus ratings, they inquired about the system's rating scale. The lowest was E, and above C there were plus and minus modifiers. The highest rating was EX. HMPH, you only got that rating because of Takeru-kun, right? Yukino said calmly, glancing at Rika. Well, Takeo provided a little help, but the most important part was me. Rika retorted, though lacking conviction. Seeing her expression and hearing her tone, everyone understood without saying more. Yui and Ui looked on with envy. If they had been with Takeo, perhaps they could have gotten higher ratings too. Alright, tell us what you did over there, Yukino said seriously to Rika. The others looked at her expectantly. Okay. First, we appeared in an apartment unit. Then, Takeo and I started clearing all the zombies in the building and gathering supplies. Next, Takeo took me to the shopping center. There, we rescued a girl named Naoki Miki. Takeo insisted on killing every single zombie there. After that, we went to Megurigaoka High School, where Miki studied. We found 3 more survivors there. We then used the school as a base, continuously hunting zombies and gathering survivors. By the 6th day, we had gathered over 100 survivors. During those days, Takeo had everyone divide tasks and cooperate. We built a survivor base around the school, transplanted plants for an orchard, captured animals to raise, cultivated farmland. All the survivors started living a self-sufficient life there. Hearing Rika's brief account, everyone fell silent. Yukino even showed a bitter smile, no wonder even Rika got such a high rating. Takeo himself probably got an A+, or even an S rank. Compared to their own actions over the past days, which could be called aimless, Takeo had practically become a savior. Rika's words gave them a deeper understanding of the reincarnation space. To get a high rating, besides the basic tasks, the key was to expand and explore hidden side missions, even potentially changing the world. Of course, saying it was simple, but doing it was certainly difficult. Like Rika, she only roughly described things, while the specific obstacles and challenges encountered during implementation would have to be handled personally. After chatting for a while, Takeo still hadn't appeared. Could Takeru-kun have returned directly to the real world? Hikigaya suddenly suggested. Everyone was stunned. Although they had instinctively gathered here, no one had actually agreed to meet. Well, is everyone still here? Just as they were puzzled, Takeru's voice came through. Seeing him, they finally relaxed. Takeru keenly noticed everyone carried a distinct smell of blood and a hint of murderous intent. Clearly, this experience had baptized them. Takeru-kun, could you tell us what evaluation you received? Yukino asked expectantly upon seeing him. Sure. It's S rank, Takeru replied after a moment's thought. Hearing this, everyone was utterly shocked. Though they had mentally prepared themselves, they hadn't expected Takeru to really get such a high reward. Can you tell us how many points an S rank evaluation gives? Yumaru asked curiously. 100,000, Takeru answered without concealment. Everyone looked at him with envy. 100,000 points. Just using them to enhance attributes could add over 300 points, and of course, that was assuming the attributes hadn't exceeded 100. How did everyone else do? Seeing their envious looks, Takeru smiled and asked. Besides you and Rika, only Yukino Shita-san and Yui-san got B rank evaluations. The rest got B-. Togashi-kun only got a C rank, Taihei remarked with feeling. Chapter 38, Chapter 38 Observation Haki and Rokushiki. 802 words. Oh, what rating did Rika get? Takeru asked curiously, turning to her. An A rating. Hearing Takeru's question, Rika felt a bit embarrassed. Though she had been proud in front of the others, she knew that without Takeru, she couldn't have accomplished much. Without Takeru's guidance and encouragement, adapting to killing zombies would have taken her a long time. Moreover, she likely wouldn't have ventured far from the apartment. At most, she would have cleared the zombies in the apartment, gathered some supplies, and just survived there for 7 days. Ha, congratulations. Hearing her answer, Takeru said with a smile. Takeru, I wanted to ask you. I have 3 B rank evaluations and 20,300 points now. What do you think I should exchange for? Rika looked at Takeru expectantly. It's worth noting that an E rank evaluation didn't grant an evaluation token, and the lowest was D rank. So, last time when Rika and the others got E rank evaluations, they received no token, only 300 points. This? Hearing her question, Takeru fell silent and checked the reincarnation spaces exchange list. The available supernatural items were still mainly from the One Piece and Naruto worlds. Additionally, there were some new special items, like a zombie virus that could turn a person into a zombie, granting a slight strength boost at the cost of sanity. However, the system had altered it so it wasn't contagious, making it a one-time use item. There was also a primary enhancement potion that could enhance an ordinary person once without side effects. A person could only use it twice in their lifetime. Takeru noticed it was purchase limited, 1 per person. It cost 1 C rank evaluation and 5,000 points. Not cheap, but not too expensive either. Takeru immediately exchanged for 1, planning to give it to Mayu. Besides these, there was an antidote for the aforementioned zombie virus, and that was it. Items like the genetic enhancement potion seemed ultra-rare and weren't available here. In that case, I recommend exchanging for observation haki. If you're interested in developing along ninja lines, you could also exchange for the chakra extraction technique and the 3 basic ninjutsu, Takeru suggested after some thought. Though he felt the ninja path might have a lower ceiling, who could say for sure? And the ninja path could provide a good transition in the early stages. Hearing his advice, Rika carefully examined the options, armament haki and chakra. Others were also contemplating their choices. Takeru, are these suitable for us too? Yumaru asked expectantly while Rika was thinking. Of course. However, chakra is clearly an energy system. I'm not sure how far this system can grow, but if you choose it, you might not be able to exchange for other energy systems later. So, be cautious about that. As for observation haki, I highly recommend it for everyone. It's a very practical scouting ability, not expensive, and most importantly, doesn't conflict with other abilities, Takeru said calmly, glancing at the group. I see. Hearing this, Rika didn't hesitate any longer. She spent 1 C rank evaluation and 5,000 points to exchange for observation haki. While chatting with the others, Takeru also exchanged for observation haki. This left him with 1 S rank evaluation, 1 C rank evaluation, and 79,800 points. As for Takeru himself, he could use the S rank evaluation to exchange for powerful Logia or mythical Zoan devil fruits. But considering their significant drawbacks, he decided against it. Instead, he spent 2 B rank evaluations and 20,000 points to exchange for the beginner level of Rokushiki. A flood of information entered his mind, accompanied by special energy remolding his body. After a few minutes, he could preliminarily use both Rokushiki and Observation Haki. The beginner level mostly provided knowledge and some training memory, but Rokushiki also noticeably enhanced his physical fitness, making it a worthwhile exchange. After these exchanges, Takeru stopped for now. He was left with 2 A rank evaluations, 1 B rank evaluation, and 59,800 points. His skills now included beginner level Rokushiki and beginner level Observation Haki. In terms of items, he had 1 primary enhancement potion. Finally, the special energy from Observation Haki and Rokushiki provided a slight attribute boost. Strength, 55, 35, Constitution, 56, 0, Defense, 402, 70, Speed, 52, 4, Spirit, 65, 5. Feeling the power surging within him, Takeru was quite satisfied. Following Takeru's advice, the others also purchased Observation Haki. Except for Yuta, who lacked enough points, everyone was experiencing the uniqueness of Observation Haki. However, since they were all at the beginner level and, except for Takeru, the highest spirit attribute belonged to Rika, who had used a primary enhancement potion, at just 60 points, mastering Observation Haki would require further tempering. As for other exchanges, Takeru said no more. He had only offered suggestions, while the final decisions rested with each individual. Chapter 39, Testing and Return. 686 words. As for Yuta, seeing that only he couldn't exchange for Observation Haki, he looked to Takeru's second suggestion. He used his only C rank evaluation and 3,000 points on the chakra extraction technique, leaving him with just 300 points. However, feeling the subtle changes and basic attribute boost from chakra, he showed a faint smile. I finished my exchanges. I'll head out first. I'd like to ask everyone to cooperate with an experiment, Takeru said seriously. Ooh? What experiment? Everyone asked in surprise. To test whether the time flow here is the same as outside, Takeru explained. Alright, how do you want us to help? Yukino asked, nodding. Simple. I'll go out now. You all come out 10 minutes later. Then, 2 people stay and come out after another 10 minutes, Takeru said directly. Okay, everyone agreed without objection. Good, I'll head out then. Seeing their agreement, Takeru quickly pressed his reincarnation watch and vanished. When Takeru regained awareness, he was back in Yukino's apartment. He immediately checked his phone, 15:58, 20 minutes later than when he first entered the reincarnation space. He then waited. At 16:08, Yukino and the Hirasawa sisters appeared. Finally, at 16:18, Umaru, Yuta, and the others appeared together. Clearly, the time spent in the reincarnation space matched real-world time. Only instance world time differed. But the time in the instance world was likely fixed at around 15 minutes real-world time. Compared to last time, Takeru's settlement, enhancements, and discussions this time took about 40 minutes. He shared this hypothesis with everyone, who felt relieved upon hearing it. This meant if they hurried, they could complete a reincarnation space session within 30 minutes. Alright, this mission is successfully concluded. Next time, we don't have to gather, but we can agree on a time. It's getting late, I should head back. Work hard, everyone. See you tomorrow. Takeru stood up, addressing the group. How about dinner? My treat, Yukino offered, standing as well. No, my sister is waiting at home. Let's leave it at that. Everyone should practice their new strength and abilities. Takeru gently shook his head, declining. I see. I'll head out too then, Rika said, standing up. We won't disturb you any longer. See you at school tomorrow, Umaru said with a smile, also standing. Oni-chan, you're back so soon. Is everything okay? Mayu asked curiously in their apartment. The activity ended, so I came back. What, don't you want me back? Takeru teased. Of course I do. Mayu puffed out her cheeks. Is that so? Takeru couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Hey, let's eat out tonight. Anything you want. Takeru suggested after a moment's thought. Great. I want grilled meat. Mayu's eyes lit up. Grilled meat? Alright, how about Anrakutero's all-you-can-eat barbecue? Takeru suggested. Okay. Mayu nodded quickly. Anrakutero was an all-you-can-eat barbecue restaurant that also offered sushi, cake, fried chicken, hamburger steak, and various other dishes. The selection was rich. Dinner cost 2,100 yen per adult, 1,200 for children. Takeo and Mayu had been twice. Though a bit expensive, the taste was decent. Though Takeo only had about 200,000 yen left, his first fixed royalty payment was due in a few days. Once decided, they prepared to go out. Mayu spent time getting ready. Though only 10, she always tidied up before going out, not applying makeup, but choosing her outfit and preparing herself. Outside, Takeo hailed a taxi directly to the restaurant, located in a large plaza with high foot traffic. As Takeo and Mayu arrived, passers-by occasionally glanced their way. Takeo paid little attention. Heading straight to their destination, they soon purchased one adult and one child ticket. Guided by staff, they quickly chose a seat and began eating. Perhaps due to his increasing strength, Takeo ate 3 to 4 times his usual amount, astonishing Mayu. "Onii-chan, I know we want to get our money's worth, but getting sick wouldn't be good," Mayu said worriedly, watching his terrifying appetite. "I'm only about 80% full," Takeo said with a light smile. Since staff regularly cleared empty plates, the table never looked piled up. Chapter 40 giving Mayu the primary enhancement potion. 636 words. No way. Does Onii-chan usually not eat enough? Mayu asked in shock. No, it's just special circumstances today, Takeo said, amused by her speculation. Really? Mayu said hesitantly, seeing his nonchalant expression. Of course. We can afford food, so why would I starve myself? Takeo laughed. I guess so, Mayu nodded blankly. Mayu didn't know exactly how much inheritance Takeo's parents left, but he had never lacked food or clothes growing up. Though not extravagant, necessities were always provided, and non-essentials were considered. All right, it's getting late. Are you full? Takeo asked. Yeah, pretty much, Mayu nodded. Onii-chan, let's sit here. Just as they were talking, Takeo heard a familiar voice. Looking over, he saw Taihei and Yumaru, whom he had parted from not long ago. Hey, Yumaru, Taihei. Takeo waved. Eh? Takeo? What a coincidence. They were surprised to run into him here. Yeah, my sister wanted grilled meat. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my sister, Takanashi Mayu, Takeo said with a smile. Eh? Takanashi. Yumaru looked at Mayu in surprise. Mayu looked curiously at the gentle and poised Yumaru. Hello, Mayu. I'm Doma Yumaru, and this is my brother, Doma Taihei, Yumaru said warmly upon seeing the cute Mayu. Hello, Yumaru-nichan, Taihei Oni-chan. Mayu gave a cute smile. Mayu is really adorable. Yumaru couldn't help but smile kindly. Not at all. You're the one who's beautiful and gentle. You must have lots of people chasing after you at school, right? Mayu said with a grin. Not at the moment, Yumaru tapped her cheek with a finger, thinking before shaking her head. Hey, really? Mayu looked surprised. Yes, really. I see. So, are you and Onii-chan classmates? Mayu continued curiously. Yes, in the same class and also in the same club, Yumaru explained, seeing Mayu's curiosity. Did you go to the club activity this afternoon too? Mayu suddenly asked. Yes, I did, Yumaru nodded with a smile. Takeo and Taihei, watching the engrossed conversation between the two girls, shook their heads with amusement. They clinked glasses and continued eating. All right, Mayu, time to head back. Yumaru, Taihei, enjoy your meal. Checking the time, Takeo stopped Mayu's chat and bid farewell. We'll talk next time then, Mayu. You're welcome to visit us anytime. Yumaru said warmly upon parting. Yes, and you're welcome to visit us too, Yumaru-nichan. Mayu replied with a smile. Back home, Takeo looked at Mayu with some puzzlement, wondering why she had been so enthusiastic toward Yumaru. Mayu simply said she found Yumaru friendly. Though puzzled, Takeo didn't press her. Oh, Mayu, I have something important for you, Takeo said seriously. What is it? Mayu asked, puzzled. This. Takeo took out the primary enhancement potion he had exchanged for. What's this? Looking at the blue liquid in the test tube, Mayu asked curiously. It's something good. Drink it, Takeru said, shaking his head without further explanation. Eh? That's weird. Suddenly giving your cute little sister an unknown liquid to drink? Oni-chan, this isn't some strange thing, is it? Mayu teased. Just drink it. Don't imagine weird things. It's for treating your anemia, Takeru said, lightly tapping Mayu's forehead with a hint of exasperation. Okay. Hearing this, Mayu stuck out her tongue, took the test tube, and drank it all. Years of living together had given her complete trust in Takeru. Watching her drink it, Takeru looked on with concern. If it weren't for the purchase limit per person, he would have tested it himself first. Now, he could only observe Mayu. How do you feel? Tastes sour, but not too bad, Mayu said instinctively. I'm not asking about the taste. Does your body feel anything? Pain? Itching? Something else? Takeru asked worriedly. Eh? Why would it hurt or itch? Is it poison? Mayu looked at him puzzledly. Chapter 41, The Pickpocket on the Train. 762 words. My stomach feels a bit warm, Mayu suddenly said, frowning. A minute later, she felt heat spreading through her entire body, though not extremely hot and more like the warmth of being exposed to direct sunlight. Takeru watched anxiously, more nervous than when he had used the potion himself. The warmth lasted for 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. Mayu was just left with a bit of sweat. After 10 minutes, the warmth completely disappeared, and Mayu felt no more unusual sensations, except for a peculiar feeling. She felt unusually light. It was as if her body had been carrying a heavy stone before, and now the stone was gone, leaving a sense of freedom. Oni-chan, what was that exactly? I won't lie to you. It's a very precious enhancement potion. It strengthens the body and increases resistance and immunity. As for how I got it, don't ask. Also, you must not tell anyone about this, understand? Takeru said seriously, seeing her curiosity. So, is that why you've gotten so strong lately? Seeing his serious expression, Mayu remembered how Takeru had been doing hundreds of push-ups recently. Yes, Takeru nodded gently, seeing she had taken his words to heart. All right, you're all sweaty. Go wash up. After wiping her down with a towel, Takeru urged her to clean up. Okay. Mayu nodded obediently. Besides, being sweaty made her uncomfortable. After washing, Mayu felt the changes more clearly. The most noticeable were her strength, vision, and hearing. The world seemed different, as if it was sharper and clearer. Out of curiosity, that evening Mayu joined Takeru in doing push-ups and other exercises. She was surprised to find she could do over 100 push-ups in a row and still have energy left, which delighted her. Watching her happiness, Takeru smiled. At least now Mayu had some basic self-defense ability. If something happened, even if she couldn't fight, she could at least run away. Indeed, the reason Takeru urgently gave Mayu the primary enhancement potion was because he worried she might get caught up in something strange. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Takeru attended school normally, participated in club activities, and discussed potential unusual events. They had identified several possibly supernatural events and planned to investigate together on Sunday. Why not today? Because Takeru had promised Mayu a trip to the zoo. Hearing Takeru couldn't make it, the others decided to wait an extra day, postponing the investigation to tomorrow. Over these 6 days, with Takeru's continuous training, his psychokinesis and armament haki proficiency steadily improved. Perhaps the genetic enhancement potion improved his aptitude and enhanced his potential. Though he spent less time training psychokinesis and armament haki than before, his progress was slightly faster. Moreover, his observation haki, with his spirit attribute now over 130 points, reached the beginner level. He could now activate and deactivate it at will and effectively perceive everything within a 5-meter radius. His maximum perception range was a radius of 20 meters, but beyond 5 meters, his control weakened significantly. As for Rokushiki, he had fewer opportunities to practice. Except for Tekai, which he could practice even during class or spare moments, he hadn't practiced the other 5 much. Takeru felt somewhat helpless. Time was limited, and techniques like Jeppo could be better replaced by his psychokinesis. However, he planned to master Soru and Tekai more thoroughly. Tekai could further increase his defense, combining well with his talents and natural defense attributes for excellent results, while Soru could allow him to burst out with extremely terrifying speed, which was also very important. Additionally, the first royalty payment for his light novel had arrived, a full 500,000 yen. And after taxes, it was still over 400,000 yen. This influx brought his funds to 580,000 yen. From now on, he would also receive monthly royalty shares. Oni-chan, I'm ready. Let's go. While Takeru was lost in thought, Mayu excitedly urged him. All right, coming. Seeing her excitement, Takeru smiled. They headed towards the train station. Along the way, Takeru asked how school was going, and Mayu happily shared amusing stories. Soon, they boarded the train. Perhaps due to weekend outings, the train was crowded with no seats available. Takeru held onto a rail, keeping Mayu steady. Suddenly, through his perception, Takeru noticed a sleazy-looking man pickpocketing, targeting a girl. The girl was familiar to Takeru, shoulder-length wine-red hair with two pigtails just past her shoulders, wearing a red and white shrimp-shaped hair accessory, and eyes matching her hair color. She was his classmate, Abina Nana. Chapter 42, inviting Abina to join. 638 words. Mayu, wait here for me. Takeru gently patted her head and spoke softly. Okay. Though unsure why, Mayu nodded obediently and stayed put. Takeru then moved through the crowd. Just as the sleazy man pulled out the wallet, Takeru's hand shot out and grabbed the man's wrist. Ah! The man cried out in pain from Takeru's firm grip. The shout drew everyone's attention. They saw Takeru restraining the man's arm and the pink wallet in the man's hand. Ah! My wallet! Abina immediately recognized it. Seeing the situation, everyone quickly realized the man was a train pickpocket. Damn it! Realizing he was caught and Takeru wouldn't let go, the man's expression turned fierce. He swung his left fist at Takeru. But his clumsy movement and slow speed were no match for Takeru, even without observation haki. With it active, the punch was laughably easy to counter. Seeing the man still trying to fight, Takeru didn't hold back. He met the punch with his own fist. The collision made the man cry out even louder in pain. If Takeru hadn't held back considerably, the man's hand would have been broken. At the next stop, concerned passengers called the police, who soon arrived and took the man away. As the man was led off, the crowd broke into enthusiastic applause for Takeru. Standing up bravely was admirable, especially from someone so handsome. Hey, handsome, want to be friends? A pretty girl even approached Takeru actively. However, Takeru politely declined, and the girl left regretfully. Abina-san, be more careful on trains from now on, Takeru said with a light smile to the still flustered girl. Thank you, Norokuan. Abina said shyly. It's nothing, just a small thing, Takeru shook his head gently. As Takeru and Abina talked, people glanced their way, causing Abina's face to flush instantly red. Takeru even saw steam rising from her head. Oni-chan, is she also your classmate? Mayu came over and asked. Yes, this is Abina Nana, my classmate, Takeru introduced with a smile. Hello, Abina-nichan. I'm Takanashi Mayu. You can call me Mayu. Nice to meet you. Hearing the introduction, Mayu extended her hand with a smile. Mayu, nice to meet you too. Flustered, Abina shook Mayu's hand. Say, Abina-nichan, where are you going? Are you alone? Sensing Abina's shyness, Mayu asked warmly. I'm going to the zoo. Alone, Abina replied, sounding a bit dejected. Having moved from Akita for school, Abina didn't know many people in the city. Being introverted and new, her only friend here was barely Yumaru. Really? We're going to the zoo too. Come with us. Mayu suddenly invited her. Is that okay? But wouldn't that be too much trouble? Abina was interested but hesitated. Not at all. It's decided. Seeing Abina's hesitation and worry, Mayu guessed she was quite introverted and shy, so she became even more proactive. Though surprised by Mayu's invitation, Takeru didn't object. Abina wasn't a bad person. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Along the way, Mayu chatted warmly with Abina, though Abina remained much more reserved. With Takeru and Mayu beside her, Abina, who already easily attracted attention, felt even more noticeable under the gaze of passers-by. She kept her head down, extremely embarrassed. Seeing this, Takeru shook his head helplessly. This girl was too easily embarrassed, but perhaps that was part of her charm. Hello, 2 adult tickets and 1 child ticket, please, Takara said at the ticket counter. Right away. The staff quickly handed over the tickets, and Takeru paid. Norokuan, I can pay for mine myself. Abina said hurriedly upon seeing Takeru had bought her ticket. It's fine, Abina. Let's go in together, Takeru said gently. But Abina-nichan, don't be polite with Onii-chan. Seeing Abina about to protest, Mayu grabbed her arm and said, Okay. Abina finally nodded in compromise. Chapter 43, Chapter 43A Sudden Situation, Mutated Monkeys. 897 words. Seeing that Abina was no longer dwelling on it, Takeru smiled, and then everyone proceeded inside. Because it was the weekend, there were many people visiting, mostly parents with children, and of course, many couples in love. The arrival of Takeru and Abina also attracted frequent glances from the crowd, accompanied by murmurs. While watching the giraffes, Mayu was amazed, her big eyes fixed intently on the giraffes, completely captivated. Abina, however, noticed the gazes of the people around them and their conversations. She kept her head down, her face flushed red, practically in a state of steaming. Abina! Seeing Abina's state, Takeru thought for a moment and decided to call out to her. Norokuan! Hearing Takeru's sudden call, Abina trembled slightly, then looked somewhat timid and unsure what to do. Abina, you don't need to pay too much attention to the looks and words of people around you. If you do, it'll only make things harder for you. Takeru let out a soft sigh and said. Hey! Hearing Takeru's words, Abina was taken aback. Then, lifting her head, she met Takeru's deep and bright gaze. For a moment, Abina felt as if she was seeing something as vast as the universe, yet as pure as the starry sky. This kind of pure gaze was something Abina was seeing for the first time. Since coming here, perhaps because she was from the countryside, Abina had felt somewhat inferior. Especially when relaxed or nervous, she tended to slip into a local dialect accent in her speech. After arriving here, this also made her seem introverted. Coupled with her cute appearance and ample assets, Abina easily drew attention from those around her, as if her attire and behavior were strange, which only deepened her sense of inferiority. But now, after making eye contact with Takeru, she could feel his pure, untainted gaze, and this gaze made her feel very at ease. Onii-chan, let's go see the big tiger. At this moment, Mayu, having finished watching the giraffes, tugged on Takeru's hand excitedly. Sure, Abina, let's go. Seeing that Abina was still somewhat dazed, Takeru gently waved his hand in front of her. Abina only snapped back to reality as Takeru waved his hand. After reacting, her face turned even redder. Mayu wants to see the tiger. Let's go together. Seeing that Abina seemed not to have heard him earlier, Takeru repeated himself. Okay. This time, Abina also nodded quickly. Norokuan is really so gentle. Watching Takeru smiling as he held Mayu's hand, Abina placed her hand over her chest and thought to herself. Afterward, Takeru continued to take Mayu to see various areas, taking many photos, leaving behind a trail of laughter along the way. Just as Takeru was still with Mayu observing the lazy sloths, a sudden scream came from an area not too far from where Takeru and the others were, followed by a massive commotion. What happened? The sudden noise left everyone bewildered, looking over in confusion. Mayu and Abina, you two leave here first. Using observation haki to sense the source of the disturbance, Takeru frowned and said to Mayu and Abina. What's wrong, Onii-chan? Hearing Takeru's suddenly serious tone, Mayu stared blankly at Takeru. Something's happened over there. As Takeru finished speaking, the people in that area screamed and rushed toward the zoo exit even faster. Run! Monkeys have escaped and are attacking people. The news of monkeys breaking out spread rapidly among the fleeing crowd. How is that possible? That area is over 6 meters high. How could monkeys jump out? Those who didn't understand clearly refused to believe it. But Takeru knew very well that the monkeys had indeed jumped from the enclosure to the top, and not just one monkey, there were 3. The monkeys that jumped out glared fiercely at their surroundings. If people looked carefully, they would notice that the monkeys that had jumped out were quite different from those still confined below. Their bodies were exceptionally robust. One monkey, as soon as it emerged, directly slapped an unlucky person nearby, sending them flying, blood flowing. Go! Go! Seeing the fearful looks around, the monkey showed no restraint and leaped onto another passerby, delivering a powerful kick that sent them flying. Mayu, Abina, go wait for me outside. Takeru said to the two again. I understand. Abinane, let's go quickly. Noting Takeru's serious expression, Mayu dared not linger any longer. She directly pulled the still confused Abina and quickly followed the flow of people running toward the exit. Over by the monkeys, they had already injured 4 or 5 people and were now wildly chasing after some passers-by, attacking them. Inside the zoo, some zookeepers reacted swiftly, quickly arming themselves and rushing out, preparing to capture the monkeys. My child! A woman and her child were separated by the surge of the crowd. The young child didn't understand what was happening, but seeing the monkey up close, he excitedly clapped his hands and called out to the monkey. To the monkey, the child's actions undoubtedly seemed like a provocation. The monkey directly approached the child. Upon reaching the child, the monkey revealed a ferocious look and raised its strong right arm, preparing to strike down. No! Seeing this scene, the woman let out a desperate scream. People around couldn't bear to watch and covered their eyes. Chapter 44, Suppression. 1009 words. At the critical moment, a figure darted out, delivering a powerful kick that sent the robust monkey flying into the distance, saving the child. A loud boom echoed as the monkey made intimate contact with the distant guardrail, knocking it unconscious immediately. On the other side, the fully armed staff were utterly powerless against the frenzied monkeys. If not for their heavy protective suits, their fate would have been no better than that of the tourists. How can this be? A staff member watched as his companion was effortlessly toyed with by the monkeys. Even tranquilizer darts couldn't hit them, and combined with the monkey's bizarrely immense strength, he found it hard to believe, a look of despair crossing his face. As the personnel in front were sent flying, one monkey directly reached this staff member, showing a cruel smile as it prepared to swat him away too. However, at that moment, Takeru had arrived in this area. With a great leap, Takeru appeared before the monkey, simultaneously extending an arm to easily block the monkey's swinging attack, followed by a shoulder throw that slammed the monkey heavily to the ground. The immense force left these mutated monkeys struggling to get back up for a while. The monkey not far away, seeing its companions being taken down one after another, turned its gaze onto Takeru. It stopped chasing the staff member in front of it, instead furiously charging towards Takeru with bared teeth. The monkey was fast, at least fast enough to leave ordinary people in the dust. But in Takeru's eyes, it seemed extremely sluggish. Facing the monkey's charge, Takeru remained completely unfazed. Hurry and tie up the unconscious monkeys. After reminding the stunned staff behind him, Takeru actively charged towards the monkey. At the instant man and monkey were about to collide, Takeru erupted with even greater speed, circling behind it, then delivering a powerful chop to the monkey's neck. The immense force, combined with its own forward momentum, sent it tumbling head over heels several times before crashing heavily into the guardrail not far away again. Glancing at the mutated monkey now incapacitated, Takeru's gaze swept around, quickly noticing 3 tourists who were taking photos. Takeru frowned, unleashing invisible telekinetic force. Soon, the phones or cameras in the hands of the 3 people taking photos seemed to suffer some terrifying crushing pressure, exploding apart. As for the surveillance camera monitoring this spot, Takeru had already destroyed it before taking action. Wee woo wee woo. At this time, Takeru also heard the sounds of police cars and ambulances. Knowing it wasn't good to linger any longer, Takeru erupted with terrifying speed, swiftly disappearing from everyone's sight. After leaving, Takeru circled around before heading back towards the zoo entrance. Finding Mayu and Abina, who were being held back outside, he quickly led them away from the scene. As for what happened afterward, that was no longer Takeru's concern. Inside a family restaurant, Takeru, Abina, and Mayu sat ordering food. Hey, Oni-chan, what exactly happened inside? And why didn't you leave with us earlier? Sitting in her seat, Mayu curiously questioned Takeru. Just now, there was an incident with monkeys injuring people inside. I only took a brief look. After you left, I came out too. Hearing Mayu's question, Takeru lied without changing his expression. Hearing Takeru's words, Mayu puffed her cheeks and stared at him, clearly not believing his explanation. She didn't doubt that monkeys had hurt people, but the idea that Takeru had them leave first, then he just looked at before leaving too. Mayu didn't buy it. Mayu understood Takeru very well. If something truly dangerous happened, Takeru wasn't the type to seek out excitement, and he certainly wouldn't ignore her to go watch the commotion. So, naturally, Mayu didn't believe Takeru's words. I'm so glad Norokuan is all right. Hearing Takeru's words, Abina firmly believed him without a doubt, letting out a sigh of relief as she spoke. Because the staff reacted very quickly and managed to restrain the monkeys soon after. But after the staff came out, I also ran out quickly. Hearing Abina's words, Takeru said with a smile. At the same time, news of the monkey attack spread rapidly, with some busybodies quickly uploading their eyewitness accounts to various major platforms. In their accounts, the monkeys, like war gods, easily beat up the staff. In the crisis, a figure like a superhero swiftly suppressed the frenzied monkeys. Although eyewitnesses described it vividly, because there were no pictures or videos, there was simply no way to verify it. As for the person involved, Takeru, he didn't care in the slightest, as long as it didn't trace back to him. However, his face had been seen by quite a few people at the time, something Takeru couldn't help. But since Takeru hadn't displayed any superpowers then, at most he would be considered someone with some combat skills. So even if someone was interested in digging deeper, they wouldn't be overly enthusiastic. Soon, the food was served. Abina, who was eating at a family restaurant for the first time, made a small blunder. She put her food on a plate meant for Bones. Afterward, having finished lunch, Takeru received a call from Yukino. She was calling precisely because of the incident at the zoo, as 1 death and 5 serious injuries was still a very severe situation. But after briefly chatting with her for a couple of sentences, Takeru hung up, indicating now wasn't the time for conversation. Seeing this, Yukino nodded understandingly. Because her father was a Diet member, Yukino could access more information than ordinary people. As for the monkeys, they were injected with large amounts of anesthetic, confined in the sturdiest iron cages, and sent to a mysterious location. In fact, these days, more and more animals were showing signs of such mutation. While the police were constantly suppressing these incidents, the accidents were becoming increasingly frequent, giving many leading figures an ominous premonition, a sense of oppressive feeling like the calm before the storm. Chapter 45, The Keen Mayu. 849 words. Takeru naturally didn't know about what happened afterward, nor was he particularly interested for the time being. As long as it didn't affect him and his own, he wasn't planning to take proactive action unless, like today, it happened right in front of him. After the 3 of them had lunch, they took the train together back towards the apartment. Actually, where Takeru lived wasn't far from where Abina lived, less than 50 meters apart, just in different apartment buildings. In fact, Takeru had seen Abina going to school alone many times before. Abina, my home is right here, room 303. If anything comes up in the future, you can come find us. Also, let's go to school together next time. Arriving at the base of the apartment building, Takeru said to Abina. Really? Hearing Takeru's words, Abina spoke somewhat unconfidently. Of course, we're friends, aren't we? By the way, just call me Takeru from now on. It's settled. Hearing Abina's words, Takeru gently patted her shoulder and said. I understand. Feeling Takeru's familiar gesture, Abina became even more bashful, but she still nodded earnestly. After saying goodbye to Abina, Takeru waved to her, then took Mayu back home. Mao, all right, Onii-chan, that mysterious person was you, wasn't it? As soon as they got home, Mayu pulled up a forum post and showed it to Takeru. And also, I could smell a strange odor on you just now, which was from those monkeys too, right? Mayu stared intently at Takeru. I really can't hide anything from you, can I? But Mayu, you absolutely must not tell anyone about this, understand? Seeing Mayu's expression, Takeru could only shake his head helplessly. See? I knew it. Onii-chan, you're a superhero. Hearing Takeru's words, Mayu exclaimed excitedly. I'm not as powerful as a superhero, nor am I as eager to help as one. Hearing Mayu's words, Takeru just shrugged. So Onii-chan, can you tell me what really happened? Having confirmed it was Takeru, Mayu excitedly hugged his arm. Alright, I'll give you a simple explanation, but you have to promise never to tell anyone, okay? Especially about that stuff I gave you to drink before. Seeing Mayu's look, Takeru knew he had to give her a proper warning. Eh? Does drinking that make you a superhero? Am I a superhero now too? Hearing Takeru mention it, Mayu got excited again. You're thinking too far ahead. That's just a simple body-enhancing medicine, and its effects are very limited. Seeing Mayu's excited fantasies, Takeru poured cold water on them directly. Oh, is that so? Hearing Takeru's words, Mayu pouted, but she wasn't particularly disappointed. Just that one enhancement had already made her feel reborn. She didn't feel unsatisfied. The most important thing was knowing that her big brother was an extraordinary person. To put it simply, by chance, I obtained some special items that made my body stronger. At the same time, I learned that this world is going to undergo deeper changes. As for what those changes are, I'm not too sure myself, but they'll likely cause some disasters for Earth. And from now on, every once in a while, I'll be going out. The duration is uncertain, but I'll basically be back within 3 hours. Looking at the curious Mayu, Takeda thought for a moment and told her some things, but not everything. He just wanted to make her stay alert. So, does that mean when you went out last week, it was for this reason too? Hearing Takeru's words, Mayu immediately remembered last Sunday. So, besides Oni-chan, there are other people who have also obtained these things. Quickly, Mayu connected this to the club activities Takeru mentioned before. Since Takeru said he was going for club activities last week, and Yumaru confirmed it, that means Yumaru might not be an ordinary person either. Following this line of reasoning, Mayu stared blankly at Takeru, suddenly feeling as if the world had become somewhat unfamiliar. Takeru hadn't expected Mayu to connect so many dots. He simply reiterated during their conversation that she should be more cautious and, if anything strange really happened, she must leave immediately. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. After saying goodbye to Mayu, Takeru headed towards a nearby park where everyone had agreed to meet. When Takeru arrived, Yukino, Yumaru, Taihei, Yui, Ui, and Rika were already waiting. "Good morning, everyone." Seeing everyone, Takeru smiled and waved. "Takeru, you're here." Seeing Takeru, everyone smiled. "Good. Since you're here, Takeru, that just leaves Hikigaya." Seeing Takeru, Yukino stated directly. As for Yuta, it seemed he was going out with his mother and sisters today, so he couldn't make it. The group chatted briefly, and soon, Hashiman jogged over. Seeing everyone waiting for him, he scratched his head sheepishly. He had actually left home early, but Hashiman's little sister felt that since her brother had finally made friends, he should at least dress up a bit and wear something presentable before leaving the house. That's why Hashiman ended up being slightly late. Chapter 46 Ghostly Beings. 894 words. Alright, since everyone is here, let's set off. Seeing Hashiman arrive, Yukino gave him a nod before addressing the group. First on their agenda was a visit to a public cemetery, because there were reports of strange, eerie occurrences there, as if people had seen ghosts. So today, the group had gathered to investigate. If they really encountered a ghost, they wanted to see if they could defeat it. As for the possibility of the group being wiped out by a ghost, it wasn't very likely. While some people talked about the presence of ghostly beings there, no incidents of ghosts harming people had been reported. Since the distance wasn't great, the group chose to walk. After about 20 minutes of walking, they arrived at their destination. As soon as they reached the place, everyone felt a strange sensation, an uncomfortable feeling, as if being watched by something peculiar. Did you all feel that? Yukino was the first to speak up. It feels unpleasant, Taihei nodded quickly. It seems something really unusual has appeared here, Takeru remarked without changing his expression. I think we should come back another time, Rika said, trembling slightly. Although she had a bit of a Chunibyo streak and now possessed some strength, encountering something ghost-like naturally terrified her. Since we're already here, how can we give up halfway? Yukino was also somewhat afraid internally, but driven by her sense of justice, she took a deep breath and spoke. Takeru naturally had no objections, as he hadn't sensed any danger. Soon, the group continued into the cemetery. Just as they entered, Takeru spread his observation haki. Quickly, he spotted something peculiar, two terrifying-looking ghostly beings moving about. Perhaps because they hadn't been formed for too long, their bodies appeared somewhat ethereal. One was currently standing in front of a man who had come to pay respects, seemingly absorbing something like life energy from the man, who remained completely unaware. Takeru, did you find something? The group soon noticed Takeru staring intently in a certain direction and asked curiously. Found the troublemakers. Hearing Yumaru's question, Takeru replied calmly. Hearing this, Rika immediately clung to Takeru nervously. Perhaps due to experiencing many things with Takeru in a previous world, encountering frightening situations had become a conditioned reflex for her. Takeru glanced at Rika, shook his head helplessly, but didn't scold her. Instead, he continued, right in front of that man, and another one at the 7th position from the left, 3rd row from the bottom. A2. Hearing Takeru's words, everyone was taken aback but didn't doubt their truthfulness. You can see them if you use observation haki. Takeo gave a slight nod. "Eh?" Upon hearing this, everyone strengthened their observation haki. Soon, they saw a faint, ethereal figure in front of the man. However, since they weren't yet proficient with observation haki, their vision wasn't clear. Taihei and Yui, because they hadn't focused on mental attributes, couldn't detect it at all. "Wani-chan, can you see it?" Yui asked her older sister, Yui, fearfully. I don't dare look." Hearing Yui's question, Yui showed an embarrassed smile. As the two sisters spoke, the man began to leave. The ghostly being then turned its gaze towards Takeo and the group, starting to drift towards them. Though it lacked conscious thought, it could sense that Takeo and the others were definitely nourishing entities. An instinct for evolution drove it towards them. "It seems to be coming over. What should we do?" At this moment, Yukino also noticed the anomaly and asked worriedly. After all, it was daytime, and there were still some people around. They couldn't openly use magic. But without magic, Yukino didn't think physical attacks could harm such a being. "Let me try something." Seeing everyone's concern, Takeo said calmly. With a thought, Takeo's immense telekinetic force quickly formed an invisible fist that punched towards the drifting ghost. Telekinesis seemed effective against such beings. Hit by Takeo's telekinetic fist, a part of the ghost's body dissipated directly, and it let out an unconscious wail. This wail couldn't be heard with ears, and it seemed to act directly on the soul. Those with high spirit attributes, like Takeo and the others, heard it clearly. "It seems your attack worked, Takeo." Hearing the ghost's wail, Yukino said excitedly. Yui and Ui looked puzzled, as they hadn't seen Takeo attack at all. Ignoring their confusion, and seeing it was effective, Takeo used telekinesis to pull the ghost right in front of him. Then, clenching his fist, he threw a direct punch. Pure physical force seemed to have no effect on the ghost. Takeo's fist passed right through it, but the ghost showed no reaction. Seeing this, Takeo withdrew his fist, coated it with armament haki, and punched again. A pained wail sounded again, clearer to everyone than before. At the same time, they sensed the ghost seemed to completely dissipate. "Takeo, that was..." Seeing Takeo's pitch-black arm, Hashiman couldn't help but ask. "Armament haki. It seems to have a strong restraining effect on these ghostly beings." Glancing at the astonished Hashiman, Takeo explained calmly. "Armament haki." Hearing Takeo's words, everyone showed thoughtful expressions. It seems to come from the same source as observation haki. Using armament haki can enhance defense and attack power." Seeing their thoughtful looks, Takeo added. Chapter 47, Nibutani Shinka. 846 words. Hearing this, the group decided to acquire it as soon as they had enough points and evaluation scores next time. That way, they wouldn't have to be so afraid when encountering ghostly beings in the future. Observation haki to see them, armament haki to destroy them. Afterward, Takeo used telekinesis again to restrain the distant ghostly being, then unleashed a barrage of telekinetic punches, causing the ghost to dissipate on the spot. With the ghosts dealt with, Takeo and the others left the cemetery and headed for the next location. Upon arrival, they found nothing unusual. It was clear that either their abilities were insufficient, or there simply were no ghostly beings there at all. Takeo leaned more towards the latter, as they hadn't sensed the slightest anomaly. The group then stopped dwelling on it and proceeded to the train station, moving on to the next destination. This time, however, they first went to meet someone. According to Yukino, this girl had felt extremely exhausted since entering an abandoned building 2 days ago, as if something was pressing down on her. Moreover, she didn't understand why she had gone inside in the first place. It was as if she had lost consciousness. "Hello, is this Nibutani Shinka-san?" Upon reaching their destination, Yukino dialed a number and spoke into the phone. Cough. "Yes, speaking." A weak voice came from the other end of the line. "This is Yukino Shita Yukino. We had arranged to meet previously regarding your matter. We might have a way to resolve your issue. Would it be convenient for you to come down now? We're at the entrance of the Black Lizard Apartments." Yukino spoke quickly. Yukino Shita Yukino? I understand. I'll come down right away." Hearing Yukino's words, Nibutani hesitated briefly before quickly agreeing. Currently, she felt as if she had contracted some illness, yet hospital tests showed nothing. As time passed, she felt her body growing increasingly weak, and last night she even caught a cold. Soon, Takeo and the others saw a girl dressed very conservatively, wearing a mask, come downstairs. However, what caught Takeru's attention most was the peculiar monster perched on the girl's shoulder. Are you Yukino Shita-senpai? And Takanashi-san, you're here too. Seeing so many people with Yukino, Nibitani was initially surprised. But upon noticing Rika, she grew somewhat concerned, as she knew Rika well. That was a severe case of chunibyo. Having once been a chunibyo herself, she understood all too well, though she had since graduated from that phase. Class rep. Seeing it was Nibitani, Rika was also surprised. But what surprised her even more was the disgusting monster on Nibitani's shoulder. Takeru, can we act directly? The moment Yukino saw Nibitani, she instinctively activated her still unpracticed observation haki and naturally noticed the monster on her shoulder. Out of caution, however, she dared not act rashly. Primarily, she wasn't confident about removing the monster without harming Nibitani. This situation still depended on Takeru. Thinking this, she sighed helplessly. If not for Takeru being with them, their visit today might have accomplished nothing. Nibitani-san, correct. Hearing Yukino's words, Takeru gave a slight nod and proactively walked towards Nibitani. Why, yes. Nibitani was naturally familiar with Takeru, the handsome boy from Class C, even the most handsome in Sobu High. Usually, when the girls around Nibitani talked about boys, Takeru was always part of the conversation. Seeing Takeru now, Nibitani couldn't help but recall the rather explicit topics her friends had discussed about him, causing a blush to rise to her cheeks. Excuse me, could you please close your eyes for a moment? Looking at Nibitani, Takeru showed a gentle smile. Oh, okay. Hearing Takeru's spring-like voice, Nibitani even felt her body relax, as if her illness had lessened slightly. She unconsciously complied with his request. In Takeru's perception, sensing Nibitani had closed her eyes, he clenched his right fist and threw a sudden, powerful punch. His fist, coated with armament haki, instantly shattered the monster on Nibitani's shoulder into pieces. The monster vanished completely in a wail, turning to dust and leaving not a single trace behind. Who? Almost the instant the monster disappeared, Nibitani sensed the change. She felt a lightness throughout her body, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Her mind was no longer foggy. Though the cold still made her somewhat uncomfortable, it was a world of difference compared to before. Thinking this, Nibitani hurriedly opened her eyes, only to see Takeru already stepping away. Ah, please wait. Seeing Takeru's retreating figure, Nibitani quickly reached out and called to him. What is it? Hearing Nibitani's voice, Takeru stopped and looked at her with his gentle smile. May I ask if something strange happened to me? Seeing Takeru's unfairly handsome face and smile made Nibitani unconsciously tense up. Something a bit unusual did happen, but it's all resolved now. Hearing Nibitani's question, Takeru nodded calmly. Nibitani-san, we hope you can take us to the abandoned building you entered before. At this moment, Yukino stepped forward and said to Nibitani. Chapter 48, The Abandoned Building. 839 words. You want to go there? Hearing Yukino's words, Nibitani was stunned, also showing hesitation, as that place was simply too eerie. Don't worry, you just need to guide us to the general area and point out the way. Seeing Nibitani's hesitant look, Yukino quickly added. I understand. Looking at Yukino's determined expression and then at Takeru's calm and composed demeanor, Nibitani nodded. Her hesitation wasn't about unwillingness to take them there, but concern that they might also encounter danger. Then, thank you. Hearing Nibitani agree, Yukino let out a sigh of relief. No, I should thank you all. I don't know what Norokuan did, but I really feel much better now. Thank you. If that's the case, time is of the essence, so let's head over. Seeing the exchange between the two, Takeru smiled and spoke up from the side. Meanwhile, Taihei and Hashiman remained mostly in the background, silently observing Takeru and the others without saying much. Along the way, Nibitani curiously observed Takeru's group. Their combination seemed a bit odd. Yui and Ui looked like middle schoolers to her, while Taihei was clearly already a graduate. Plus, the team seemed led by Yukino and Takeru, two prominent figures at school. Though puzzled, after the earlier incident, Nibitani also realized Takeru and the others might not be ordinary people. Could they be some special group, or perhaps descendants of a family of magicians? The more she thought, the more Nibitani unconsciously connected it to her own Chunibyo-era settings, a centuries-old magician, feeling as if she had glimpsed another side of the world. The journey wasn't too long, but under Nibitani's guidance, it took nearly half an hour. That's it, that building over there. Seeing the familiar, gloomy building, Nibutani couldn't help but shiver. Yukino and the others also felt extremely uncomfortable. This sensation was similar to encountering those two monsters at the cemetery, but compared to those, the feeling here was even more unsettling. Thank you for your hard work, Nibutani-san. Leave the rest to us. Also, we hope you won't speak about what you saw today. Yukino said seriously, looking at Nibutani. I understand. Can I wait here for you? Nibutani hesitated before asking. Seeing the look of concern in Nibutani's eyes, Yukino gave a slight nod. Afterward, Takeo and the others continued towards the abandoned building. The closer they got, the stronger that uncomfortable feeling became. The area was also very desolate. Apart from the abandoned building, there were some shops nearby, but for some reason, they were all closed. It seems the source of the problem is here. We might face a dangerous situation ahead. If anyone wants to stay behind, you can remain here. About 20 meters from the building, Yukino stopped the group and spoke directly. Although Yukino hoped everyone could contribute to maintaining order in the world, she wouldn't force anyone to follow her orders. Hearing Yukino's words, everyone pondered, their gazes unintentionally turning towards Takeo. I'll go in. Noticing everyone's looks, Takeo, though somewhat speechless, spoke softly. Hearing that Takeo would enter, everyone seemed to relax a little. Through their brief interactions, everyone had gained a sense of security from Takeo, to varying degrees. Even Taihei and Hashiman, who were older than Takeo, felt the same. Then I'll go in too. After hearing Takeo, Rika also spoke quietly. We're in as well. Taihei thought for a moment before speaking. He was the oldest here, so there was no reason to back down. Soon, everyone decided to enter together. This outcome also relieved Yukino. She understood well that the main reason everyone was willing to enter was largely because of Takeo. However, Takeo also made it clear to everyone that unless special circumstances arose, he generally wouldn't intervene. Hearing Takeo's words, everyone nodded. This was a good opportunity for them to train. All right, everyone be careful. If there are any issues, focus on protecting yourselves and supporting each other. Yukino gave the final summary, and the group headed towards the building, with Takeo taking the very rear. Soon, they stepped inside the abandoned building. Within Takeo's extensive perception range, he immediately detected for disgusting monsters. Fireball. Not long after entering, Hashiman directly cast his fireball skill, launching it at one of the monsters. Here, with no outsiders around, everyone could use magic freely. The fireball injured a monster, also angering it. It glared furiously at Hashiman, as he was the one who had hurt it. Seeing the monster charge, Hashiman showed a flicker of panic and hurriedly began gathering another fireball. At that moment, an ice arrow shot out from behind Hashiman, accurately piercing the monster's eye and going straight through. The monster completely vanished. The one who acted was Rika. Having battled numerous zombies, Rika's combat skills might not have improved drastically, but her eyesight and precision had greatly increased. Let's keep moving forward. Yukino and the others were also impressed by Rika's shot, but now wasn't the time to discuss it. The group then continued upwards. Chapter 49, returning to the reincarnation space. 881 words. As soon as they reached the second floor, a monster tried to ambush Yui. However, everyone had their observation haki activated and had already detected the monster. Taihei swiftly brought out a shield, blocking the monster's attack. Seeing that the shield could withstand the monster, everyone felt more confident. Yumaru also stopped preparing to cast magic. The monsters here were quite different from the ones in the cemetery and the one attached to Nibutani. These were more physically solid and significantly stronger. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that physical objects could block their attacks in this situation. After blocking the monster, Yukino, who had been charging her spell, quickly acted, firing an ice arrow that sent the monster flying. However, this monster was much tougher than the one on the first floor and didn't die immediately. Seeing this, no one was too concerned. Yumaru followed up with another ice arrow at the monster. 2 consecutive ice arrows finally finished it off. Next, everyone looked towards a larger monster not far away. It was on all fours, baring its teeth menacingly at Takeru's group. Attack together! Sensing the terrifying aura from the monster, the group exchanged glances and agreed. Yui immediately activated her stealth skill, vanishing from sight as she stealthily approached the monster. Taihei positioned himself in front of the group, while Yumaru, Yukino, and the others simultaneously began gathering magic. Roar! An intangible soul roar echoed towards the group, and then the monster charged rapidly at Yukino and the others. Facing the charge, although their practical combat experience wasn't extensive, they weren't foolish either and chose to dodge. Having been tempered by battles with zombies, they wouldn't panic or freeze up in such situations. After dodging, the 5 mags, Yukino, Yui, Hashiman, Yumaru, and Rika, who had been charging their spells, unleashed their most powerful magic. Fireballs and ice arrows swiftly flew towards the monster. The monster wasn't stupid either, it leaped aside, evading 2 ice arrows and a fireball. However, it was still hit by the subsequently launched fireball and ice arrow, instantly letting out a cry of pain. But the monster quickly recovered. Gritting through the pain, it charged at Yui, who was closest. Yui's reaction ability was still too weak, and seeing the roaring monster charging, she momentarily forgot to dodge. At the critical moment, Taihei stepped in again with his shield, blocking the monster's path. Thwarted, the monster felt disoriented. The hidden Yui seized the chance, leaping onto the monster's back and plunging her dagger deep into it, inflicting significant damage. After striking, Yui quickly retreated, denying the monster a chance to counterattack. The monster's aggro was indeed drawn by Yui. Furious, it tried to attack her, but Yumaru and the other second wave of magic was already prepared. The enraged monster, having lost its composure, didn't evade this time and was directly hit by 5 spells, dissipating amidst its wails. Phew! A complete success! Seeing the monster vanish, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Takeru merely watched quietly. Overall, aside from Yui's significant mistake, it was quite good that they defeated the monster without injuries, considering they hadn't coordinated much before. After defeating this monster, the remaining ones were relatively ordinary. With the group's cooperation, they cleared the monsters in less than 10 minutes, though that was partly because there weren't many monsters here to begin with. Emerging, everyone showed smiles. This battle had forged a closer bond among them, a sense of camaraderie. Everyone's okay, right? Returning to the original spot, Nibutani was still waiting. Seeing that Takeo and the others didn't seem injured, she sighed in relief. We're fine. By the way, how about we all go have lunch together? Yukino suggested again. Sure. Still riding the high from the recent battle, everyone agreed enthusiastically with Yukino's suggestion. Takeo checked the time and nodded as well. Yukino also invited Nibutani. Nibutani didn't hesitate much and nodded. After all, Takeo and the others were clearly not ordinary people, and having a chance to get closer wasn't something she'd refuse. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Watching the countdown to the instant's entry, Takeo showed a thoughtful expression. Compared to the first time, they now found they couldn't choose the time to enter the reincarnation space at will. Although they received the prompt yesterday, they couldn't enter the reincarnation space early. This time, the entry time was exactly 9 p.m. With 5 minutes left on the countdown, Takeo sat quietly in place, awaiting the reincarnation space's summons. Takeo wasn't at the apartment currently. At 8:40 p.m., he had informed Mayu and left home, arriving at this pre-arranged, hidden location. For next time, Takeo planned to rent another room, where he could go whenever he needed to enter the reincarnation space. The reason for not entering from home was mainly to avoid worrying Mayu if she discovered his sudden disappearance. Besides Takeo, Yukino, Yumaru, and the others were also at home, waiting for the reincarnation space's call. Since the time was in the evening, they hadn't gathered together again, each finding their own secluded spots to leave from. As time ticked by, the instant the countdown ended, Takeo's figure was engulfed by suddenly appearing black light and vanished from the spot. Chapter 50 Grimgar. 848 words. Indeed, it seems we can only proceed directly to the reincarnation mission again. Seeing that none of his companions were around, Takeo let out a soft sigh. In that case, let's first see what world this is. Thinking this, Takeo directly looked at the reincarnation watch. Fortune Lover, Grimgar of Fantasy and Ash. Seeing the names of the 2 worlds, Takeo fell into contemplation. No other reason, he simply didn't know what these worlds were. Takeo had anticipated this possibility before, and the worlds he experienced couldn't all be ones he was familiar with. Although unclear, strictly speaking, this was only the second world. Confident in his own strength, even in an unfamiliar world, Takeo didn't think it would pose any problem. Judging by the names, the first world seemed to be a game world, and the second appeared somewhat similar. After a moment of thought, Takeo quickly chose the second one. As he made his selection, a light swiftly enveloped him, and his figure vanished once again from the blank, white space. Besides Takeo, Yukino and the others also made their choices after consideration. When Takeo opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Most importantly, he discovered a large number of people around him, including himself, a total of 20. Besides the familiar Yui and Ui, 2 other people surprised Takeo, his classmate Okiyama Mayo, and Kotobuki Tsumuji from Class A. Though Takeo had never spoken with Tsumuji, during his usual observation haki training in class, he had memorized the classmates within his perception range. Tsumuji, being an important character in K-On!, was naturally etched clearly in his memory. Are these all reincarnators? Gazing at these people with doubt, Takeo felt they might not be. As for the reincarnation watch, normally everyone would leave it set to invisible. Shaking his head, Takeo first looked at the reincarnation mission. World Introduction, located on the Grimgar continent, Kingdom of Arabakia. Here, humans can learn techniques, skills, and magic through training. When first learned, one can only grasp the basic concepts. After acquisition, one must gradually accumulate proficiency through practice and real combat to slowly unleash the original power and effects. The Grimgar continent harbors numerous monsters. Killing monsters to collect materials can be sold for resources. Fight with all your might to survive. Main Mission 1, survive for 30 days. Main Mission 2, hunt 30 goblins. Main Mission 3, hunt 30 kobolds. Side Mission 1, kill dead spot. Side Mission 2, hidden. Looking at the missions, Takeo quickly pondered. Overall, this world shouldn't be difficult. For him, it probably wouldn't pose any threat. The next thing to consider was how to gain greater benefits. After some thought, Takeo could only reluctantly give up. The most important thing now was to gather information. Where is this place? Soon, a voice rang out. Though in darkness, within Takeo's perception, he could clearly see everyone. The voice's owner was none other than Yui. While Yui had woken up earlier than Yui, she cautiously made no sound. However, upon hearing her sister's voice, Yui had no choice but to go to her sister's side, signaling her to be quiet. The two quickly sensed Takeo's presence as well, their eyes lighting up as they hurried over to his position. Takeo-senpai. Seeing Takeo in the same reincarnation world, Yui said happily. Let's get outside first. Scanning the surroundings, the interior was an empty space with numerous unidentified individuals lying haphazardly. If not for sensing their breathing, they might have been mistaken for corpses. Heading outside, they soon saw a beautiful night sky. The night sky in this world seemed tinged with a hint of green light, dotted with stars, appearing very beautiful. So pretty! Seeing this scene, Yui couldn't help but exclaim. Wani-chan! Seeing her sister's carefree demeanor, Yui felt worried. Once outside, Takeo began observing the surroundings. Besides 2 special guards, there were peculiar buildings in the distance. As for Takeo and the others, they seemed to be on a tall clock tower from which they could see the general layout of the town. By the way, have you checked your missions? Looking at the two, Takeo asked quietly. I have. Survive 30 days, hunt 30 goblins and kobolds. Besides those, there's also a side mission. Hearing Takeo's words, Yui quickly nodded. As for Yui, she only belatedly reacted and hurriedly checked her reincarnation watch. Hearing Yui's words, it seemed the missions were consistent. While Takeo was thinking, the people inside gradually woke up. First was Tsumuji, then Mayo, followed by others Takeo didn't recognize. After Tsumuji and Mayo regained consciousness, they remained cautious, not crying out. They sat in the darkness, warily observing their surroundings. The two had only experienced one reward world before, and this world was their first official reincarnation world. While the two were cautiously observing their surroundings, others around them also began to wake up, looking around in confusion before heading outside. Seeing this, the two waited until 4 or 5 people had gone out before quickly standing up and heading outside as well. Chapter 51, The Most Unfortunate Transmigrators? 886 words. Mugi. Once outside, under the light of the stars, Mayo finally noticed Tsumuji's presence. Seeing Mayo, Tsumuji also showed a delighted expression. The two had naturally met during their first reincarnation mission. Besides them, there were 8 people in the second batch of reincarnators. They had gotten to know each other a bit, but unfortunately, compared to Takeru's batch, only 4 from the second batch were located relatively close. The others weren't even in the same city, so even if they wanted to gather, there was simply no way. Only those who were nearby maintained frequent contact. Through repeated interactions, the four had become very familiar. Is that Norokuan? After reuniting briefly, the two spotted Takeo, who stood out strikingly in the crowd. Takeo also noticed that the two had seen him. In response, he gave them a polite smile. After all, Mayo was Takeo's classmate. Takeru-senpai, who are they? Noticing Takeo's unusual behavior, Ui also spotted Mayo and Tsumuji. Okiyama Mayo from our class, and Kotobuki Tsumuji from Class A. Hearing Ui's question, Takeo didn't hide it and answered softly. Excuse me, do you know where this is? Why am I here? Suddenly, a girl approached Takeo and asked. You don't know why you're here? Hearing the girl's question, Takeo replied with surprise. Ah, yes. I only remember my name is Shihoru. I don't remember anything else. Hearing Takeru's words, Shihoru showed a timid expression. Hearing this and seeing the girl's demeanor, it was clear she wasn't lying. In other words, not everyone here was a reincarnator. I'm very sorry, I don't know where this is either. Hearing the girl's words, Takeru spoke softly. Is that so? Hearing Takeru's words, the girl showed a disappointed look. While the two were talking, the last boy inside also regained consciousness. Looking at the darkness around him, he showed a bewildered expression. Why am I here? How long have I been here? Since when have I been here? His mind filled with questions, the boy had no idea why he was here. Is anyone there? The boy tentatively called out. Yes. So, how many people are there? Should we count? By the way, what exactly is this place? No one knows? What's going on? With the boy's inquiry, the people around no longer remained silent and also looked at each other. Following the voices, the boy quickly found the exit and saw a group of complete strangers. Is that a city over there? A boy on the lookout platform said curiously. Rather than a city, it looks more like a castle, a man beside him added. Familiar faces, none. The boy who came out last scanned the people around and murmured to himself. It's worth mentioning that everyone here was dressed in relatively modern clothing, making Takeo suspect they might all be transmigrators. However, compared to Takeo and his group, these transmigrators seemed a bit unfortunate. Not only had they lost their memories, but they also didn't seem to possess any special abilities or skills. How strange. I can't remember anyone, friends, family, anyone. Looking around, the boy frowned in thought. Excuse me, does anyone know what place this really is? Looking at everyone, Shihoru finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up loudly. Yet everyone looked at each other in confusion. Takeo also didn't tell them this was Grimgar. After all, besides the name and the brief introduction from the reincarnation space, Takeo was completely unfamiliar with any other information. So, out of caution, Takeo wouldn't take the initiative. Oh right, let's ask them. At that moment, a boy wearing a striped tank top with a pendant pointed at the armored guards holding weapons not far away. Seeing that everyone was awake, the guards didn't say much in response to their questions. Instead, they led Takeo and the others into a building. Welcome to Grimgar. This is the Fortress City Alterna. Welcome, little kittens. I'm Brittany, the head and receptionist of the Crimson Moon Agency, part of the Alterna Border Volunteer Corps. You can call me Head, or Breachan is okay too, but when you call me that, it must be filled with love, understood? Inside the building, a red-haired man looked at Takeo and the others with a smile. Answer my question. What do Border Forces and Volunteer Corps mean? Why am I here? Hearing Brittany's words, a white-haired man looked at him aggressively and asked. Good spirit. I don't dislike your type. In response to the man's question, Brittany looked at him with a smile. I'm Ranji. I don't like perverts like you. However, before Ranji could finish, Brittany moved. He drew a short sword, grabbed Ranji by the collar in an instant, and pressed the blade against his neck. This sudden turn of events startled everyone present. No one had expected the seemingly easygoing Brittany to suddenly turn violent. Only Takeo and his group remained unfazed by Brittany's actions. It was simple, Brittany's movements, which appeared very fast to others, seemed quite ordinary to Takeo and the others. Moreover, Takeo didn't think such an attack could breach his over 400 defense. Factoring in Takeo's absolute defense talent, it should be over 800. As for the giant killing skill, it was clear Brittany couldn't trigger this talent in Takeo. Chapter 52, Hashiman and Yuta turned into girls. 871 words. Compared to the composed Takeo and the Hirasawa sisters, Mayo, who had only experienced one game-like world, showed a somewhat flustered expression. Renji, let me tell you something. No one calls me a pervert and lives. Want to try it? Brittany said with a sinister smile, looking at Renji. All right, if you can kill me, then kill me, you pervert agency head. Facing Brittany's threat, Renji, like a newborn calf unafraid of the tiger, actively gripped the sharp short sword in Brittany's hand. Instantly, blood began to flow from his palm. There will come a day, I'll do it, definitely. I'll make sure you never forget me. Seeing Renji's action, Brittany released the short sword and licked his lips. 10 silver coins. Everyone gets 10. I'll give these to those who join the volunteer corps. It should be enough to survive for a while. Completely unfazed that Renji had taken his short sword, Brittany took out a bag filled with coins and looked at the group. Oh, money. A boy looked at the scene as if remembering something, yet also not quite. No cell phone. A boy in red instinctively said, but the next moment he was stunned. Wait, what's a cell phone? Takeo clearly heard the boy's voice, further confirming they were transmigrators who had had their memories erased. As for which world they had transmigrated from, Takeo wasn't sure, but most likely not from the world Takeo was currently in. Listen up, this is the trainee volunteer corps proof. Use another 20 coins to buy the official corps badge from me, and you'll get corresponding benefits. Brittany spoke again. And we have to buy it. Someone immediately complained. Anyway, if you don't have skills to this extent, you'll die. Brittany stated bluntly. Die? Are we talking about something this serious now? The red-shirted man stared at Brittany in shock. What exactly do we need to do? Renji adapted quickly and stared at Brittany, asking. Renji, don't disappoint me. Use your own wisdom and talent, gather information, defeat enemies, that's the volunteer corps way. Brittany said with a smile. Meaning we have to investigate everything ourselves and think for ourselves. Hearing Brittany's words, Renji quickly grasped the meaning. That's right. I really like people who understand quickly. After defeating monsters, strip them and sell the parts. That's the most basic. Don't think there are easier odd jobs. If you want to be my pet, that's a different story. Surviving is quite difficult, you know. Let me give you one piece of advice, don't give up. You might die when it's time to die, but if you give up, you'll definitely die. Congratulations, from today, you are trainee volunteers. Brittany looked at the group with a smile. Soon, after Brittany finished his advice, everyone began queuing to receive silver coins and trainee badges. Takeo casually put away these items and headed outside to observe this world. Meanwhile, while Takeo and the others listened to Brittany's explanation, Rika, Taihei, and 2 other reincarnators from the second batch were receiving Brittany's explanation in another parallel world. As for Yukino, Yumaru, Hashiman, Yuta, and the others, having chosen the first world, they were just waking up on a massive bed. Compared to the second mission world, the first world was absolutely individual, meaning each of them started their mission in a separate parallel world. World Introduction, Fortune Lover. This is an otome game set in a magic academy in a certain country, where you cultivate romantic relationships with characters. Strive to survive in this world, replacing the character Katarina Clays, the only daughter of Duke Clays. Main mission, survive. Side mission, hidden. Why am I a girl? Staring blankly at the introduction, then at his own reflection in the mirror, Yuta felt a small meltdown. Most importantly, according to his own memories, the owner of this body was already engaged to the third prince, Jordo Stewart. And that prince had officially proposed to him, and the original had accepted. That meant Yuta now had a fiancé. Besides Yuta, Hashiman also found it hard to accept. But considering this was the reincarnation world, as long as he returned to his original body, there wouldn't be any problems. Thinking this, he quickly accepted this setting and began pondering the world introduction and main mission. The main mission was very vague, survive. If this was a magic world and surviving was required, perhaps the danger came from magical beasts or the hazards of war, which could endanger him. But the introduction stated it was an otome game for nurturing romantic relationships. That suggested the danger likely didn't come from disasters, but from oneself. Considering his noble status and ability to marry a prince, Hashiman had a guess, he might be set as a villainous character. Besides Hashiman, those who realized this issue included Yumaru, who often played games, and the gaming expert Tochibana Silfenford. Additionally, Yukino had deduced some clues. Only Yuta and a few reincarnators from the second batch were still struggling with having become girls. Of course, there was also one girl who was puzzled about why she would be in danger. Upon seeing the memory of the third prince, she showed an infatuated expression. Chapter 53, Chapter 53 Forming Teams and Guilds. 858 words. Back with Takeo, after pocketing the silver coins, he headed outside the agency. Ui and Yui, having collected their initial funds, quickly followed him. So, want to form a team? Looking at the two, Takeo asked with a smile. We're in your care, Takeru-senpai. Hearing Takeru's words, Yui smiled again and gave a small salute. Yui also smiled at Takeru. Hello, I'm Renji. Nice to meet you. Want to join my team? At that moment, Renji approached Takeru with 4 others and extended an invitation. No, I already have a team. Takeru spoke calmly, gesturing towards Yui and Ui. Hearing Takeru's words, Renji glanced at Yui and Ui with some doubt, not seeing any obvious combat potential. However, he wouldn't force Takeru to join him. I see. Good luck. If you change your mind, you can come find me. Renji said indifferently and left with his 4 companions. The remaining people also began forming teams on their own. Takeru-kun, could we join your team? At that moment, Mayo and Samuji approached. After hesitating, Mayo spoke up. Although they weren't sure about Takeo and the others' strength, undoubtedly, Takeo and his group were likely their seniors in the reincarnation space. That's not a problem. But there's one condition, in this instance, you need to follow my commands. Of course, I can also guarantee you'll safely clear it. Takeo looked at Mayo and Samuji, speaking calmly. That. Hearing Takeru's words, Mayo and Samuji hesitated, exchanged a look, then finally nodded. All right, welcome to the team. You can just call me Takeru from now on. Let me introduce you, this is Hirasawa Yui, and this is her younger sister, Hirasawa Ui. Seeing their agreement, Takeru showed a smile again. Hello, I'm Okiyama Mayo, and this is Kotobuki Tsumuji. Pleased to meet you, Hirasawa Yui-san, Hirasawa Ui-san. Hearing Takeru's introduction, Mayo also reintroduced herself. Excuse me, could I join the team? At that moment, Shihoru, whom they had seen earlier, mustered her courage and approached Takeru's group. Hearing the girl's words, Takeru frowned slightly as he looked at her, also falling into thought. Please? I'll do my best. Seeing Takeru's assessing gaze, Shihoru gathered her courage again. Hearing Shihoru's words, Yui and the others remained silent, looking at Takeru, as he was the leader here. Normally, Takeru would definitely refuse. After all, Shihoru clearly wasn't a reincarnator, while Takeru's team was entirely composed of reincarnators. Firstly, the gap in strength meant Shihoru would struggle to keep up. Secondly, Takeru and the others only had 1 month. After they left, Shihoru would be left all alone. I agree. I'm the captain in this team. During combat, you must follow my commands. If you can do that, then I'll let you join. Looking calmly at Shihoru, Takeru thought for a moment before speaking. I understand. I'll do my best. Hearing this, Shihoru spoke earnestly. Seeing Shihoru's resolve, Takeru accepted her. The reason was that Takeru considered the side mission, and perhaps the girl could improve their final rating. Even if not, just bringing 1 more person along wasn't troublesome for Takeru. After that, everyone introduced themselves, and the 6-person team was officially formed. In that case, our top priority now is to find a place to stay and gather information. 10 silver coins should be quite valuable. Tapping the bag of silver coins, Takeru thought for a moment and said, Okay. No one objected to Takeru's words. As the red moon in the sky began to fade and sunlight slowly rose, Takeru and the others had gathered quite a bit of information. First, regarding money, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10,000 copper coins. 1 silver coin could sustain a person for 2 weeks at a minimum standard of living. To find work in this world, one must join a guild. These guilds also provide places for people to change their class. There were 8 types of guilds: warrior, mage, thief, priest, hunter, paladin, dark knight, and necromancer. Unfortunately, there were currently no necromancer or paladin guilds available for class change here. According to the all-organization agreement, a person can only join one guild. Almost all guilds have their own rules, and members must abide by them. Joining a guild costs 8 silver coins per person and provides a set of beginner equipment and an initial skill. Takeo and the others first set aside 8 silver coins each, then used the remaining 2 silver coins to search for lodging. It cost 5 copper coins per day, and the accommodation was very simple. Takeo didn't mind too much, as it was charged daily. Of course, you could pay for multiple days in advance if you wanted. Takeo and the others each paid 15 copper coins for 3 days of lodging. As for later, after earning enough money, they naturally wouldn't need to stay in such a crude place anymore. Alright, everyone, you can now say which guild you'd like to join. Looking at everyone, Takeo spoke calmly. Compared to rating and reward calculations, Takeo felt that acquiring skills and training to become stronger within the reincarnation world were essential. Chapter 54, Chapter 54 Priest Guild. 796 words. Therefore, the end of one reincarnation cycle doesn't mean higher rating equals greater gains. In comparison, learning more skills within the reincarnation world and strengthening oneself through training are much more important. Just like Takeru's first and second reincarnation worlds. The second one gave him an S rating, but its gains weren't even half of what he acquired in the first world. Then, Takeru-senpai, what about you? Hearing Takeru, Ui quickly asked. For me, I lean more towards priest. Hearing Ui's question, Takeru answered directly. Eh? Why? Priests can't use bladed weapons, right? What about your missions? Hearing Takeru, Tsumuji asked with surprise. Killing monsters doesn't necessarily require weapons. Seeing the reactions of Tsumuji and Mayo, Takeru spoke calmly. Perhaps because this was their first world, the two only needed to kill 20 goblins and 20 kobolds to complete main missions 2 and 3. As for Shihoru, she looked at Takeru and the others with confusion, not quite understanding their conversation. So why does Takeru want the priest guild? Mayo also asked, puzzled. Why? Because it has healing skills, of course. Hearing Mayo's question, Takeru answered without hesitation. Eh? Just for healing skills? Not just Mayo, even Yui found it hard to comprehend. Takeru just smiled and didn't explain further. Having gained a preliminary understanding of this world's power levels, the only thing Takeru valued was healing skills. Compared to other damage-dealing abilities, they weren't even worth mentioning to him. For today, everyone should go choose the guild you like. Don't worry about team composition. If you like, you can all choose priest like me. Looking at everyone, Takeru showed a smile. Eh? Hearing Takeru's statement, Shihoru, Mayo, and Tsumuji were taken aback, feeling this was a bit unreliable. Okay, I've decided. I want to keep learning magic. Yui excitedly raised her hand and declared. Then, I'll choose thief. Yui hesitated for a moment, deciding to continue on her current path. After all, she already had the stealth and critical strike skills and could specialize a bit more. In that case, I'll choose warrior. Tsumuji raised her hand. Compared to magic or assassin-type roles, Tsumuji seemed to have a special fondness for warrior. She had also chosen warrior in her first reward world. With her natural talent and high innate strength and constitution, warrior suited her very well. Then, I'll study magic too. Hearing Takeru's words, Mayo hesitated but still chose the more appealing magic path. Seeing both Yui and Mayo choose mage, Shihoru also fell into hesitation. She didn't know what to choose either, but her heart also leaned towards magic. However, even though Takeru said not to worry about composition, having 2 mags already, if she chose it too, she might be abandoned later due to too many mags. Shihoru, don't feel burdened. As I said before, choose what you like. But I have one requirement, once you choose, you must properly improve your skills. So, whichever profession you like, even if it's a repeat, is fine. Takeru looked calmly at Shihoru. I understand. Then, I'll choose priest too. That way, if anyone gets injured, I can help heal them. Hearing Takeru's words, Shihoru spoke earnestly. In that case, let's split up for now. Tomorrow, we'll regroup here and start hunting. Hearing Shihoru, Takeru nodded and addressed everyone. Okay. Hearing Takeru, everyone quickly nodded. Shihoru, let's go to the priest guild together. Looking at Shihoru, Takeru said directly. Yes. Hearing Takeru, Shihoru quickly nodded. Soon, Takeo and Shihoru arrived at the priest guild. It was located on a hill, the building somewhat resembled a church. Takeo didn't mind and walked inside. Inside, there was only one person who looked somewhat old but had a robust build. His face appeared stern, clearly the serious, no-nonsense type. "Hello, we're here to join the priest guild." Looking at the old man, Takeo gave a slight bow. "I see. I am the person in charge here. You may call me priest or. Are you aware of the priest guild's rules?" Priest or looked calmly at Takeo and Shihoru. "We know a little. No carrying bladed weapons." Takeo spoke calmly. "Correct. That is the sole ironclad rule. Additionally, there are other things to note. One person can only join one guild at a time. Meaning if you wish to change class later, you must go through procedures and pay a high fee. Also," Priest or carefully explained the priest guild's rules to Takeo and Shihoru before asking if they were sure about joining. Naturally, Takeo wouldn't back down. "I understand. Guild membership requires 8 silver coins. I will register you and teach you your first healing spell. If you wish to learn more spells later, you will also need to purchase them with silver coins." Priest or spoke again. Chapter 55 Healing Magic. 819 words. "Please." Hearing his words, Takeo nodded, handing over the prepared silver coins. Seeing this, Shihoru quickly did the same. As for magic power, upon arriving in this world, everyone's body contained magic power. The amount of magic power depended on spirit support and could also be increased through special meditation, though it was very difficult. For Takeo and the others, who already possessed magic power, there was no significant change. "All right, follow me." After collecting the silver coins, Or began processing Takeo and the others' registration and also distributed the priest's exclusive clothing. Novice priest robe, spirit +3, defense +3, magic recovery +1 per minute. Novice priest staff, spirit +2, strength +4. Looking at the attributes of the two items, Takeo didn't disdain them and directly accepted, putting them on. However, though worn, Takeo didn't receive the attribute bonuses from the priest robe because the core equipment slot was occupied by his Twilight Knight armor. Unless Takeo unequipped the Twilight Knight armor from the equipment slot, gear worn over it wouldn't provide attribute bonuses. Since the priest robe's bonuses were so low, Takeo naturally wouldn't replace his current gear. Alright, let's begin learning the first spell, Light Heal. First, the incantation. Memorize it, Light by the name of Luminous, grant thy blessing. Heal. While explaining to Takeo and the others, Or quickly demonstrated. Watching the green light on his hand, Takeo could feel its healing aura. As for effectiveness, the Light Heal Or currently cast wasn't at the level of a life recovery potion, but Takeo could tell he wasn't using full power. According to Or's explanation, the current Light Heal spell's effect could be scaled based on the amount of magic power used. Meaning more magic power expended resulted in longer duration and better effect. Later, Takeo could spend gold coins to learn higher-level healing spells. Besides significantly improving healing effects, higher-level spells also consumed slightly less magic power per unit of healing. However, there was a drawback. The minimum starting magic consumption for advanced spells was at least 30 points, compared to Light Heal's minimum of 8 points, which was a considerable difference. Hearing this, Takeo nodded. Other things aside, when it came to magic power, Takeo wasn't lacking. Besides his own 180 MP, Takeo had an incredibly powerful magic replenishment skill, Gluttony. Gluttony, devour various things as sustenance. It can also convert magic, attacks, and items into his own magic power. Magic exceeding capacity is stored as magic crystals within the body. Attacks exceeding defense upper limit cannot be converted. Can be released using hands. Takeo currently had 638 MP worth of magic crystals remaining, and that was without intentionally collecting them. If Takeo focused on gathering, he could devour countless attacks to boost his magic power to near infinite levels. In other words, Takeo had no shortage of MP. Under Or's guidance, Takeo quickly learned Light Heal. In comparison, Shihoru was far behind. While Takeo could use it simply, she was still struggling with magic power conversion. Takeo's fast learning speed even moved the usually strict priest Or. Of course, this was mainly due to Takeo's high spirit and genetic enhancement from the genetic enhancement potion. If Takeo's aptitude was only above average before, after enhancement, it reached superior levels. While not top tier, it was still within the rare category. Combined with his extremely high spirit attribute, Takeu's comprehension was even higher. So Takeu himself didn't find it too incredible that he could quickly grasp and cast the healing spell. Because of Shihoru, Takeu didn't leave immediately after learning. He began practicing to increase proficiency. Also, the cast time for Light Heal was currently too slow for Takeu. By using it repeatedly, he aimed to make each cast faster. Regarding the incantation, Or told Takeu that once proficiency reached a certain level, just silently reciting it mentally could achieve instant casting. Moreover, after mastery, it could be used remotely. Light, by the name of Luminous, grant thy blessing. Heal. Chanting softly, green light swiftly appeared in Takeu's hand. He continuously maintained the healing spell while carefully sensing its changes. Due to Takeu's outstanding performance, even Priest Or frequently glanced his way. What shocked almost was Takeu's seemingly bottomless magic power. After nearly 10 consecutive casts of heal, Takeu showed no signs of fatigue, completely lacking the look of someone out of MP. In contrast, Shihoru, during practice, had to stop and rest periodically due to magic depletion. Magic recovery in this world was somewhat difficult. Even Priest Or needed about 20 seconds to recover 1 point of MP, and his magic capacity was only around 148 points. While Takeo and Shihoru worked hard, Yui and the others were not falling behind, diligently learning new skills in their respective guilds. Meanwhile, in parallel worlds, Yumaru, Taihei, and the others, along with those who became girls in the other world, were each facing their own respective challenges. Chapter 56 Morning Training and Rokushiki. 880 words. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived. When Takeru returned to their lodgings, he found Ui, Tsumuji, Mayo, and the others had already returned. So, how did it go? Everything go smoothly. Looking at everyone, Takeru asked softly. I learned it in just 3 hours. The teacher praised me as a genius. Yui excitedly told Takeru. Is that so? Yui is indeed a genius. Hearing her words, Takeru smiled and nodded. Mayo. Thank you for your hard work, and for preparing dinner. Looking at Ui and Mayo busy nearby, Takeru spoke gently. It's nothing. I hope Takeru-senpai won't mind if it's not great. Ui scratched her head. Of course not. Even before tasting it, I know it will be excellent. Takeru smiled. Soon after, without keeping everyone waiting too long, once all the dishes were served, everyone quickly gathered around to enjoy dinner. After a busy day, the sensation of eating brought satisfied smiles to everyone's faces. Although the ingredients were simple due to limited funds, even lacking meat, under Ui's culinary skills, everyone quickly devoured the meal. In contrast, Shihoru fell into thought. The brief interactions made her realize one thing: Takeo and the others were clearly different from her. Whether in strength, aptitude, or adaptability, she couldn't compare at all. Even Ui, who seemed the youngest, was hard for her to match. This made her wonder if tagging along was holding Takeo and the others back. Takeo noticed Shihoru's troubled thought somewhat, but he wasn't clear on the specifics. Moreover, as a guy, it wasn't convenient for him to inquire too deeply. After dinner, he simply asked Yui and Ui to pay a bit more attention to Shihoru, since they were all team members now. Hearing Takeru's words, Ui and Yui quickly nodded, saying they would help Shihoru. Since they had no other clothes to change into, Takeo and the others had no choice but to not change. They planned to wait until after hunting monsters tomorrow, earning money, and buying clothes before washing and changing. Takeru cleaned up a bit, then returned to his room. The room had no extra furniture, even the bed was a special box with a lot of grass piled on top for cushioning. It looked very crude. Takeru didn't mind. Sitting on it, he closed his eyes and began quietly training his observation haki and telekinesis. On the other side, after hearing Takeru's words, Yui and Ui proactively approached Shihoru and talked with her. However, since everyone wasn't very familiar yet, Shihoru didn't immediately open up completely. Seeing this, the sisters weren't in a hurry, planning to take things gradually. Soon, the next day arrived. Early in the morning, Takeru woke up. Although he hadn't slept until after 2 a.m., he was awake in peak condition by 6:30 a.m. Stepping outside, feeling the natural atmosphere of another world, Takeru smiled. Compared to his main world, this place had much less pollution, and the natural aura felt very comfortable. But now wasn't the time for enjoyment. Takeru quickly washed up and prepared for morning training. Without weight training equipment, Takeru didn't plan to overly train physical attributes. Instead, he focused on his skills, armament haki and rokushiki. However, there wasn't much space here to practice, so Takeru directly ran in a certain direction. Not long after, he arrived at a forest. Looking around, Takeru showed a satisfied smile and began training. Rankiku! Following Takeru's supersonic kick, air compression occurred before his leg, creating a vacuum that released a sharp flying slash. What appeared before Takeru's eyes was a white slash wave. However, Takeru's current strength and constitution were limited, and with Rankiku only at beginner level, the power he unleashed was very ordinary, and the range wasn't great either. Takeru only saw the slash wave cut down a large tree ahead before traveling a few more meters and dissipating. Seeing this, Takeru showed a thoughtful expression. Then, using observation haki, he scanned the surroundings before dashing in another direction. Soon, he found a wide lakeside. Without overthinking, Takeru used Soru to rush towards the lakeside. After stopping, Takeru felt slightly fatigued. It seemed using rokushiki currently consumed quite a bit of stamina. Standing on the open ground by the lake's edge, Takeru directly used a rankiku towards the other side of the lake. The white slash wave shot from Takeru's leg, crossing the small lake in just over a second and cutting down a large tree on the opposite shore. Using observation haki to estimate, Takeru figured the current slash could reach just over 10 meters, less than 12. If obstructed midway, the range would shorten. As for power, it was harder to estimate, but ordinary monsters or wooden walls definitely couldn't withstand a serious rankiku from Takeru. Besides the standard straight-line attack, Takeru knew many other rankiku-derived techniques, like rankiku, sen, rankiku, hakurai, rankiku, ran, and so on. However, Takeru didn't plan to touch these derived techniques for now. He had too many skills already. Besides those that didn't need training, there were many that did. He simply couldn't manage them all at the moment. So for now, he just needed to master the most important ones first. Refining them further could wait until he had more time. Chapter 57, Chapter 57 First Encounter with Goblins. 872 words. Tekai. Next, Takeru closed his eyes and activated Tekai. Tekai worked by accelerating blood flow and muscle movement to achieve greater defensive power. However, Takeru could put other things on hold for now. The only derived technique he currently wanted to master was Tekai Kenpo, the ability to move while the entire body was in Tekai state. Currently, Takeru could use it, but the speed was too slow. Moreover, his defense wasn't concentrated enough during the attack, significantly lowering his defensive capability. The next step was to maintain Tekai while moving freely. Of course, with his telekinesis, Takeru could also use it to move himself while maintaining Tekai. This also required extensive practice. But due to his high comprehension, as long as Takeru practiced diligently, mastering it proficiently was just a matter of time. Next was Jeppo. Although Takeru had telekinesis, which made flying more convenient than Jeppo, Takeru discovered in one trial that combining Jeppo with telekinesis greatly increased his movement speed in the air and made him more agile. Shigan and Kami could be set aside for now. Takeru had plenty of attack methods, and for evasion, he had his invincible defense, so those could wait. After contemplating his training plan, Takeru began putting in continuous effort. Soon, as time passed, the sun rose higher. Checking the time function on his reincarnation watch, Takeru found over an hour had passed, and it was now around 8 a.m. So Takeru stopped his movements and used water from the lake to clean himself off. While Takeru was washing, a whistling sound cut through the air. A goblin, wielding a greatsword, swept towards Takeru, aiming to kill him in a sneak attack while he was vulnerable. However, the washing Takeru revealed a cold smile. 20 minutes earlier, his observation haki had noticed 3 goblins hiding. Seeing they seemed to be waiting for an opportunity, Takeru deliberately created this opening for them, and they fell for it obediently. Bang! Takeru, who had been washing, turned around at an extremely fast speed and easily blocked the goblin's sweeping greatsword with his hand. In that instant, Takeru activated his gluttony skill, directly converting the attack into MP. Unfortunately, the goblin's full power strike only gave Takeru 26 MP. Takeru didn't mind. With a casual exertion of strength, he threw the goblin and its greatsword aside. The 2 companions beside the ambushing goblin were stunned to see Takeru block the greatsword attack. However, they reacted swiftly. One with a long axe-like weapon and another with a spiked club quickly swung at Takeru. Takeru didn't hold back either, activating gluttony again and meeting their attacks with his hands, harvesting 48 MP this time. After blocking the attacks, Takeru pushed again. The immense force sent both goblins tumbling to the ground. Meanwhile, the first goblin Takeru had thrown had already gotten up and, enraged, charged at Takeru, swinging its greatsword down. It was all futile. With over 400 defense attribute points plus the absolute defense talent that doubled it, these goblins couldn't breach his defense at all. Against their assaults, Takeru barely fought back, simply catching their attacks barehanded. Soon, he harvested 658 MP reserves from the 3 goblins, bringing his MP total to 915. By then, the 3 goblins realized Takeru's terror and chose to flee. Realized the power gap, huh? But it's a bit late. Rankiku! Takeru chuckled softly, swinging his leg. A white slash wave appeared, flying towards 2 goblins. The terrifying force cut them in half at the waist. The remaining goblin, not caught in the slash, saw this scene and was scared out of its wits, fleeing even more desperately. But suddenly, it seemed to hit an invisible fist, getting knocked unconscious instantly. Then, the dead and unconscious goblins were dragged back to Takeru's side by an invisible force. Looking at the bloody scene of the goblins bisected at the waist, Takeru remained calm. After all, in the previous world, he had slain over 5,000 zombies and even killed 3 living humans. Facing humanoid monsters like goblins now, Takeru naturally felt no discomfort. Next, he searched the 3 goblins, quickly finding 2 silver coins, 20 copper coins, and 2 unidentified sharp teeth. However, 1 silver coin had a hole pierced through it. Takeru didn't hesitate to take them. Then he took their weapons as well. Though probably not very valuable, they should be worth something. Confirming nothing was left, Takeru used his telekinesis to wrap around his foot and crushed the unconscious goblin's head. Blood instantly splattered, and Takeru left the spot expressionlessly. He used telekinesis not because his strength was insufficient to kill the goblin, but purely to prevent blood from splashing onto himself. With the spoils, Takeru began heading back towards town. He soon arrived at the market. Though still early, many stalls were already open. Going to a stall that bought materials, Takeru took out the damaged silver coin and the teeth. He learned the teeth were wolf fangs, which could be used as talismans against evil spirits, worth 1 silver coin each. The damaged silver coin was only worth 40 copper coins. As for the weapons, the stall didn't buy those, so he'd have to go to a weapon shop. Chapter 58, Chapter 58 Selling Items. 865 words. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Takeru didn't sell immediately. He went to another shop, and the price was similar. Then he found a third one, where the price was slightly higher. After some bargaining, Takeru finally sold his materials. The final price for the 2 fangs and the damaged silver coin was 2 silver coins and 70 copper coins. After selling the materials, Takeru headed to weapon shops. He visited 2 shops and sold the weapons. The greatsword was worth a bit more, while the spiked club and long axe were quite ordinary, but together they still fetched 2 silver coins and 15 copper coins. In total, the 3 goblins brought Takeru 6 silver coins and 5 copper coins. Not bad. Feeling somewhat satisfied, Takeru put the money away. He bought 50 copper coins worth of food from a stall before returning to the courtyard. As soon as he arrived, he found Yui and the others already prepared, seemingly waiting for him. Takeru-senpai. Seeing Takeru, Yui smiled. Sorry, I spent a bit too much time on morning training. Oh, here, have this. Takeru directly took out some food resembling cake and flatbread and offered it to everyone. No need. We've already eaten. And we saved some for you, Takeru-senpai. Yui pointed towards the kitchen. Is that so? Then let's share this. We probably won't be back for lunch today, so we can eat this in the wild. For now, I'll have the breakfast Yui prepared. Looking at everyone, Takeru smiled. Then Takeru went to the kitchen, took out the food from the pot, and started eating, also having a piece of the flatbread he bought. After Takeru left, everyone looked at each other. Takeru seemed to spend money quite freely. They had checked out such food before, and it wasn't cheap. This amount probably cost 40 or 50 copper coins. Meanwhile, Yui showed an excited smile and quickly picked one to put in her backpack. Wani-chan. Seeing this, Yui didn't know what to say to her sister. It's fine. Didn't Takeru just say we should share? Besides, Takeru has a faint smell of blood on him. He probably went hunting monsters this morning and bought these with the spoils. Hearing Yui waved her hand dismissively. Although she seemed a bit airheaded, Yui wasn't stupid. having killed so many zombies in the previous world, she could keenly detect the smell of blood. Of course, Yui had also noticed the scent on Takeo, and she just hadn't thought much about it earlier. Hey, Takeo has the smell of blood. Hearing Yui's words, Tsumugi, Mayo, and Shihoru looked at Yui in surprise. Yes, though it's very faint. Hearing their question, Yui nodded. Hearing Yui, the three fell silent. They couldn't detect it at all. About 5 minutes later, Takeo quickly finished the food Yui made and joined the group. Seeing the remaining cake on the table, Takeo smiled slightly, packed it up, and led everyone out. Takeo, where are we going now? Along the way, Tsumugi asked curiously. To the forest first. I assume you haven't killed any large animals before. Looking at the three, Takeo spoke calmly. Hearing Takeo, Mayo and the other two were stunned, then remembered, this mission involved killing. Unlike the first game-like world, this one was very realistic, meaning they would have to take lives soon. Thinking this, Mayo felt a flash of fear. Shihoru was similar. Tsumugi appeared calmer, though sensing her rapid breathing, Takeo knew she wasn't as composed as she seemed. Takeo, did you go hunting monsters this morning? Suddenly, Shihoru asked curiously. 3 goblins tried to ambush me. I killed them. Hearing Shihoru's question, Takeo answered calmly. Getting confirmation from Takeo, Mayo and Mugi looked at Takeo, Yui, and Yui with gravity. It was hard for them to imagine why, having only experienced one more reincarnation mission than them, these three could view killing so indifferently. I need to tell you something, goblins are about the weakest creatures in this world. But they have intelligence. They use weapons, ambush, flee when the situation turns bad, and their will to survive is no less than humans. I want you to take goblins seriously. Underestimating them can really get you killed. And this time, unless we encounter elite goblins or a large group, even if you die here, I won't intervene. As they neared the forest, Takeo spoke to them with a serious expression. Feeling the seriousness in Takeo's tone, Mayo and Shihoru stiffened. Only Tsumugi managed to maintain some composure. The intelligent girl quickly realized Takeo was mainly testing her and Mayo. Perhaps he was also conveying a message, the reincarnation space is cruel, and they needed to adapt quickly. I understand. After realizing this, Tsumugi spoke earnestly. Looking at the determined young lady, a faint, almost imperceptible smile flashed in Takeo's eyes. Then he led everyone into the forest. All right, from now on, it's up to you. I'll only follow behind. I won't intervene. My requirement is that you kill at least 10 goblins today. How you do it is entirely up to you. Upon reaching the middle of the forest, Takeo irresponsibly declared. Chapter 59, their first battle. 797 words. Leave it to us. Hearing Takeo's words, Yui patted her small chest, brimming with confidence. Everyone, be careful. Wani-chan, your observation haki has a larger range, so you handle vigilance. I'll scout the surrounding area. Hearing Takeo's declaration, Yui quickly got into action. Only Tsumugi and Shihoru looked puzzled, unsure what observation haki was that Yui mentioned. As for Mayo, she had seen the exchange option for observation haki, and it required a C-grade evaluation and 5,000 points, but she wasn't clear on its specific function. As Yui spoke, she moved ahead of the group. Since Yui was a thief, scouting suited her perfectly. As time passed, the group advanced slowly. Soon, 2 goblins appeared within Takeo's perception range. As they drew closer, Yui also noticed the goblins and quickly returned to the team to discuss. There are 2 goblins ahead. I suggest when we get within attack range, Wani-chan and Mayone release magic attacks together. Mugine, you protect Wani-chan and Mayone. I'll find the right opportunity to attack from the side. Shihorune stays at the back and provides healing if anyone gets injured. What do you think? Yui thought briefly and quickly presented her plan. Hearing Yui's plan, the others looked at her in admiration. It was quite a perfect plan, though Yui had taken the most dangerous role for herself, which worried them a bit. Don't worry, I won't charge in recklessly. Seeing their concerned looks, Yui quickly added. All right, Yui, protect yourself. If things look bad, don't go in. We can all attack together. Tsumugi said earnestly to Yui. I understand. Hearing Tsumugi, Yui nodded, then quickly left the spot, hiding to the side. The 4 others cautiously approached the 2 goblins, stopping when the distance seemed right. The two goblins were still unaware of the danger, though living here long term, they periodically showed wary glances around. Okay, let's get ready. We'll attack together in a moment. Yui checked Yui's position and, sensing the goblins hadn't detected them, spoke softly. Okay. Hearing Yui, Mayo replied quietly. Fireball. Yui murmured softly, a scorching fireball quickly forming in her hand. Mayo looked at Yui in surprise but soon reacted, beginning to gather an ice arrow. 3, 2, 1. Yui counted down softly. When she said 1, she swiftly launched the fireball. However, Mayo made a slight error. Perhaps knowing she was about to kill, a flicker of hesitation caused her ice arrow to be a bit late. The fireball soon hit one goblin. The tremendous force sent it flying, its body engulfed in flames. The other goblin, seeing its companion suddenly attacked, reacted and also spotted the belated ice arrow. Survival instinct made the goblin leap sideways, minimizing its injury. Then, glaring hatefully at the sneak attackers Mayo and Yui, it roared and charged at them, weapon in hand. Seeing the ferocious goblin, Mayo and Shihoru felt as if plunged into an ice cellar, their bodies freezing in place. Yui noticed their abnormality. Without overthinking, she quickly gathered another fireball and attacked the charging goblin. Sensing the fireball was dangerous, the goblin wasn't foolish enough to take it head-on and dodged. Though the fireball was too fast to avoid completely, the goblin used its rich experience to minimize the damage. Then, raising its short sword again, it thrust at the stunned Mayo. Seeing the sharp blade and feeling death's approach, Mayo could only stand there dumbly. At the critical moment, Tsumugi reacted, blocking the goblin's short sword with her greatsword and using her immense strength to knock it flying. Meanwhile, Yui swiftly darted out, her dagger accurately slashing the still disoriented goblin's neck, severing its carotid artery. Feeling the intense pain in its neck and its blood rapidly draining, the goblin glared at the group with hatred before dying with an unwilling expression. Huff, huff. Looking at the goblin bleeding profusely with hatred in its eyes, Mayo's breathing grew increasingly rapid, and she soon started gagging. Shihoru reacted similarly. Though she hadn't participated in the fight, the goblin's gruesome state also made her stomach churn. Even the usually carefree young lady Tsumugi covered her mouth upon seeing this, also feeling nauseated. As for the others' reactions, Takeru remained expressionless, still watching from his spot. Everyone, are you okay? At that moment, Yui ran over, concerned. Just a bit uncomfortable. Hearing Yui's question, Tsumugi replied softly. Is that so? That's good. Oh right, the spoils. Hearing everyone was fine, Yui sprang into action again, searching the dead goblins. She soon found 1 silver coin and 10 copper coins. Next was the burned goblin. Compared to the second one, the burned corpse looked even more horrifying. As they approached, they could even smell cooked meat, making Mayo and Shihoru gag again. Yui scratched her head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 60 Considerable income. 777 words. Although the corpse looked disgusting, Yui took a deep breath and soon searched the goblin's body, finding a wolf fang. The weapons can also be sold. Collect them. Seeing Yui about to leave, Takeru quickly added. Yes. Hearing Takeru, Yui quickly gathered the weapons. After the first encounter, though not perfect, Mayo and the others had adapted somewhat. After regrouping, they continued searching the forest for goblins. Not long after, the 5 encountered a group of goblins. After discussion, Yui opened with a fireball, instantly killing one. This time, Mayo didn't hesitate, quickly wounding another. As the 2 remaining goblins charged angrily at the group, Yui used her stealth skill to instantly kill another. The last one was handled by Tsumugi, who engaged it directly and slammed it away with her greatsword, rendering it combat ineffective. Huff. Looking at their achievement, the group adapted more quickly. 2 goblins weren't completely dead yet. At Takeru's signal, Yui and Yui didn't intervene, letting Mayo and Nugi finish them. Looking at the goblins wailing in pain, Mayo and Nugi's hands trembled slightly. Shihoru was even worse off. However, since Shihoru wasn't a reincarnator, Takeru didn't demand much growth from her. He just wanted her to survive well in this world until they left. Honestly, Takeru wasn't sure if bringing Shihoru was right or wrong. But since he accepted her into the team, he wouldn't regret it. He just wanted her to adapt to this world's survival rules and gain some self-defense ability. Before long, Tsumugi quickly overcame her fear and finished off the struggling goblin. Seeing this, Mayo no longer hesitated and pierced the other goblin's forehead with an ice arrow. As time passed, the afternoon arrived. The group completed the task Takeru set, even overachieving by killing 13 goblins. However, during one encounter, due to still being unaccustomed, Mayo made a mistake and suffered significant injury. At the critical moment, Ui burst out and instantly killed the ambushing goblin. Shihoru quickly provided healing. After the 5 completed their killing task, Takeru no longer stood by. He actively began taking action. In Takeru's hands, goblins were like infants, offering no resistance. A group of 5 goblins was dispatched before anyone could react, and all had their necks snapped, lifeless. At that moment, Mayo and the others realized just how unfathomably strong Takeru was and why Yui and Ui, despite their own strength, still followed Takeru's lead so obediently. Soon, as night fell, Takeru's group returned to the market laden with spoils. People around were amazed at the bounty Takeru carried. Those who recognized Takeru, like Ronta and his group, were especially shocked. Their entire day's harvest was just 1 goblin, killed with their full effort, and 2 of them were wounded. Takeru ignored the gazes, leading the group to the weapon shop with nearly 30 weapons. After selling them all, they earned close to 48 silver coins. Then Takeru took them to a materials shop. After more selling, they gained another 36 silver coins. Finally, back at their temporary lodgings, Takeru tallied the day's total earnings, 108 silver coins and 58 copper coins. Takeru quickly distributed the silver coins, giving each person 18 silver coins. This is too much. I didn't contribute much. Looking at the gleaming silver and copper coins, Shihoru was nervous, hesitant to accept. Take it. We're a team. I have my reasons for distributing it this way. There's still some time, and everyone can go by necessities. And today was just for adaptation. Future battles will be more intense, and of course, the earnings will be greater too. Takeru rubbed Shihoru's head, speaking calmly. For Takeru, today wasn't very taxing. The morning was for the others to adapt, and only in the afternoon did Takeru ramp up his hunting speed. In total, they killed around 30 goblins today. Feeling Takeru's familiar gesture, Shihoru blushed. Takeru then realized his action might have been slightly overfamiliar, as he had unconsciously treated Shihoru like a younger sister. Subtly withdrawing his hand, Takeru continued, "All right, everyone can go buy things now. Rest early. Tomorrow's tasks will be even more demanding." Dismissed. Takeru declared directly. Yes. Hearing Takeru, everyone nodded seriously. Takeru then strolled through the city. First, he went to a clothing store to buy some spare clothes. Then he spotted a tavern. Without much thought, he entered and found it bustling with many people, most appearing to be volunteer corps members. Takeru didn't mind, casually taking a seat. A server soon approached. Takeru ordered some food and a drink, nothing more. Then, Takeru activated his observation haki, listening to the conversations around him to gather information. Chapter 61, Demuro Old District. 818 words. After sitting quietly for a while, Takeru soon learned about the next potential destinations, Demuro and the underground labyrinth, Siren Mine. Demuro was originally the 2nd largest city in Arabianka, once much larger than Alterna. Now, Demuro had become a goblin stronghold, divided into the new district and the old district. The goblins in the new district were stronger and more numerous. The goblins in the old district, while fewer than in the new district, were still stronger and more numerous than those in the forest. So for the next couple of days, Takeru's group could first hunt in the old district, then move to the new district, and finally to the underground labyrinth, Siren Mine. Siren Mine was the main habitat for kobolds, which came in 4 types. Low-rank kobolds, found on the first layer, near the mine. Equipment and physique are quite weak. Slave kobolds, live on the 2nd layer. Worker kobolds, live on the 3rd layer and below. Some also call these lackey kobolds. Foreman kobolds, live on the 3rd layer and below. Supervise ordinary kobolds, leading the lackey kobolds. The side mission they saw, to kill Dead Spot, was the kobold boss, with a bounty of 30 gold coins. Moreover, compared to the goblins Takeru encountered in the forest this morning, those in Demuro could be considered relatively affluent. Takeru didn't mind. After getting the desired information, he paid and left the tavern. Then he went to a general store, bought a map, and returned to their lodgings. After cleaning up, he rested again in his room. Meanwhile, Mayo, Tsumuji, and Shihoru kept replaying the day's events, finding it hard to sleep. The fierce and unwilling looks in the goblins' eyes still lingered in their minds. Besides feeling conflicted and afraid, Shihoru also doubted her own abilities. Undoubtedly, she was the weakest in the group. Even compared to Mayo, who had some struggles today, Shihoru couldn't even reach Mayo's level. At least Mayo could kill a goblin later on, while Shihoru couldn't even muster the courage to fight, let alone kill. "Mayo, are you asleep?" Suddenly, Tsumugi called out to Mayo below. "No, Mugi. Is something wrong?" Hearing Mugi's voice, Mayo quickly replied. "Not really. It's about today. I think Takeo acted this way to help us adapt quickly." Tsumugi hesitated before speaking. "I know. I don't blame him. I just feel a bit useless," Mayo said after a moment of silence. "I see. You did very well today, Mayo. If it were Ritsu, she might have adapted faster. But everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. You did great today." Sensing the dejection in Mayo's tone, Tsumugi quickly comforted her. No matter what, I'll keep trying." Hearing Mugi's words, Mayo said earnestly. Feeling Mayo's determination, Tsumugi smiled slightly and didn't say more. Actually, Mayo ended up in this world because she suddenly received an invitation, which she thought was a supernatural event, causing her to faint from fright. Then, when time ran out, the default yes brought her to the reincarnation space. As for Tsumugi, it was pure curiosity, thinking it was some special high-tech, she directly chose yes. The next day, Takeo woke up early again. Looking at the barely light sky, he saw it was only 6 a.m. He didn't mind heading out to wash up. To his surprise, UI was also up early today. UI, up so early? Looking at UI, Takeru said, surprised. Takeru-senpai is the one. Even though you're already so strong, you still train so hard. Hearing Takeru, UI said with admiration. Haha, where we're going today is much more dangerous than yesterday. Don't let your guard down. Hearing UI, Takeru smiled. I understand. I'll do my best. Hearing Takeru, UI said full of drive. Then I'll go for my morning run. See you later. Waving, Takeru quickly headed towards Demuro. Takeru moved fast. Although Demuro wasn't nearby, at Takeru's speed, he reached the Demuro Old District in just 30 minutes. Arriving, he saw numerous dilapidated buildings. Within his perception range, many goblins hid among them, some alone, others in small groups of 3 to 5. Out of curiosity, Takeru picked a lone goblin, using Soru to appear before it, twisting its neck before it could react. Then, he looked at the bag it had collected, took it, and glanced inside. It contained 3 silver coins and a green bead that seemed valuable. Takeru quickly pocketed the bag. Then he took the goblin's weapon, which looked more refined than those in the forest. After handling this goblin, Takeru went to a group of 4 goblins. First, he casually knocked one away. The other 3, seeing this intruder, swung their weapons at Takeru. Takeru activated his gluttony skill, absorbing all the attacks. In about 5 minutes, he gained over 800 MP reserves. Looking at the panting goblins, Takeru showed no further mercy and quickly finished them off. Chapter 62, Chapter 62 Learning New Skills. 786 words. After harvesting the spoils, just the silver coins alone amounted to 17, plus various accessories and weapons. After a brief test, Takeru ran back to Alterna with these spoils. Selling them at the market earned Takeru another 20 silver coins, meaning his morning run alone netted him 40 silver coins. Returning to the lodgings, everyone was ready. Takeru didn't mind, ate the breakfast UI prepared, and then led the group towards the Demuro Old District. After about an hour's walk, they saw the dilapidated city. Following Takeru's reminder, the 5 became cautious again. Takeru once again let the 5 hunt goblins on their own. Of course, compared to yesterday, although today's goblins were stronger, after adapting a bit, everyone utilized their abilities more steadily. Naturally, the 5 eliminated goblins even faster. By noon, they had already hunted 22 goblins. However, Shihoru got injured once, making her somewhat dejected, but Takeru quickly comforted her. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, the group operated solely in the old district, nearly wiping out the goblins there. Takeru and the others also completed main mission 2, the goblin killing task. Financially, everyone now had savings of 2 or 3 gold coins. Takeru's personal assets amounted to 5 gold coins and 12 silver coins. Then, the group bought their official volunteer corps badges from Brittany. Takeo still remembered Brittany's surprised expression when they went to purchase them. For today, everyone should relax. Also, you can go to your guilds to learn new skills and buy new equipment. Starting tomorrow, we'll head to the Siren mine. Looking at everyone, Takeo announced a day off for skill learning and self-improvement. Okay. Hearing Takeo, everyone nodded without hesitation. Yui had her eye on a firewall skill, and Mayo planned to learn some shadow magic. Takeo himself wanted to learn the so-called advanced healing skill and see if there were other suitable spells to pick up. After parting with the group, Takeo and Shihoru headed to the priest guild. Takeo ni. On the way, Shihoru suddenly called out. What is it, Shihoru? Seeing Shihoru looking troubled, Takeo asked directly. Takeo ni. Am I useless? Everyone is so capable, but I can't help at all, and I even took a share of the coins for nothing. Shihoru bit her lip, looking at Takeo, who noticed a faint glimmer of tears in the corner of her eyes. Shihoru, there are some things I can't tell you. But we are comrades. You just need to remember that. And if you want to get stronger, I can try to guide you. Seeing Shihoru's look, Takeo sighed. Undoubtedly, this girl, though weaker compared to Takeo and the others, was very hardworking. Takeo could sense her diligently training and practicing healing magic in the courtyard every night. However, compared to Takeo and the others enhanced by the reincarnation space, her innate potential was far lower. Please, Takeo ni, I want to get stronger. Hearing Takeo's words, Shihoru said delightedly. All right. But my guidance can be strict. Be prepared. Feeling the cheerfulness in Shihoru's tone, Takeo smiled slightly. I'll do my best. Hearing Takeo, Shihoru showed a serious expression. Good. Then let's go learn skills first. You can learn some offensive skills. Takeo looked at Shihoru and said earnestly. I understand. Hearing Takeo, Shihoru nodded seriously. Hello, Priestor. We've come to learn skills. Arriving at the priest guild, Takeo saw awe in prayer. You've come. What skills do you wish to learn? Looking at Takeo and Shihoru, Priestor asked directly. Can you show us what skills are available? Takeo asked directly. Certainly. Priestor nodded, quickly taking out a catalogue listing various skills and their costs. Takeo looked through it and immediately favored 3 skills. First, the advanced version of Light Heal, Greater Heal, costing 1 gold coin. Next, a skill to remove abnormal statuses. It could remove paralysis, dizziness, chill, heat, curse, poison, and other negative debuffs. Of course, if the condition was too severe, it might not work, only removing mild or moderate debuffs. Some special toxins might also be difficult to counteract. The last skill was Light Illumination Magic. Its function was essentially like a light bulb, quite useful in specific situations. Moreover, light illumination had low consumption, making it easy to maintain. Of course, if a large amount of magic power was input instantly, it could also be used as a flashbang. That will be 1 gold coin and 70 silver coins. Seeing Takeo's chosen skills, Priestor stated directly. All right. Hearing this, Takeo handed over the money. Priestor took the coins, giving Takeo a deep look, surprised he could earn so much gold in just a few days. Chapter 63, Chapter 63 Everyone's Curiosity. 760 words. For Shihoru, Takeru's suggestion was to learn a smash attack skill and a counterattack skill. Smash was purely offensive, while counterattack was defensive, blocking an enemy's attack and using their own force against them in a counterstrike. With these 2 skills combined with healing, Shihoru's combat ability would improve significantly. Since Takeo and Shihoru were learning different skills, Priestor asked Takeo to learn first, with Shihoru waiting. Takeo's comprehension was strong, and he could cast all 3 skills within 2 hours. You are a genius. Watching Takeo consecutively use the 3 skills, Priestor remarked with admiration. Thank you. Facing Or's praise, Takeo just showed a faint smile. Next was Shihoru's turn. Compared to Takeo, by the time Shihoru finished learning Smash, it was already afternoon. Following Priestor's advice, Shihoru would return tomorrow to learn the second skill. Hearing this, Shihoru was disappointed but quickly accepted. With some time left, Takeo took Shihoru to the forest, captured an injured goblin, and had it fight Shihoru barehanded. Shihoru hadn't expected Takeo to capture a goblin as her training partner. However, facing the ferocious goblin, even without weapons and injured, Shihoru was no match. Finally, in a near-mutual defeat scenario, Takeru killed the goblin and healed Shihoru. "I'm sorry, Takeru-ni." Shihoru, being carried by Takeru, spoke apologetically. "Shihoru, you don't need to apologize. I want you to remember this fight well. Next time, you won't be facing an injured goblin." Takeru shook his head. "I understand. I'll do my best." Though it was tough and frightening, Shihoru knew Takeru was doing this for her and wouldn't retreat. Resting on Takeru's back, Shihoru felt an unprecedented sense of security. Though being carried by a boy was embarrassing, Shihoru didn't want to leave this warm back now. Besides, she currently had little strength anyway. When Takeru brought her back to their lodgings, Shihoru had already fallen asleep. "Hey, Takeru, what's this?" Mayo, practicing new skills in the courtyard, noticed Takeru carrying Shihoru and showed surprise. "Nothing much. Just took Shihoru for some training." Hearing Mayo, Takeru shook his head lightly. "Hey." Hearing Takeru, Mayo was momentarily stunned, recalling Shihoru's troubled look these past days and showed understanding. "Shihoru." Sensing Shihoru was asleep, Takeru gently called her. Waking from her brief sleep, Shihoru felt tired and rubbed her eyes. "We're back at the lodgings," Takeru reminded her. Realizing she was on Takeru's back with a curious Mayo nearby, her cheeks instantly flushed red. She flusteredly jumped down and nervously apologized to Takeru. "It's fine. All right, you've had a busy day. Go rest. Tomorrow's challenges will be even tougher." Seeing Shihoru's state, Takeru showed an amused smile, waved at her, bid Mayo farewell, and returned to his room. After Takeru left, Shihoru and Mayo still dazedly watched his retreating figure. Takeru's smile just now was rather unfairly charming. Mayo, I'll go wash up now too." Coming to her senses, Shihoru said embarrassedly to Mayo before quickly leaving. As for Mayo, she fell into thought watching Takeru and Shihoru. She didn't understand why Takeru was so kind to people from this world. Previously, they had confirmed Shihoru wasn't a reincarnator, meaning she couldn't leave this world. Yet, toward someone who couldn't leave, Takeru gave preferential treatment. Note that after Mayo and Samuji learned Shihoru couldn't leave, they instinctively maintained some distance. After all, if they became too close and couldn't meet again after the mission ended, it would only cause more pain later. Takeru wasn't unaware of this reasoning, but he had his own motives, the mission rating system. While Shihoru might not trigger side missions, generally, altering a native's fate could yield some bonus in settlement ratings. The bonus from one person might be small, but Takeru wanted to test various possibilities. In the fortune lover world, Yukino, Yumaru, Hashiman, and others, living as Katarina, experienced many scenarios: engagement to the cunning, sadistic Prince Jordo, meeting the insecure and lonely stepbrother Keith, attending tea parties, and getting acquainted with the fourth prince, Alan Stewart. Surviving in this world as Katarina didn't proceed day by day normally. They would stay in certain fragments for a while, and upon waking again, several days might have passed. At first, everyone was unaccustomed, but clever ones like Yukino and Yumaru deduced more, further confirming they were experiencing a special game. In these fragments, each tried their best to perform. Though unaware of the plot, they instinctively sensed the key characters. However, even knowing the key characters, exactly what to do required their own consideration. Chapter 64 High Priest Set. 753 words. In the third prince's event, most people chose to go with the flow. For instance, Yuta and another man, feeling uncomfortable, had somewhat strained relations with the third prince. In Keith's event, out of sympathy, people like Yukino chose to comfort Keith, though it didn't make their relationship very close. However, Hashiman, perhaps being a lonely person himself, got along with Keith most harmoniously. Later, at a tea party, Hashiman, relying on his special loneliness intuition, unexpectedly managed to get closer to another key character, Mary Hunt. Everyone was unaware that in this game, Hashiman was currently the most advanced. Of course, these were hidden scores for now, unknown to all. The next day, Takeru's group quickly headed towards the Demuro New District. Here, everyone found the goblins' strength had increased significantly again. They even had crossbows, and their group sizes were usually no less than 5, with some gangs reaching up to 12 goblins. In their first encounter in the new district, the 5 carelessly provoked a group of 9 goblins. Without Takeru intervening, they experienced a tough battle. Tsumugi and Shihoru suffered serious injuries before finally annihilating the goblin group. This fight served as a wake-up call for the group, who had become accustomed to smooth sailing, making them cautious again. It made them realize their strength wasn't enough to ignore elite goblin groups. Seeing their setback, Takeru smiled slightly. Constant success easily breeds pride, even if not overtly shown. Unconscious behavior becomes less cautious than before. Even Takeru himself wasn't immune to rising pride. However, compared to them, Takeru's strength was much greater, and he maintained some vigilance, so he hadn't stumbled yet. Of course, another crucial reason was Takeru knew many worlds had power levels that could be called unreasonable. Even with his current strength, he couldn't withstand the aftershocks of some battles. So while proud, Takeru also maintained reverence. But compared to Takeru, Yui and Ui, after gaining power and experiencing smooth sailing, their pride rose quickly. This incident made them realize this world could be deadly. Regarding their introspection, Takeru didn't say much, just let them rest and adjust. While the five adjusted, Takeru noticed that due to their earlier commotion, several nearby goblins had detected them and were cautiously surrounding them, seemingly preparing an ambush. Goblins are coming. As one goblin entered Yui's perception range, she whispered. What? Hearing Yui, everyone looked around cautiously, quickly searching for the goblins. Under careful observation, they soon spotted the sneaking goblins. Instantly, everyone gripped their weapons, ready to attack. Leave it to me. Seeing their reaction, Takeru gave an imperceptible nod. With a thought, 6 pebbles under his control shot out at piercing speed, accurately penetrating the heads of 6 goblins. Then, under Takeru's mental control, the 6 goblin corpses floated before him. Next, Takeru put the 6 pouches from the goblins into his backpack and selected 2 valuable daggers. Other weapons and armor were left. Exposing a storage space in this world was inconvenient, so Takeru's group mainly carried the most valuable, portable items. Later, they would surely kill many more goblins, and carrying their equipment would hinder movement. What is this? Seeing the goblin corpses drawn by an unseen force, Tsumugi asked curiously. One of my skills. Since Shihoru was present, Takeru didn't explain fully. Hearing this, the others didn't press further. After resting a bit longer, they resumed hunting. In the blink of an eye, 5 more days passed. During these 5 days, Takeru's group's mass slaughter drastically reduced the goblin population in the Demuro New District. Now, even in the new district, encountering goblins wasn't easy. Moreover, the remaining goblins gathered more tightly, usually acting in groups no smaller than 8. Takeru's group stopped, no longer hunting goblins. Takeru himself had lost count but estimated he'd killed over 500. Adding Yui and Ui's kills, the total probably exceeded 1,500. In terms of gold coins alone, each person had at least over 10 gold coins, and their equipment was completely renewed. Even Takeru bought 2 new pieces of equipment and an accessory. High Priest Robe, Spirit plus 15, Defense plus 8, MP Recovery plus 1 per 30 seconds. High Priest Staff, Spirit plus 12, Strength plus 10. Wolf Fang Necklace, Spirit plus 3, Speed plus 3. The 2 priest items cost Takeru 10 gold coins, and the necklace cost 2 gold coins. Though expensive, Takeru felt it was worth the price. He wasn't sure if he could take them out of this world, but he thought it was worth trying. Chapter 65, Chapter 65 Minato's Team. 638 words. Besides equipment upgrades, Takeru's priest skill mastery had at least reached beginner level, with light heal and greater heal reaching intermediate. This wasn't just due to Takeru's good talent, mainly, he never ran out of MP and could cast spells constantly. When low on MP, Takeru would simply convert the others' attacks during training into magic power to replenish himself. Currently, besides his own MP, Takeru had over 4,000 stored MP reserves, essentially inexhaustible. With Takeru's current magic consumption, he could maintain greater heal for 4 or 5 hours. Or cast his Poison Dragon skill over 100 times consecutively. Most importantly, if his MP ran low, he just needed to use his Gluttony skill. However, though Takeru didn't lack MP, had terrifying defense, and decent spirit, his stamina was still a weak point. While using Armament Haki and Rokushiki, Takeru couldn't hold on for too long. So while other skills progressed steadily, these improved very slowly. Takeru felt helpless but knew he still had significant room for improvement. It's worth mentioning that while Takeru's group thrived, the other special transmigrators who appeared in this world alongside him also began to gain footing. Though incomparable to Takeru's team, 2 small teams barely established themselves. Only one team hadn't successfully hunted a single goblin in a week, meaning they'd only been surviving on the initial 10 silver coins, technically 2, since they'd each joined guilds. They could be called the most unfortunate transmigrators, though they weren't aware they were transmigrators. Considering the reincarnation space's rating system, Takeru contacted this team 2 days ago and recruited them. Last night, they approached Takeru, agreeing to become his subordinate team. Today, Takeru informed Yui's group, giving them a day off, while he began training the new team. After helping them buy slightly better equipment, Takeru took them to the goblin forest. Next, I'll fight some goblins. Pay attention to their attack patterns and my responses. Observe their combat methods carefully. Though not highly skilled, they have worth learning aspects. Though just goblins, they are similar to humans, intelligent, use weapons, very ferocious, especially in survival instinct, which is comparable to humans. When cornered, their explosive power is greatest. Especially you, Minato. As team leader, I hope you always keep a clear head and can quickly devise plans. Looking at the 5, Takeru spoke seriously. I understand. Hearing Takeru, Minato said earnestly. Not long after entering the forest, Takeru's high spirit detected for goblins nearby. Follow me. Pay attention to the goblins' attack patterns later. Finding targets, Takeru waved them over, reminding them to watch for ambushes. Then, Takeru began his demonstration. First, a feint to lure one goblin, kill it. When the remaining 3 surrounded him, he fought them using his priest's staff. To help the others better understand goblin combat, Takeru didn't use excessive strength or speed, engaging them with comparable attributes. During the fight, Takeru delightedly discovered his combat technique improved slightly, mainly in combat comprehension. This made him more immersed in the goblin fight. Using observation haki to perceive the goblin swings, surrounds, and thrusts, Takeru instinctively found more perfect responses. After about 7 or 8 minutes, facing the goblins' continued attacks, Takeru could gain no more combat experience. He'd completely learned their attack patterns, and with slight movements, he could predict their methods and trajectories. Seeing no further improvement and having tangled long enough, Takeru showed no more mercy, slightly increasing force to bludgeon the 3 goblins. Pocketing the spoils, Takeru returned to the group, met with admiring gazes. Next is your turn. I won't intervene. You need to figure out how to kill the goblins, use brute force or strategy. Takeru said directly to them. Yes. Hearing Takeru, Minato and Harahiro quickly nodded. Then, Takeru led them to a lone goblin and let them begin their hunt. Chapter 66, Chapter 66 The Goblin's Tenacious Will to Live. 688 words. After carefully observing the goblin and confirming its only weapon was a sword, the group quickly devised a simple plan. Let's go. As Minato's voice fell, the 5 swiftly acted. First, Harahiro, the thief, cautiously approached the goblin fetching water. Confirming the goblin hadn't noticed, he carefully drew his weapon. We should have decided on a signal beforehand. Harahiro glanced around, focusing on stealth had left him unaware of his teammates' positions. Suddenly, Ronta nearby shouted loudly, then charged at the goblin, wildly swinging his long sword. Stupid Ronta, shouting during a sneak attack. Seeing Ronta's reckless move, Harahiro couldn't hesitate anymore and also charged, attempting to surround the goblin. The goblin, noticing multiple enemies, saw the situation turning bad and prepared to flee. At the critical moment, Yume, the hunter, quickly emerged from the grass and shot an arrow at the goblin. Though it missed, it made the goblin hesitant to flee recklessly. Nice one, Yume. Seeing this, Harahiro called out. Then Harahiro noticed Ronta seemed to be battling air, staring intently at the grass ahead, which made him frown. A momentary lapse, and Harahiro tripped over an exposed tree root, losing his balance. By the time he regained his footing, he was in a face-off with the goblin. Watching this, Takeru frowned deeply. Their performance was too poor. No wonder this seemingly decent 5-person team hadn't killed a single goblin these days. Considering their lack of casualties so far was probably just luck. Seeing an enemy appear, the goblin directly swung its short sword at Harahiro. Though scared, Harahiro quickly entered combat mode, nimbly sidestepping and crouching into a roll, dodging the goblin's 2 attacks. Then Harahiro counterattacked. Getting up, he thrust forward at the goblin. However, his attack was amateurish, easily dodged by the goblin. But Harahiro reacted quickly. Seeing he missed, he swiftly retreated, dodging the goblin's swing. As the goblin slashed down again, Harahiro blocked the short sword with his dagger. After a brief stalemate, Harahiro attacked again, swiftly slashing the goblin's hand. Though inflicting some damage, it wasn't significant. The goblin didn't hesitate, slashing at Harahiro again, but Harahiro reacted and quickly moved out of range. By then, Ronta finally reached the combat area and also attacked the goblin. Hateful crimson! Ronta shouted, swinging his longsword heavily at the goblin. However, hearing Ronta's shout, the goblin was already alert. It dodged, then kicked hard at the opening Ronta exposed from his full power swing, knocking him down. As the goblin prepared to finish Ronta, Minato rushed in front of him with his priest's staff, striking the goblin away. Mogzo, take the front. Let's surround it together. At that moment, Minato called out to the still-dazed big guy, Mogzo. Only then did Mogzo, belatedly realizing, approach the goblin with his greatsword. Ah! Mogzo swung his greatsword at the goblin. Unfortunately, compared to the agile goblin, Mogzo's straightforward thrust was easily dodged with slight side-to-side movement. Mogzo, put some pressure on it, pressure, pressure! While Mogzo and the goblin fought, the others dumbly stood and watched. Ronta kept raising his longsword and shouting. Seeing this, Takeru's frown deepened. Soon, after dodging Mogzo's several thrusts, the goblin jumped up and kicked Mogzo. However, upon landing, it landed right before Ronta. Seizing the chance, Ronta stabbed it hard with his sword. But it only penetrated a little before stopping completely. Then, Ronta's hands involuntarily trembled, as the sensation of piercing flesh felt extremely uncomfortable. The goblin screamed loudly. So scary. Seeing the unwilling goblin, Harahiro was also startled. However, after a moment's silence, he quickly resolved himself. This world was like this, the strong survived, the weak perished. Don't be scared, you guys. Damn it, I'll kill this thing and earn a pile of wise. Noticing everyone was startled, Ronta reacted angrily, shouting and charging at the goblin again. Seeing this, Takeru's opinion of Ronta slightly improved. Though reckless, he at least had some courage. Hearing Ronta, everyone stopped staring blankly and quickly surrounded the goblin. But the cornered goblin exploded with an extremely terrifying will to live, fighting fiercely against Ronta, Harahiro, and Mogzo's encirclement. Chapter 67, Chapter 67 The Siren Mine and Kobolds. 1024 words. As the goblin forced everyone back, seeing Harahiro attempting a sneak attack, it fiercely threw its short sword at him, hitting his shoulder. Instantly, blood flowed. Ah! Seeing an opportunity, the goblin fiercely pounced on Harahiro in the moment the others were stunned, tightly choking his neck with both hands. For a moment, everyone forgot to help. Ah! Feeling his life force fading and the pain, Harahiro cried out, stabbing his dagger hard into the side of the goblin's head. Suddenly suffering massive damage, the goblin showed pain, its hands involuntarily loosening Harahiro's neck. By then, Ronta reacted, rushing over and stabbing the goblin hard, using the momentum to pin it down. Even so, the goblin wasn't dead. With sheer willpower, it stood up, ready to keep fighting. At that moment, Mogzo's greatsword finally struck down heavily on the goblin's head. Even with a helmet, the goblin finally fell. We did it! Seeing this, Ronta raised his longsword excitedly. Mogzo quickly went to Harahiro, carefully removing the short sword from his body. Minato also hurried over to provide healing. Is this the spoils? Finally, to earn wise, a Dark Knight must finish its life, offering a part of its flesh to the altar. Ronta took the spoils, flipped the goblin over, searching for which part to sacrifice. However, while he hesitated, the goblin suddenly grabbed the short sword Mogzo had dropped, slashing Ronta in front of him, then tried to flee. The situation was too sudden, so everyone was stunned. Ronta recovered first, charging forward, tackling the severely wounded goblin, snatching the short sword, and stabbing it repeatedly, once, twice, countless times. When he regained his senses, he saw the extremely gruesome corpse. Looking at the blood on his hands, and the untold amount of goblin blood splattered on his face and clothes, he involuntarily trembled. Only then did Takeru approach. Seeing him, everyone made way. Your performance was truly abysmal. Takeru spoke without mercy. Hearing Takeru, Minato, Harahiro, and the others lowered their heads. Planning, attacking, coordination, none existed. Mistakes piled up. Takeru began listing their errors. Hearing the listed mistakes, the five hung their heads, silent, the joy of their earlier kill completely gone. I hope you realize, if elite goblins stood before you now, you'd be wiped out. Hunting isn't a game. Failure can cost lives. This is the first time, and I hope the last. Takeo was strict with them because their mindset hadn't fully shifted. He didn't have time to go slowly, so naturally, he had to use strong medicine. As for their resentment or disagreement, Takeo didn't care. Takeo just needed to change their lives as much as possible, and their attitude towards him was secondary. Sorry, Takeo-san. Hearing Takeo, Minato and Harahiro apologized first. Your basics are weak, and your mindset hasn't changed. My time is limited. Today, you must hunt at least 3 more goblins. Takeo said seriously. Yes, we'll do our best. Hearing Takeo, though feeling immense pressure, they quickly nodded. Under Takeo's guidance, they soon found lone goblins. Through battles, they grew quickly. Of course, there were side effects. Killing for goblins in one day took a huge toll on their minds, especially Ronta, who killed 3. His eyes even seemed to lose their light. Harahiro killed the other one. Though also afraid, Harahiro overcame the fear of killing better than Ronta. Then, Takeo had them gather all spoils, took them to the market, exchanged them for silver coins. Including Takeo's earlier 3 kills, they earned 12 silver coins. Takeo gave all the earnings to the 5, letting them buy what they needed. Then he announced they could rest tomorrow before dismissing them and leaving. Looking at the silver coins and Takeo's retreating figure, their feelings were complex. They didn't understand why Takeo helped them so much. Takeo ignored them. After giving them some time, he needed to return to training. Within the reincarnation world, he knew continuous self-improvement was most important, whether for himself or for protection. Returning to the lodgings, Takeo saw the 5 sitting there enjoying delicious food. Takeo-senpai, dinner is ready. Come join us. Seeing Takeo, Yui smiled happily. Sure. Looking at Yui, Takeo smiled and nodded, joining them. So, how did it go today? After Takeo sat, Mayo asked curiously. Not bad. Seeing their curiosity, Takeo nodded. Hearing Takeo, they seemed thoughtful. And you all? Did you train properly? Suddenly Takeo looked at the 4 questioningly. Well. Hearing Takeo, Yui laughed embarrassedly, clearly, she'd relaxed all day without much training. I practiced spider with Barbara-sensei today, a skill in ambush tactics. Yui said directly. I learned hypnosis shadow and shadow bind. Mayo reported her achievements. I've mastered Gale slash and Revenge slash, and I newly learned quick thrust. Tsumuji said elegantly. Is that so? Seems everyone worked hard. Oh, tomorrow we will head to the Siren mine, so rest well tonight. Looking at everyone, Takeo announced the next day's plan. We understand. Hearing Takeo, the 5 nodded understandingly. What about Minato and the others? Yui asked curiously. I told them to rest and adjust on their own. Of course, if they want to hunt, that's fine too. Hearing Yui, Takeo said casually. Hearing Takeo, everyone nodded, no longer asking further, quietly enjoying the delicious food. Soon, the next day arrived. Everyone gathered early. Seeing their energetic states, Takeo smiled slightly. After breakfast, he led them towards the Siren mine. Soon, they reached the Siren mine. True to its name, it was a massive mountain structure. Its origin is that it is developed during the Arabianka kingdom's border expansion, but after humans were expelled, kobolds occupied it. Soon, Takero's group reached the entrance and entered the mountain. Inside, though dim, special ore veins emitted faint light, and some dugout areas let in brightness. After adapting slightly, they could see fairly clearly inside. As they advanced, they soon spotted kobolds. Though called kobolds, Takero thought they resembled werewolves, very similar to wolves. These kobolds mostly carried pickaxes. Takeo knew first-layer kobolds were the weakest, essentially kobold vagrants, with worn attire and skinny builds, generally called low-rank kobolds or lesser kobolds. Chapter 68, Chapter 68 The 4th level of the mines, effortless instant kills. 1,377 words. After seeing Takeo and the others, the little kobolds' expressions also turned extremely fierce. Then, they directly swung the shovels in their hands towards Takeo and the group. Ice arrow. Seeing this, Yui also showed a serious expression, quickly gathering ice arrow magic and releasing it directly at the kobold charging at the front. Soon, the ice arrow directly hit the lead kobold. The terrifying penetrating power caused the kobold to fall powerlessly. Armrel, Eckert, Will Dalid. Mayo here also quickly gathered a mass of shadow. Then, she struck the shadow hard with her staff. The shadow shot directly towards a kobold. The moment the shadow hit the kobold, it transformed, wrapping around the kobold and inflicting immense pain upon it. At this moment, Tsumuji even directly unleashed a gale/skill, easily instantly killing the kobold. And Ui, using the newly learned spider technique, quickly instant killed 2 kobolds. And Shihoru also used a smash against a kobold, directly dazing it somewhat, and Mayo followed up with an ice arrow to finish off the dazed kobold. Watching as the 5 kobolds were easily taken down by everyone, Takeda didn't mind and directly started harvesting the loot with everyone. Compared to kobolds, the main drops from kobolds were talismans, items like rings worn on the nose. Besides that, there weren't too many valuable things. The higher the level of the kobold, the higher the grade of talisman they wore. Casually collecting the talismans, Takeo and the others continued to advance forward. Soon, they saw a pit. Descending into it led to the second level of the mine, which was the area for ordinary kobolds. Compared to the little kobolds on the first level of the mine, their combat power would be considerably higher. As for the third level, it even contained elder kobolds. Elder kobolds belonged to the rulers, ordinary kobolds were laborious, and little kobolds were considered incapable of getting things done. Using ropes, everyone easily descended to the second level, while Takeo jumped down very cleanly and decisively. A Wutilda arriving on the second level, Takeo could clearly hear the howls of kobolds. However, the more he listened, the more he found they sounded like wolves. But according to the intelligence Takeo gathered, although the sounds persisted, sleeping kobolds basically wouldn't be awakened by the noise. As they kept moving forward, Takeo's observation Haki also detected many holes dug into the mountain walls. Inside, there were quite a few kobolds sleeping. Seeing the sleeping kobolds, Takeo didn't let them off either, directly signaling everyone to kill the kobolds. The kobolds on the second level were noticeably more robust in build than those on the first level. Their weapons were also no longer shovels but pickaxes or short swords. After killing them, besides collecting the talismans, Takeo and the others also confiscated some decent-looking short swords. Later, Takeo and the others also encountered some awake kobolds. Facing the aggressive kobolds, Takeo very easily instantly killed them. Then, looking at the entrance to the third underground level, Takeo didn't think much and directly jumped down, while the others still slowly slid down using the rope. Compared to the second level, the situation on the third level wasn't much different, it was also very dim. The only difference was the addition of a type of elder kobold, larger in size than ordinary kobolds, who would even command ordinary kobolds to attack Takeo and the others. However, facing the coordination of the 5, they still posed no threat. It was basically a one-sided situation. Even though Takeo didn't lift a finger the whole time, the group resolved the battle within 3 minutes. Clearly, compared to before, everyone had grown a great deal. After successively dealing with 3 waves of ordinary kobolds led by elder kobolds, Takeo and the others once again arrived at the mine shaft leading to the 4th level. How about it, do you want to take a break? Seeing the slightly panting group, Takeo inquired. It's fine. After exchanging glances, everyone shook their heads and said. In that case, you guys can rest first and not take action for the moment. Looking at everyone, Takeo thought for a moment and said. Sorry about this. Hearing Takeo's words, Mayo spoke somewhat apologetically. No problem. All right, I'll go down first, then you come down. Shaking his head, Takeo once again jumped straight down. The 4th level was vastly different from the first 3. Firstly, the brightness, this place looked very bright, and most importantly, it had a lot of vegetation. Moreover, it was like a town, with some penned special animals and farms. There were even some very crude buildings, built with bricks. Wow, that looks so cute. As soon as Yui came down here, she noticed the penned special animals not far away, which looked like a cross between a mole and a pig. Cute. Mayo and Shihoru looked at the animal before them, completely unable to find any point of cuteness. While everyone was observing the special animals, Takeo noticed a large number of kobolds not far away. Suddenly, Yui accidentally touched a special string, causing bells nearby to start ringing continuously. Clearly, this was how these kobolds alerted themselves to the entry of outsiders. Soon, kobolds hearing the commotion began searching everywhere and quickly spotted Takeo and the others. A woo! After discovering Takeo and the group, one kobold loudly howled. Then, a large number of kobolds also started charging towards Takeo's location. Seeing the numerous and aggressive kobolds, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit tense, gripping their weapons tighter. Takeru didn't mind at all. He directly jumped into the air. Watching the kobolds rushing over quickly, Takeru rapidly kicked out at them. Soon, 2 white shockwave slashes swiftly shot from Takeru's legs, directly cutting into the charging kobolds. The terrifying power even cleanly sliced through the front 2 rows of kobolds at the waist. Although the 2 attacks killed 6 or 7 kobolds, the ones behind didn't die because of it. Takeru didn't mind, kicking out into the air again. 2 more white shockwave slashes shot towards the kobolds, instantly killing all the remaining kobolds. Seeing Takeru effortlessly slaughter these kobolds like chickens, everyone once again fell silent. They originally thought they had some understanding of Takeru's strength, but now, it seemed they had clearly vastly underestimated Takeru's power. And what skill was Takeru even using? The 5 of them were completely clueless. However, one thing everyone was certain of was that this skill was definitely not Takeru's trump card. UI, are you sure this is only his 3rd mission? Seeing Takeru collecting the loot, Mayo couldn't help but quietly confirm with UI again. Yes, hearing Mayo's words, UI also nodded seriously, then looked at Takeru with eyes full of admiration. Although they were in the same batch of reincarnators, Takeru was just different from everyone else. Even though they had experienced the same number of worlds, Takeru's strength had left everyone far behind. Like when dealing with the abandoned building before, even though Takeru didn't act, having him there made people feel incredibly at ease. After dealing with the first wave of kobolds, the second wave quickly arrived because the first wave had howled loudly while attacking, so the kobolds in the distance had all noticed. Faced with their companions' deaths, these kobolds, far from being afraid, instead became even more enraged. Seeing this, Takeru lightly shook his head. Then, he directly activated his telekinesis. Soon, 5 daggers or short swords floated in the air. Then, Takeru pointed his staff at the many kobolds, and the 5 weapons shot out like arrows from a bow towards the rapidly approaching kobolds. For a moment, 5 more kobolds fell. But this wasn't the end, it was the beginning. Under Takeru's mental control, the 5 weapons flew out again from the dead kobolds' bodies, then proceeded to slaughter the remaining kobolds. In less than a minute, the second wave of kobolds was also completely dead. Soon, Takeru used his telekinesis to collect all the loot. After resolving the second wave of kobolds, Takeru and the others had some free time. Since the scenery here was relatively nice, Takeru and the group decided to rest here for a while. Chapter 69, Chapter 69. The 5th level of the mines, dead spot appears. 1274 words. While exploring the surroundings and while Tevion was resting, Takeru did not rest directly. Instead, he was training his telekinesis. Everyone saw a large number of weapons constantly rotating around Takeru, looking very dazzling. Currently, Takeru could control 5 weapons with relatively high precision. Controlling more was comparatively difficult. 5 was also the result of Takeru's long training. It can be said that it was equivalent to about 5 people fighting. Soon, as time passed, everyone even enjoyed lunch on the 4th floor. After lunch and a bit more rest, they continued towards the 5th floor. Upon descending to the 5th floor, everyone felt a wave of heat because the 5th floor was a refinery. They even saw flowing magma, and there were a large number of ordinary kobolds working. Let's start killing. Although there were many kobolds, Takeru didn't plan to take it slow. Instead, he launched attacks against them with simple and brutal force. As 2 kobolds pushing mine carts died, the kobolds on guard nearby also noticed something was wrong. They howled and searched for Takeru and the others, finding them on the wooden scaffolding not long after. After discovering Takeru and the others, the kobolds howled again. Seeing this, Mayo quickly released an ice arrow that directly pierced through the alert kobold that was signaling. In other places, as kobolds howled, a large number of kobolds quickly surged out from all directions, soon surrounding Takeru and the others. Takeru and the others were not afraid at all. They stood above, continuously killing the kobolds below. Soon, a large number of kobolds died forever. And at this moment, an enormous kobold dragging a huge greatsword walked out. Black and white spots, a body 3 times the size of an ordinary kobold, plus a fierce aura constantly impacting Mayo and the others. Seeing it, the surrounding kobolds also made way. That is. Seeing the huge kobold, Mayo exclaimed. Feeling its fierce aura made her keep swallowing nervously. Dead spot. UI quickly said. UI could also sense that dead spot would be troublesome. Facing it now, she would probably be in considerable danger. As the only displayed side quest, plus the 30 gold coin bounty at the agency, everyone naturally knew about it. Fireball. After seeing Dead Spot, Yui, who usually seemed a bit ditzy, quickly launched an attack. A fireball swiftly rushed towards Dead Spot. But seeing Yui's attack, Dead Spot directly raised its greatsword and swung down hard, splitting the fireball apart. Hypnosis Shadow. Seeing this, Mayo also attacked Dead Spot. But perhaps due to high resistance, facing Mayo's Hypnosis Shadow, Dead Spot wasn't greatly affected. At this point, Dead Spot no longer waited. It directly swung heavily at the wooden scaffolding where Takeo and the others were. The scaffolding was instantly destroyed, forcing Takeo and the others to fall. However, everyone was prepared for this. With a couple of quick jumps, they landed easily, only Shihoru was slightly worse off. But Takeo held her, bringing her to land safely on the ground. Seeing Takeo and the others fall, the other kobolds also charged fiercely towards them, preparing to tear them to pieces in a group attack. Spider Technique. Seeing this, Yui made several jumps, continuously landing on some kobolds, quickly killing them instantly, then swiftly retreated. At this moment, Dead Spot also swung an attack towards Mayo. Seeing this, Tsumugi stepped forward, barely blocking Dead Spot's heavy blow. From the collision, Tsumugi even felt her hands trembling. But fortunately, she could still manage to defend. Noticing Tsumugi struggling, Yui and Mayo quickly charged their magic. Simultaneously releasing a spell, they forced Dead Spot back. Yui seized the opportunity, delivering a backstab that caused considerable damage. Roar! Feeling the pain inflicted by the girls, Dead Spot roared angrily. Then, with a spinning slash, it tried to instantly kill Yui, but Yui had already retreated out of Dead Spot's attack range after using the backstab. However, Dead Spot's attack did not miss. When it spun halfway, Takeo appeared behind it as if teleporting. Facing the sweeping greatsword, Takeo directly caught it with one hand. As the greatsword met Takeo's palm, Dead Spot felt its attack hit something incredibly hard. Not only was it difficult to advance, but the recoil force was somewhat hard for it to bear. Takeo, however, smiled slightly at the sudden increase of 188 mana points. Clearly, the attack had just been devoured by gluttony. Yui, Mayo, and Tsumugi, you deal with the other kobolds first. Also, Shihoru, protect yourself and help heal Yui and the others. As for Dead Spot, leave it to me first. Takeo directly looked at everyone and said loudly. Yes. Seeing Takeo block Dead Spot's sweeping attack barehanded, everyone withdrew, leaving Dead Spot for Takeo to handle. Seeing Takeo look down on it so much, Dead Spot felt immensely angry. It then pulled out its greatsword again and continuously attacked Takeo. But no matter how Dead Spot attacked, Takeo just stood in place, lightly moving his hands to completely defend against all its attacks. Amidst one attacking and the other defending, over 5 minutes passed. Dead Spot even seemed somewhat out of breath. Continuously attacking Takeo with full force for 5 minutes, plus the recoil force, made it feel somewhat tired. Apart from its fatigue, Yui and the others had continuously killed a large number of kobolds. Combined with high concentration, they now also seemed somewhat tired. Yet kobolds still kept pouring out like a tide, making them somewhat exhausted. Takeo also noticed this problem. Then, he began using telekinesis to control the short swords, making them constantly slash. Soon, large numbers of kobolds quickly fell. Seeing this, Yui and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Besides killing the little kobolds, Takeo also no longer intended to keep defending. With Dead Spot's hard work helping, Takeo's MP reserve had already exceeded 20,000. Goodbye, Dead Spot. Speaking softly, Takeo once again caught Dead Spot swinging greatsword with one hand. But this time, Takeo used the greatsword to leap directly onto Dead Spot's head. Looking at its huge head, Takeo's hands turned pitch black. Then, under Dead Spot's horrified gaze, Takeo's fists continuously struck its head. Facing Takeo's heavy punches, Dead Spot was in a stunned state. Takeo didn't stop at all. After hitting over 10 punches in a row, he changed his fist into a palm, fiercely stabbing into its neck. With Conqueror's Haki, Takeo's palm easily pierced through Dead Spot's main artery. Only after his entire arm had penetrated did Takeo withdraw his arm and distance himself. Facing this piercing attack from Takeo, Dead Spot naturally had no strength left to resist. It fell to the ground, motionless. The surrounding kobolds finally showed terrified expressions upon seeing this. Takeo, however, didn't plan to let them go. quickly releasing Rankiku and coordinating with telekinetic short swords. Soon, apart from Takeo and the others, there were no creatures left standing in the area. After seeing all the kobolds killed, everyone finally sat down tiredly on the ground. Although the battle was brief, the kobolds' tide-like attack just now brought immense pressure to Yui and the others. They even suspected that relaxing slightly could lead to being killed. But the results were gratifying. Under the tide-like attack just now, everyone's practical combat experience greatly improved. As long as they thoroughly digested it, they could handle being surrounded more easily next time. After everyone had a good rest, Takeo began leading the group to harvest the loot. As for the huge dead spot, they only needed to bring back some proof to claim the bounty. Chapter 70, half. 1,387 words. 3 hours later, Takeo and the others returned to Alterna, carrying a large amount of loot. First, they went to sell some weapons, then used the proof of dead spot to exchange for 30 gold coins, and finally sold the accessories. Takeo still remembered Brittany's incredulous expression. It took several confirmations and the sight of Dead Spot's greatsword lying before him before he had no choice but to accept the fact that Takeo and the others had killed Dead Spot. After killing Dead Spot, Takeo and the others also conveniently completed all the kill quests. After that, it was about improving their own ratings based on their abilities, and Takeo also set his sights on the other transmigrators who appeared in the same batch. If his guess was correct, among them there should be a protagonist. Whether it was the Team Renji who quickly adapted to this world, the moderately performing Team Tokimun, or the underperforming Team Minato, Takeo was also uncertain. However, compared to Renji and Tokimun and the others, the Team Minato was the easiest for Takeo to influence. After all, they couldn't even afford food before, and with Takeru's help, they were naturally willing to accept. As for Renji and Tokimun's sides, although they were still fighting goblins, their development was relatively smooth. Takeo only got to know them a little. Since it was difficult to get involved with Hasuki and Managi, Takeo had no choice but to kill more goblins and kobolds, and use this time to constantly train his own abilities. After all, apart from the rewards from the reincarnation space, self-training was the best way to improve strength. Moreover, Takeo's aptitude wasn't poor, and training for one day could match several days for an ordinary person. Influenced by Takeo, Yui and the others also became motivated to work hard. Even Shihoru, who wasn't a reincarnator, worked hard to improve herself in order not to hold Takeo and the others back. Reminded by Takeo, the four also used the guild to continuously learn skills. After all, compared to skills from the reincarnation space which required points and evaluations to exchange, the skills here only required silver or gold coins, and Takeo and the others weren't short on gold coins. At the same time, Takeo intentionally collected some good equipment, planning to materialize them when returning to the reincarnation space. Time passed in everyone's business for over 10 days. After more than 10 days of effort, everyone's strength had greatly improved. Sitting in the residence, Takeo opened his attribute panel. Reincarnator number 3, Noro Takeo. Race, human. Innate abilities, super memory, telekinesis, absolute defense, perseverance, gluttony, small gambit. Strength, 63, 5, ordinary person 20. Constitution, 61, 0. Defense, 405, 18. Speed, 61, 4. Spirit, 73, 32. Mana, 70, 146, ordinary person 0. Training method, none. Skills, meditation, provocation, extreme evil and unrighteousness, bomb devourer. Armament haki, beginner, observation haki, beginner, rokushiki, beginner, light healing, advanced, advanced healing, intermediate, illumination, advanced, purification, intermediate. Evaluation and points, A rank evaluation X2, B rank X1, points 59800. Since Takeo didn't need too much defense for now, his current equipment was the advanced priest set. Unlike rings and bracelets, only one necklace could be equipped, so Takeo chose the wolf necklace with higher attribute bonuses. In terms of skills, compared to armament haki, observation haki, and similar skills, the skills from this world were much easier for Takeo to improve. For example, just by constantly using them, proficiency would increase. Of course, to improve quickly, apart from more practice, careful comprehension was also necessary. Of course, although armament haki, observation haki, and the rokushiki were still only at the beginner level, they had made huge progress compared to before. For instance, armament haki not only had improved hardness but also coverage range and speed had increased by a level compared to before. Observation haki was similar. Under Takeru's full use, the detection range could reach about 100 meters around. However, when extending the perception range to 100 meters, the perception power would decrease. But it was still quite convenient for finding people. 10 meters was currently Takeru's optimal usage range. Within this range, observation Haki's perception of attacks, prediction of the opponent's next move, perception of a creature's strength, perception of a creature's emotions and thoughts, perception of the position and quantity of objects outside the visual field, etc., could all reach their strongest state. As for further extending the perception range, although possible, the speed would decrease. For training, Takeru would often maintain a 20-meter perception range. Constantly receiving so much information was also a considerable burden on Takeru's brain. Fortunately, his spirit attribute wasn't low, so Takeru could bear it. Among the Rokushiki, Tekai and Soru were what Takeru trained most proficiently, followed by Rankiku and Jeppo. Kamii and Shagan were slightly worse. It wasn't that Takeru didn't want to train Kamii, but even when surrounded by 7 kobolds, Takeru couldn't really utilize Kamii's ability because their attack speed was too slow compared to Takeru. As for Shagan, Takeru already had quite a few attack skills. And for now, fists wrapped in armament Haki weren't much worse than Shagan, so Takeru temporarily put Shagan aside. Apart from his own strength, there was also the improvement of Yui and the others. Although hard to determine, the strength of the 4 had also increased significantly compared to when they first entered this world. They were also more proficient with their own skills. Most importantly, through constant fighting, everyone's practical combat experience had greatly improved. Finally, there was Team Minato. Under Takeru's training, each could single-handedly fight 2 relatively elite goblins. Combined, their strength was very strong. Compared to 10 days ago, it could be said they were completely reborn. Therefore, all 5 were deeply grateful to Takeru. And yesterday, Takeru gave them a bottle of life recovery potion and a mana recovery potion each, instructing them to use it only in the most critical situations. Because for the subsequent journey, Takeru could no longer accompany them. Takeru had even gotten Shihoru to join Terum Minato. Although both Shihoru and Minato were priests, neither was weak. And Minato, through continuous battles, had almost taken on the role of a vanguard. Having one more priest, although combat power was slightly reduced, since both could heal, with slightly increasing survival rates. Facing Takeru's decision, although Shihoru was reluctant, she didn't refuse. With tears in her eyes, she thanked Takeru. Seeing this, Takeru was also somewhat emotional and could only pat her head to comfort her. Yui and Ui were also reluctant. Even Mayo and Samuji, who had resolved to keep their distance from the beginning, were silently shedding tears. Through constant fighting side by side, their friendship had long become very solid. But Takeru and the others would eventually have to return to the reincarnation space. Rather than a long pain, it was better to have a short one, so Takeru chose this time to part ways. Because the place Takeru and the others were going to next was also very dangerous, of course, that was for Shihoru and Minato and the others. As for Yui and the others, although there would still be considerable burden, the upcoming journey could greatly improve everyone's rating in this world. Takeru and the others' next target was the Deadhead Watching Keep occupied by half-orcs. This information was also obtained by Takeru from Brittany. According to Brittany's description, half-orcs are an ugly race. Their skin is green, nose is flat, ears small and pointed, with gaping mouths full of teeth, slightly taller than humans, broad-shouldered, and often thicker in body than they are tall. Half-orcs are accustomed to dyeing their hair various colors. Those who want to attract attention or show off their strength particularly like to dye it in dazzling, brilliant colors. Additionally, half-orcs also love to adorn themselves. Their intelligence is not low. Although somewhat rude, they are largely no different from humans. However, half-orcs love to fight. Even within their own race, they often fight incessantly, even to the point of shedding blood. Their cultural level is not much different from humans, and the variety of items they wear is vast. The city of Ortana has already begun preparations to recapture the Deadhead Watching Keep occupied by half-orcs, hence this mission. Chapter 71, The Battle for Deadhead Watching Keep. 1,358 words. Normally, while the city of Ortana had planned this for some time, they weren't originally prepared to act so quickly. However, due to the mass slaughter of goblins and kobolds by Takeru, Yui, and the others, coupled with the outstanding performances of Renji, Minato, and their batch, the monster population in the nearby area had been drastically reduced, and the defensive line had become extremely secure. This was why the operation to retake the Deadhead Watching Keep was being moved up, scheduled for today, the 22nd day since Takeru and the others arrived in this world. Under the commission of Brittany, Takeo and his group were set to join the first wave of volunteers heading for the Deadhead Watching Keep. Out of personal concern, Takeo had Minato and the others wait for the second wave. After all, while the rewards for the first wave of attacking volunteers were rich, it was also undoubtedly the most dangerous. Facing large-scale combat, Takeo couldn't guarantee he could protect their lives. Of course, unless Takeo went all out from the start, unleashing his poison dragon immediately upon engagement. But currently, the poison dragon was one of Takeo's trump cards. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use it. Of course, if the orcs proved too formidable and the volunteer advance on the Deadhead Watching Keep was too slow, then Takeo wouldn't mind transforming into a god of war. This battle for the fortress was initiated by Count Granvold, with assistance from the Ortana border army led by General Resentra. Standing outside the walls of the fortress city of Ortana, a large gathering of volunteers and border soldiers had assembled. Here, Takeo encountered many familiar faces, like Runji's squad and Tokimune's squad, along with some veterans who had been volunteers for many years. However, when Takeo arrived with Ui, Mayo, and Samuji, they inevitably drew everyone's attention. It couldn't be helped. Aside from their exceptional looks, the most important factor was Takeo and his group's strength. Although not many had seen them fight personally, their impressive track record was well known, so no one dared to underestimate them easily. Unfazed by the stares from others, Takeo and the others simply exchanged slight nods with Runji and Tokimune before waiting on the side for departure. Takeru-senpai, is it really okay for us to take these? Looking at the health and mana recovery potions in her hand, Ui asked hesitantly. Just take them and keep them safe. Don't die. If you feel bad about it, you can repay me after we get back. These items are only worth about 150 points, but in a critical moment, they might just save your life. Seeing their conflicted expressions, Takeru shook his head lightly. Since Takeo wasn't sure how brutal the upcoming battle might be, he had prepared 2 health and 2 mana recovery potions for each of them in advance. I understand. Thank you. Hearing Takeo say that, they silently accepted the potions. Everyone, the battle for the Deadhead Watching Keep begins now. Please do your best. In addition to the spoils from any orcs you personally slay, we promise a reward of 10 gold coins per person. After successfully capturing the Deadhead Watching Keep, you will also have extensive priority rights. Please, survive. As Takeo and the others were talking, a figure who appeared to be the leader emerged. After giving an encouraging speech to the crowd, he led the way towards the Deadhead Watching Keep. Seeing this, Takeo and the others quickly followed. As time passed, by evening, the silhouette of a fortress-like city became faintly visible in the distance. That was their target. Considering the group had been traveling all day, the leader signaled for everyone to set up camp and rest first. No one objected to this. They quickly settled in, with the border army deploying some personnel for guard duty. Finding a corner, Takeo set up camp with Yui and the others. Watching the red moon slowly rise in the sky, Takeo felt a pang of sentiment. Unknowingly, over 20 days had passed since arriving in this world, and Takeo had fully adapted to life here. No electronic devices, backward transportation, every day filled with either training or slaughter. Takeo, is something on your mind? Mayo keenly sensed that Takeo seemed preoccupied. I just miss my sister a bit. Now that I think about it, this is the longest I've been apart from her since she was born. Looking at Mayo, Takeo said calmly while gazing at the night sky. Eh? Takeru-senpai has a sister too? What is she like? Is she as amazing as you, senpai? Hearing Takeru's words, Ui became curious. Yui, Mayo, and Samuji also gathered around Takeo, looking at him expectantly. My sister? How do I put it? She's a very cute and lively girl, with dazzling blonde hair usually tied in 2 braids. She's 10 years old this year and loves fashion. Although she sometimes shows a mischievous side, she's a very well-behaved and sensible girl. Ever since our parents passed away, even when she was young and people said unkind things to her, she would come home and cry to me. But with just a little comfort, she could smile again. Also, she doesn't hold grudges against those who said things before. She even proactively helps others when they're in trouble. She's always so happy to tell me whenever she makes a new friend. Right now, she's very popular at school too. Facing their curiosity, Takeo didn't hide anything. Thinking of Mayu's endearing qualities, he couldn't help but show a genuine smile. Seeing Takeru's gentle smile, Yui and the others were momentarily captivated, feeling a twinge of envy towards Mayu. They wished they had an older brother who doted on them so much. Takeo, can you introduce Mayu to us next time? Tsumugi looked at Takeo expectantly. Of course. I think Mayu would be very happy to make new friends. Looking at them, Takeo nodded with a smile. It's settled then. Hearing Takeo's words, Tsumugi said happily. As they talked, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Compared to yesterday, the atmosphere in the camp was even more tense. Everyone knew today was the day of battle. After breakfast, everyone, led by the commander, began advancing towards the Deadhead Watching Keep. The large group moved with great momentum. As they approached the Deadhead Watching Keep, they were immediately spotted by Orc scouts. Soon, the loud tolling of a bell echoed from the fortress. Clearly, the scouts were signaling the Orcs inside that enemies were approaching. No one was bothered by being discovered. With such a large force, no one expected the battle to end through stealth or assassination. The key point was that Orcs were extremely warlike. Seeing so many enemies, they wouldn't hide behind walls shooting arrows. It was highly likely they would come out to fight. As for the scouts, they were attacked by magic and arrows from the Vanguard Mage Corps and Hunter squads, with many scouts being hit and falling. They didn't have to wait long. As the fortress gates opened, a large number of Orcs charged out wielding weapons. Seeing the multitude of Orcs, even Yui and Mayo, who considered themselves accustomed to killing, felt a wave of oppression. The sheer, palpable bloodlust was extremely unsettling. However, everyone present was a volunteer who had experienced numerous battles. Although sensing the Orcs' strength, no one showed any intention of retreating. Similarly, squad by squad, they moved to engage the Orcs. The leadership was also very clear. Volunteers were strongest in squad-based combat. Straightforward siege warfare wouldn't allow them to showcase their full capabilities. Therefore, they began having the Mage Corps divide the battlefield, creating formations more suitable for volunteer squad tactics. Seeing the humans maneuvering, the Orcs understood the intent but didn't pay it much mind. After all, they were also very adept at small group combat. Confident in their own strength, they feared no challenge. In an instant, the clashing of weapons rose incessantly. Roars, wails, and the sounds of weapons piercing flesh filled the air. Chapter 72, The Terrified Orcs. 1,313 words. Takeo's group also encountered a squad of 6 Orcs. Seeing the seemingly young and slender Takeo and the others, the Orcs revealed cruel smiles, raising their greatswords and swinging them toward the group. However, facing their attacks, Takeo didn't even need to lift a finger. Tsumugi, clad in full armor, stepped forward, wielding a long sword confiscated from Deadspot and reforged, directly meeting the assault. A metallic clang rang out. Surprisingly, it was the larger-bodied Orc that was forced back by the seemingly delicate Tsumugi. Fireball. Shadow Bind. Almost simultaneously, Yui and Mayo, who had been charging their spells, unleashed their skills. The fireball struck one Orc, causing significant damage and immediately incapacitating it. Mayo similarly used Shadow Bind to firmly restrain the movement of the remaining 5 Orcs. Feeling themselves bound, the Orcs struggled fiercely, but Mayo exerted effort to maintain the Shadow Bind, preventing them from breaking free too quickly. Vengeful Slash. At this moment, Tsumugi didn't hesitate. While Mayo restrained the Orcs, she executed a killing blow on the Orc she had initially engaged. Meanwhile, Yui didn't pause either, launching another fireball that took down a second Orc. Yui's figure then suddenly appeared behind the 3 remaining Orcs. 3 swift strikes of her dagger finished them off. Finally, they delivered finishing blows to any Orcs not completely dead. The entire combat lasted less than 3 minutes. Without Takeo lifting a hand, his group had secured their first victory. Then, with a thought from Takeo, 6 pouches levitated from the Orc bodies, floating directly into his possession. The display of exceptional combat prowess from Takeo's group was noticed by the Orc commander observing from a distance. Under his direction, an even more elite Orc squad charged directly towards Takeo's position. Facing the naked killing intent of the elite Orc squad, Takeo and the others naturally noticed and began to prepare as the squad rapidly approached. In less than 3 minutes, the elite Orc squad arrived near Takeo. They initiated the attack with several magic missiles flying straight at Takeo's group. Seeing this, Tsumugi swiftly swung her long sword, deflecting 2 of the missiles. Mayo also launched several magic missiles of her own, colliding with the incoming ones and neutralizing them. Besides the missiles, 2 arrows were concealed behind them, shooting towards Takeo's group. Just as they were about to hit a momentarily distracted Mayo, Yui's fireball blasted out, destroying the arrows mid-flight. "Thank you, Yui." Looking at the destroyed arrows, Mayo felt a surge of fear. She hadn't expected arrows to be hidden among the magic. While this trick could fool Mayo and Tsumuji, against Takeo and the others with observation haki, the hidden arrows were no different from being out in the open. At that moment, the orc warrior from the opposing squad, wielding a greatsword, reached Takeru's group. Without a word, Tsumuji met the charge. A loud crash sounded, and both combatants were forced back a step. This surprised the orc warrior. It hadn't expected Tsumuji's strength to match its own. In fact, she should be stronger. After all, the orc had charged and put its weight into that strike, while Tsumuji had only hastily blocked. Though shocked by Tsumuji's strength, the orc warrior didn't retreat. It revealed a ferocious expression and attacked Tsumuji again. Meanwhile, Yui encountered a minor problem. Two figures intercepted her, one an assassin like herself, the other an orc knight. With the knight engaging her head-on, the assassin constantly harassed and ambushed her. Facing this situation, Yui became locked in combat. Yui initially wanted to quickly support Yui, but unfortunately, she and Mayo were being pinned down by the enemy mage and hunter. Takeru's side only had 5 people, while the elite enemy squad had 9 members. Takeru himself was also surrounded by 2 individuals. HMPH, you're their leader, right? Too bad your teammates are all tied up. No one can protect you now. Looking at the seemingly isolated Takeru, one of the orcs showed a cold smile. Orcs possessed intelligence comparable to humans, so Takeru wasn't surprised they could speak the human tongue. Brittany had briefed everyone on this before departure. Is that so? Let me give you some unfortunate news. Me not acting earlier doesn't mean I lack strength. It just means my intervention wasn't necessary. Looking at the cold orc, Takeru responded with a gentle smile of his own. Noticing Takeru's smile, the orc was startled, an ominous premonition flashing in its heart. But it quickly recovered, looking at Takeru with anger. Regardless, Takeru was just a priest. And what did a priest represent? It knew very well. While crucial in a team, they were the weakest in terms of combat power. Thinking this, the orc grew even more furious at Takeru. It felt ashamed for having felt a moment of fear from his words. Bluffing brat! Having convinced itself, the orc wasted no more words. It swung its longsword down at Takeru with all its might. Facing the orc's full power strike, Takeru's expression remained placid. He simply raised his staff lightly and blocked the attack. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Contrary to the orc's expectations, Takeru wasn't knocked down by its force. Instead, he steadily held it off with his staff. What a pity. Is this all the strength you have? Takeru looked down at the orc, whose veins were bulging from exertion. Clearly, it was using its full power, yet it couldn't bring its blade an inch closer to Takeru. The orc rogue, who had been observing from the side, noticed something was wrong. It stopped idly watching and drew its dagger, swiftly lunging at Takeru. However, just as it was about to strike, Takeru's figure vanished from its sight. Before it could react, it felt a sudden chill on its neck. When it came to its senses, it realized a torrent of blood was gushing from its throat. Feeling its life force draining, it desperately tried to clamp its hand over its neck to stop the bleeding, but it was a futile effort. Takeru, meanwhile, flicked the blood from his fingers and once again turned his smiling gaze towards the orc knight who had attacked first. Seeing the harmless smile on Takeru's face, the battle-hardened orc knight felt as if its heart had been suddenly seized. It began pounding violently, and its breathing grew rapid. Damn it, damn demon! After fear came boundless rage. To mask its terror, the orc knight launched a frenzied assault at Takeru. Facing its attacks, Takeru simply moved his arms, parrying each and every blow. After the orc unleashed countless strikes, Takeru finally grew somewhat bored. This time, he caught the orc's right arm, then effortlessly moved behind it, easily snapping its arm. In the moment of its pained cry, Takeru leaped lightly, pressed down on its head, and gave a sharp twist. Its cry ceased entirely, and it collapsed to the ground, eyes vacant. Having easily dealt with the 2 orcs, Takeru turned his attention to Yui and Mayo's battle. They were currently facing 2 enemy mags and 2 hunters. Through continuous coordination, 1 mage and 1 hunter had already been defeated by Yui and Mayo. The remaining 2 were clearly only a matter of time. Next was Tsumuji's side. Although the orc warrior wasn't dead yet, under Tsumuji's fierce attacks and overwhelming strength, it had sustained heavy injuries. Its death was merely a question of time. Finally, there was Yui's situation. Faced with the assaults of the orc knight and rogue, Yui had no choice but to confront both head-on. Relying on her exceptional abilities, she now held the absolute upper hand. The orc rogue had been instantly eliminated by a burst from UI. In the direct confrontation, UI completely suppressed the orc knight with continuous attacks. Judging by the situation, it seemed likely UI would defeat her opponent first. Chapter 73, Chapter 73A Solo Stage, Post. 1,213 words. Seeing that everyone was handling their own fights, Takeru didn't intervene. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings. The ground was littered with the bodies of many volunteers and humans. Facing the more physically imposing orcs, humans were inherently disadvantaged in terms of raw strength, physique, and defense. However, they held an advantage in speed. Coupled with the volunteers' honed combat skills, the gap wasn't enormous. In fact, humans even held a slight edge. But compared to the attacking volunteers, the number of orcs was simply overwhelming, which put the battle situation at a disadvantage. After a brief glance, Takeru used his foot to flick up the dagger from the orc rogue he had just killed. He caught it, aimed at a nearby orc, and hurled it. The dagger shot out like a bullet, a mere silver flash before it pierced straight through an orc's skull. The survivor who had been saved by this stared blankly at the orc that had fallen beside him. Just moments ago, he had prepared himself for death. Now, seeing his assailant collapse first, a wave of relief washed over him. Looking around, he spotted Takeru throwing the dagger and instantly understood who had saved him, feeling immense gratitude towards Takeru. Takeru, however, had no time to acknowledge the person he'd saved. He pulled a pouch of specially crafted sharp short swords from his backpack. Though called short swords, they resembled needles more than anything, only useful for stabbing. He had specifically commissioned these weapons to complement his telekinesis. Grabbing 3 of the short swords, Takeru threw them towards a specific direction with force. Thwip, thwip, thwip. The sounds followed as the 3 short swords accurately struck the heads of 3 orcs, killing them instantly. Without pausing, Takeru grabbed another 3 short swords and flung them towards another area.